Hello everyone, Scott here. Thank you for joining us for this podcast for the British Heart Foundation. This is a podcast marathon that I have put together in order to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. Why am I doing this, you may ask? So let me explain a little bit. My sister Emma sadly passed away on the 25th of October 2022 with a heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which for those that don't know is a thickening of the heart muscle. She was 38 years young when Emma sadly passed away. Emma also suffered a stroke when awaiting a heart transplant, which ultimately left her with a battle that she was never going to win. Through all of it, she never gave up, and if anything, she went against all odds and recovered to have a real quality of life. To explain a wee bit about how Emma passed, she was in hospital for a fairly routine. She was in and out of hospital for a number of years, and they weren't happy with her blood pressure and medication, etc. And people that know people with a heart condition will know that it's a unique thing. Every case tends to be quite unique. None of them really seem to be the same. And they were, as I say, trying to get things correct for her, and she suddenly just passed. So to say it devastated my entire family is a bit of an understatement, to be honest. It was a real sore one for us all to take. The reason that I decided to do things for the British Heart Foundation is even when my sister wasn't well, she used to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. Things like when her birthday and that was coming round, she would ask people to donate to the charity instead of buying her birthday presents and the likes. So in her honour, in her memory, I decided to do this for her, to raise as much as I could for the charity that was so close to her, and which then ultimately is so close to me. Emma was my only sibling, and it's safe to say that she's a bit of a hero of mine, so that's why I've decided to do this. All I can ask is if you can spare £1, please do so, and help me raise as much money in honour and in memory of my sister Emma. So to donate, all you have to do is go to the Just Giving link that is in the description for this podcast. It's at the top, and it's about halfway down as well, I think. If you don't want to do that, you can do it through the live chat function. You can donate through there. It's a super chat function. You donate through there. Anything donated through there will be going straight to the charity as well. But I do encourage everybody to try and do it through Just Giving, because most of the money raised through that will go directly to the charity. So I would encourage you please to do so that way. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show, and thank you again for tuning in and supporting us. Cheers. Hello everybody, welcome. As you say, that wee video from the start was pre-recorded because I wasn't going to do that at the start. I'd forgot what I was going to say, let's be honest. But yes, welcome to this podcast for the British Heart Foundation. Thank you so much for everybody for tuning in already. Pretty incredible. I am, of course, Scott Carney. I'm with Ali Pearson, and a face you probably don't recognise, at least from Club at 22 anyway. Ali, I'll come back to you. Ross from the Rangers Rabble, thank you so much for joining us tonight, mate.
Thanks very much for having me, mate. I wasn't actually aware of the story. Big Martin that runs our pod, the Cooheed, as we call him, he obviously called away last minute, and he said that there was a charity pod on. I was only too happy to come on, but no, that really touched me, mate. I never realised it was so recent. I'm really sorry to you and your family, and obviously condolences to you, and hopefully what you're doing tonight's amazing. Hopefully you can smash through all sorts of barriers with the donations.
I really appreciate that, mate. Yes, it was very recent, mate. I'm going to do my best tonight to hold it together, mate, as long as I can. But yeah, it was very recent, mate. But this was pretty much as soon as it happened, I decided I was going to do something. So and yeah, this was what I came up with. Alistair Pearson, how are you, mate?
Very well. This is some lineup you've got tonight, Carney. This is like the Rangers creme de la creme you've got of the podcast world, isn't it? No, your sister will be proud of you tonight, Carney. It's a great cause. What you've raised so far is incredible. It's blown my mind what you've raised so far. We're getting started tonight. So, no, brilliant. I see Scotia and Ryan's in the comments already. Could we do a free transfer? Could we sign Ross on a free transfer, and the Rabble can maybe take Ryan across there, because Ryan's quite negative in our podcast. So
yeah, Ross seems more positive. I don't know. We've not started talking about Rangers yet. We'll soon see. Yeah, just a quick update on where we are. I didn't have a target. Genuinely, I didn't even think about setting one. When I started the Just Giving page, it makes you set a target, and I set £100. and to say we've beat that's an understatement. It really is. I didn't really have one, but already right now we're sitting at £937, which is just absolutely bonkers. It is absolutely bonkers. So all I ask is we could just continue to get this as high as we possibly can, because right now it's absolutely incredible. I have to give a few special thanks. Not that I just, it's an extra special thanks for the amount that donated. The Viceroy Bar kindly donated £100 today to us, and also John R, you will know him from the comments, he also donated £100, which is again just, it's incredible. It really is incredible that people are willing to support this the way that they are. So if you please can, as I say, go to the Just Giving link. Justin Muir straight away.
God bless America, Justin Muir.
Straight away. Thank you, Justin, mate. That's amazing, mate. Fantastic, honestly. So we're a midge's ball hair away from a grand now, which is just bonkers, absolutely bonkers. Superb. Right, Ross, the reason why we're here, and I'm sorry for people that, there's probably going to be people that are tuning in thinking what we're going to talk about. We are going to talk about Rangers because that's all we really talk about ever. I don't think I could. I know, mate. I know.
Else?
I will. I'll try. I will try and keep it as upbeat as possible. We will talk about current affairs, but we'll bring the mood back up towards the end. So, Ross, I'll come to you first, mate. Have you seen Gio's interview today on Sky Sports?
I got through 4 minutes out of the 9, and that's the most I've watched him cumulatively in the past 6 months, maybe. I watched it looking to be offended, I think. Do you know what I mean? I was watching it already with a negative frame of mind, so I don't think I gave it a fair chance, but it's just the same old crap, innit?
Yes, mate, I did find that. What I will say about it is,
John,
in my opinion, John, thank you, mate, is that's the board's way of announcing that he's not getting sacked. So that can firmly get put to bed now. He's not going anywhere. Let's be honest. He's staying. He is staying. Ali, have you had a chance to catch up on it?
I'm trying to catch all these donations coming in here, Cardi. Honestly, they're flying in for everyone. No, you would have thought I would have done my homework before I come on this podcast tonight. But
honestly, man,
I didn't listen. To be honest, I'm the same as Ross. It'd be the same old. What he's going to come out with, and this is his year anniversary of being in the job, and I'm used to what he comes out with. So I will listen to it back. I'll do my homework when I'm off. Oh, Jim Sloan. Jim Sloan,
mate.
Sorry.
Unbelievable. Jim, that's unbelievable, mate. Honestly, that's incredible. Whoa. Yeah.
God, what a start, Carly, to this podcast.
I know. This is unbelievable. Thank
God.
you so much. That's amazing. That's class.
No, it's like I say,
where was
Carly,
it we were talking about?
We were talking about Gio in press conferences, but same with Ross. It's copy and paste stuff. He just says the same stuff all the time, and I think we all know what he's going to say in these podcasts, and I'm the same as you, Carney. I just think we need to strap ourselves in. I think we need to resign ourselves to we are stuck with Gio till at least when we come back against Hibs on that Thursday night.
I don't think it will make a difference. I think he's here for the rest of the season. I've said it. Yeah. I said it to you earlier. I think the board they've not doubled down. They've quadrupled down now. They don't want to get rid of him for whatever reason. They don't want to get rid of him. Thank you, Ian. I don't want to. I don't want to be rude, but I can't just continuously call it donations.
I'm trying to watch the comments here.
I'll lose my train of thought. Ross, obviously, this is a bit of a silly question. When you were going into the season, from what you've seen,
John Rowbottom, sorry, honestly, John Rowbottom, Ryan's pal.
This is unbelievable.
Honestly,
I can't believe this.
Oh my God,
this is absolutely bonkers. That's incredible. Honestly, I don't even know what to say to that. Jimmy, that's superb. Honestly, thank you so much. Mental. But yes, Ross, we're coming into this season. Did you have a sense of optimism around it? Did you expect Gio to do a bit better than the way maybe things have turned out?
I think I did, because I was still riding on the crest of a wave of getting to the Europa League final last season and finally recapturing the Scottish Cup, which had obviously eluded us for years. But when you look back at last season and the results away from home, I never realised just how many draws we get away from home. The win rate away is shocking. Mm-hmm. I came into the season thinking he would do decent, get us to the Champions League, because he seems to have that kind of tactical nous for Europe. But when we got there, we took a fair scudding, didn't we? When we got there, everything kind of let us down. The players, the management, even the board. But when we got the PSV tie out the way, that was the time to go and invest a wee bit, just in that wee bit of star quality. And obviously we never. So
you put yourself on mute, Ross. Good.
Ross Nova Scotia there.
I believe that. Do you hear me now?
You're back.
I believe that we would. I believe we would get there, but I thought that the season would have went a bit better than it has, because it has been, as we keep saying on the Rabo, and JD keeps laughing at me, turgid is the word I use to describe it. No urgency, boring. But the Feyenoord fans told us that before we took him on. I think he's living on past reputation of last season, the same as probably 60-70% of the players, to be honest.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I also think, look, you can go down the route of talking about the injuries and how unlucky he's been, and he has been unlucky. There is no real great doubt that he's been unlucky. However, I still can't get away from the fact that I don't know what he's trying to do half the time. I don't understand the style of play. There is no urgency, and then when sometimes there is urgency, and it's like, why are we not doing this all the time? It's very hard to. It's hard to get enthusiastic about. It really is hard to get enthusiastic about. Ali, a quick question on the injuries. Who do you think's the most critical to come back after the World Cup? We keep getting told we're getting a new squad after the World Cup. So who do you think's the most critical to get back?
Do I need to pick one, or can I pick two?
Well, I probably know who your two are, but you can pick two if you want.
Critical. Tom Lawrence, for me, I think, is a guy in the middle of the park we're missing at the moment. He's a guy that can shoot. I mean, how many times do we see Rangers at the edge of a box not shooting? Kamara at the weekend was frustrating once again, not shooting. I think he'll make a difference to the middle of the park. I think he'll free Tillman up as well, because there's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders at the moment, because he's the only real creative guy we've got in the middle. And the other guy is, and some get a lot of Rangers guys, fans slate him, is Connor Goldson for me, to marshal that backline. The pub we drink in, Karen, and the key said, there's a lot of boys in there have said to me for years, he's not good enough, Goldson. I've always said, wait till you see he's not there, you'll know he's not there. And they're the two major ones for me. And Andrew, you're honestly brilliant. You and your son every week. But no, that's fantastic. Same Offer Hill as well, and Robert Robertson as well. I know we've got two Robert Robertsons in the chat each Friday. But no, Carney, that's the two guys I'd bring in out of that injury list. It'd be interesting to see what Ross thinks as well.
Yeah, any differences in that, Ross? Are you along the same lines?
I'm along the very same lines. That was the two that immediately came to my mind. I've been saying on the Rabo that although we've got 12 injuries, 5 of them are centre halves, and probably only Goldson walks into the team beside Davies. So right away that takes your 12 injuries down to 8 injuries. Then you've got Hadji, Lawrence, who want to play in the 10, where Tillman's probably been our best player. So I think I'm quite a big believer that the injury patter's a bit of an excuse. I still think that the teams we are putting out should be enough to beat St Johnstone, St Mirren, Livingston. If you look at our starting 11 in any of the games, there's not many players for the 3 teams you would swap, even if we are playing what you would call fringe players. But definitely, I agree with Ali there. Goldson's one of the ones that's he's easy to blame when he's there, but when he's not there, he's the one that holds the whole show together.
No doubt, mate. Absolutely no doubt. That's the one critical one I think we need back, because I think he's the leader on the park, because I won't hide behind it. I'm not part of the FFS TAV brigade, but he's not really been a leader this year at all. He seems to have kind of got into his shell a little bit, and his form has got a big part to play in that, because he's not been good. He really has not been good. So I think Goldson is a massive miss. Yes, mate.
Sorry, I think you kind of seen it. See, during the 55 season when there was no fans and you could actually hear the players in the park.
Yeah,
Goldson was very vocal in the park. You could hear him all the time. And that's why he's vice captain. I think he's critical. He's our best defender, and he's obviously he plays that ball all the time, the diagonal ball that a lot of defenders can't do. And it was just a pity because him and Davies just started to put a partnership together, and we all kind of went, finally, we've got a partnership. And then, as I've said in this podcast, the one guy that never gets injured for Rangers. It's the most Rangers thing ever, isn't it?
It definitely is. Quickly, just one as well I need to go back to. JP, I hope you picked up my wee donation from the Viceroy plus a pint for the four of you. Yes, I did, mate. I went and picked that up today. Thank you very much. The Viceroy very kindly phoned me and made me aware. I told you didn't need to do that, but you still went and done it anyway. So thanks very much, mate. And the round is sitting there for us next time we're in, mate. So don't you worry about that. Thank you very much, mate. Hang on, I think we've just been joined by someone.
We've got a guest. We have a guest.
We've got a guest. We've got a guest. It's your gaffer, Ross. Martin.
Oh no, big Coheed. What's happening?
Right,
I wanted to come on and apologise, Scott, for not being able to come on tonight, if you know what I mean. I'm currently in Dundee, about to pick up my little brother, but I just wanted to jump on really quickly and apologise and just say, look, I managed to catch a couple of minutes there, and it's brilliant what you're doing. Once I get home, once I get a chance, the Rangers Rabble will donate £100 as well.
Outstanding, boys.
But yeah, I'm standing in
that money for a Christmas night out. You
is it cancelled?
But yeah, I'm standing in an absolutely freezing cold Dundee. So I hope you are all well.
Very good, mate. I can't thank you enough, mate, for wanting to donate as well, mate. That's top class, man. Absolutely top class. I really do appreciate it. It's all right, mate. Ross has been moling fine in your absence, mate. He's holding the fort for the rabble.
Ross holds the fort for the rabble every week. I'm not going to lie to you.
I
was looking to see if we could do a free transfer. You could take Ryan for us, and we'll take Ross across.
Well, Ryan's more handsome than Ross, so I'll think about it.
Oh, don't say that. I'll give him a big head now.
You look like Marcus plus £100. What are you talking about?
I have never claimed to be handsome.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant, mate. Happy haircut as well, Martin. I forgot to say that to you as well. Happy haircut.
Oh, yeah, quality haircut. Listen, I better leave you because I'm actually shaking with a cold. But yeah, I just thought I'd jump on really quickly, Scott, and say what you're doing's amazing, mate, and hope everything goes well.
I appreciate it, mate. Thank you very much, mate. All the best to you.
No worries.
Oh, man.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
When I came on to apologise there, I thought he was going to apologise for sticking me in it with a couple of weeks ago.
I think he was just double checking you showed up for your luck, mate. He was just like, I'm going to make sure he showed up. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Right, we'll finish with a wee bit because I don't want it all to be doom and gloom, mate. So, Ross, I'm going to put you on the spot, mate. What age are you, Ross? If you don't mind saying. 34. So, you're same age as me, mate. So, you're probably along the same lines. Give me in your lifetime, give me your Rangers five-a-side team.
Stefan Kloss.
Oh, no, it's Andy Gorham, mate. Come on. We're the same age.
Five-a-side, Carney. It's his five-a-side.
Listen, see the wee goals. Kloss was good at shutting the angles on the wee goals.
All right.
I would have Carlos Cuellar, can play a bit. It's a five-a-side team, not an 11's team.
That's true.
So I've got Cuellar sitting. I'd have Barry Ferguson for booting folk up and down the place. I'd have Pedro Mendes for his long-range shooting. And I would probably, just for the banter, stick Joey Garner up front just to really let the place just go all out.
Joey Garner's Christmas trees and everything.
Absolutely loved the guy, man. Mind that game he came on against Hamilton. Came on with half an hour to go, scored a hat-trick and booted somebody right up the arse, remember?
I know. See, when you think, honestly, when you say names like Joey Garner, there's like, it's like a flashback of stuff that you get in it. You're like, God, remember who used to play for us? Remember, where did he go, Joey Garner, after us?
It's down the Championship, I think.
Wigan, I think.
Was it Wigan or something?
Carnage, remember they done that song for Joey Garner, and all the Little Mix fans were pure raging because we got the song above him. Above the Little Mix one.
Christmas number one. We've got Joey Garner.
Sorry, dude.
Joey Garner.
That's funny. That's brilliant. Joey Garner. No, I get chills, man. I still say that there's a lot of the banter years I have chose to forget. I don't forget much, but that's a lot of that stuff. I'm like, God, I'm not even going to think about that. Ali, what do you make of Ross's five-a-side team there? Apart from Garner,
Nice.
obviously. Would you actually pick Garner, Ross?
No, I would have. See, I want to say Super Ali, but that's the obvious one, innit? By the way, Big Tony Goals is no bad. I would fancy him to put a few away. Big Tony Goals. There you go.
Big Tony Goals. Tony Goals is a shout. Any changes to that, Alistair?
I would imagine 5 because that was terrible.
That's what I wanted to leave something like that on the spot. Like people have asked as well, what we're going to talk, like what we're speaking about. I'm like, I'm not telling you. We'll talk about Rangers, and then there'll be like an on the spot question at the end. Do you know what I mean?
A fives team's different because you're in a tight pitch, obviously. So,
okay,
a Paul Gascoigne for me in the middle in there would be good. There's some team players you could choose, to be honest, but to be fair, I liked Mendes. I thought he was a cracking player, Mendes. He didn't score shite goals, Mendes, either. They were all screamers. I just think that's quite decent. I'd maybe change the goalkeeper. I agree with you. I'd have Andy Gorman goals.
Well, it has to be for me.
I'm having second thoughts, but because I was thinking Quella, but I'm now thinking if we just got Magic Bugera in, then you've won a we can just run by everybody.
Just put Big Boogie in instead of Clossmate, and we'll just play closest in. Do you know what I mean? Like, that'll do. Right, another one, mate. Before I let you get out of here, who is your cult hero at Rangers that you liked that nobody really else liked at Rangers?
Oh, I don't want to be controversial.
You can be controversial if you want.
I was an Ian Black fan.
Oh no! Is this a
April 1st,
here, mate, or is this true?
Mate, see when Ian Black played for Hearts, I used to think to myself, he's that kind of wee player that's that dirty, got that bit of niggle about him. And then when we signed him, I was over the moon. By the way, I was like that, absolutely outstanding. Can't believe we've signed this guy. He turned out to be a bit shite for us, didn't he? But he stick to the painting and decorating. But when we were signing him, mate, I thought he would have been absolutely fantastic for us in the middle of the park. That's how much I know about football. That's how I just try and make it about banter and no intellectual football discussion when I'm on these.
I cannot agree with that, mate. Oh, no. He's one of the worst in my opinion, mate. I could not stand him. Even when he was at Hearts, mate, I couldn't stand him. No, not for me. Ali, your thoughts on Ian Black?
Ian Black. I mean, he did score. When he didn't play for us, he scored screamers. Inverness he played for as well.
Yeah.
Scored a few screamers. I'm not an Ian Black fan at all. He was on a nice wage at Ibrox as well. That wasn't his fault, to be fair. He was given that contract. But no, not Ian Black for me. Ross, I can't believe you said that in a live podcast. Folk will be coming for you now.
I just, when we were signing him, mate, I thought he was going to be good. By the way, another one is definitely the Cum Dog. Love the Cum Dog.
I quite liked him, but I like strikers that are a bit arseholey. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do quite like that, and with him, I quite enjoyed that. I mean, I wish he was a wee bit of a better player than it kind of turned out to be.
He's going to the World Cup, can't he? He's in the World Cup.
Oh, Australia, isn't it? How's he Australian now as well? How is he Australian?
Because he's lived there for 6 months, I think he's just went, fuck it. You know, he's right.
He's got a passport and he's like, I'm Australian now. I did like him. I did. He was one that I wanted to work out. See, Ian Black, I never ever wanted that to work out, but Cum Dog, I did, mate. I wanted him to work out because he just, can you imagine him just running about doing that all the time? Do you know what I mean? Honestly, it would have been excellent. What was your thoughts on Cummins, Ali?
When we signed him, I thought he'd be a decent sign. It just didn't work out for him, unfortunately. And then after that, he kind of bounced about a few clubs. He's doing well in Australia, though, with I think who he's with in Australia. But he's scored. Is that who it is? He's scored quite a few goals with them and obviously caught the interest of the Australian national team. In fact, he scored in his debut for the Australian national team. And he's going to the World Cup as well. So, fair play to him. He is an absolute bit of a nutcase, to be honest. Coming to
think
me,
he's
I seen that when he was doing that thing with Grado, and that's why he was called Cundog, obviously, when he came in. But
I think he's another one that had to get away for his group of pals, didn't he? Now he's away on the other side of the world, living the good life and knuckling down. I think that's obviously made a difference. It's easy for us as supporters, isn't it? But when you're in that goldfish bowl and have got all the money and you're a bit mental to start with, then it must be hard. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, I would swap it for being mental and skint like me, but I would take it. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. So, Ross, that's been superb, mate. Just quickly before I do let you go, and I'll let you go on this one, I promise. What do you expect for the rest of the season? Do you think there is any possible way that you can see past Gio keeping his job at the end of this season, or is it a case of he has to win the treble for him to be able to keep his job?
I think he gets to the end of the season anyway.
Yeah, same.
I don't know. I'm looking at January and I'm like, do we trust? And he's not the only problem. That's a whole other discussion with the Ross Wilson thing and Danny shopping with a confetti gun, just banging names into a confetti gun and whatever one's land closest he signs. But I don't know if I trust him with another window. Do you? Yilmaz, 5 million sitting in his arse. Sorry, I'm swearing and it's before the watershed. Sitting in his bum. You've got Matondo, 3 million sitting in his bum. So, who was that one? Davies came injured. I don't know if we trust the scouting department or Gio with money, because I think we definitely need to spend some money in January to even compete, to be honest.
Because we are kind of both in agreement that he'll be here at the end of the season, mate, I think they have to give him money. They have to do something. We can't continue like the way that we are, because you're making the rod for your own back.
Do you think they care? But do you think the board care? I think the board at the moment are quite happy to finish second and qualify for the Champions League and fill their bank book. That's what it looks like to me. They look content because that's where we're heading.
Mate, I can't really argue with that either. I really can't argue with that. You've probably got a shout there. Right, Ross, I'll let you go, mate. Thank you so much, mate, for coming on and doing this. Again, pass on my thanks to Martin as well for saying that he'll make a donation. I will message Martin later on tonight, but it might be tomorrow because I'll probably forget. But again, mate, last minute coming in, you've been absolutely superb, mate, and thank you so much.
No, thanks very much for letting us be part of it, mate. I'll make sure when I get a fear I jump on the Just Giving and put a wee personal donation in and all. What you're doing is brilliant, man. Your sister will be so proud of you. Thanks very much for having us, boys, all right?
No bother. Take care, mate.
The rest of the pod, all right?
Cheers. Mate. Bye-bye. So, mate, literally just while Ross has been on, I'm going to quickly do some quick math, like man's not hot. So what a
start to the podcast, Carney.
We're over £1,500 now.
Oh my god!
Yeah, which is bonkers. Yeah, so that's including the live chat ones that we've got as well. So we're over £1,500. Absolutely mind blowing. Really is absolutely mind blowing. No, that was good. That was nice of Martin to jump on as well. That was
quite cool. That. Yeah. No, he was a top guest, Ross. So he set the bar for the rest of the guests coming on. He was good. I liked how he put the Ian Black one in there as well. So he's got a tag in his back now after saying Ian Black.
Ian Black? Like, of all the players you could have possibly picked, you picked Ian Black? Oh, absolutely bonkers. So while we're waiting for our next guest to join, and trust me, you're going to want to hang around and see this one, I'll just play a wee video again from the start to explain why we're doing this. Hello everyone, Scott here. Thank you for joining us for this podcast for the British Heart Foundation. This is a podcast marathon that I have put together in order to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. Why am I doing this, you may ask? So let me explain a little bit. My sister Emma sadly passed away on the 25th of October 2022 with a heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which for those that don't know is a thickening of the heart muscle. She was 30 years young when Emma sadly passed away. Emma also suffered a stroke when awaiting a heart transplant, which ultimately left her with a battle that she was never going to win. Through all of it, she never gave up, and if anything, she went against all odds and recovered to have a real quality of life. To explain a wee bit about how Emma passed, she was in hospital for a fairly routine. She was in and out of hospital for a number of years, and they weren't happy with her blood pressure and medication, etc. And people that know people with a heart condition will know that it's a unique thing. Every case tends to be quite unique. None of them really seem to be the same, and they were, as I say, trying to get things correct for her, and she suddenly just passed. So to say it devastated my entire family is a bit of an understatement, to be honest. It was a real sore one for us all to take. The reason that I decided to do things for the British Heart Foundation is even when my sister wasn't well, she used to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. Things like when her birthday and that was coming round, she would ask people to donate to the charity instead of buying her birthday presents and the likes. So in her honour, in her memory, I decided to do this for her, to raise as much as I could for the charity that was so close to her, and which then ultimately is so close to me. Emma was my only sibling, and it was safe to say that she's a bit of a hero of mine, so that's why I've decided to do this. All I can ask is if you can spare £1, please do so, and help me raise as much money in honour and in memory of my sister Emma. So to donate, all you have to do is go to the Just Giving link that is in the description for this podcast. It's at the top, and it's about halfway down as well, I think. If you don't want to do that, you can do it through the live chat function. You can donate through there. It's a super chat function. You donate through there. Anything donated through there will be going straight to the charity as well. But I do encourage everybody to try and do it through Just Giving, because most of the money raised through that will go directly to the charity. So I would encourage you, please, to do so that way. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show, and thank you again for tuning in and supporting us. Cheers. So yeah, I don't know if you class this as a compliment, mate. Somebody just said this is like Chills in Need, but good.
Chills in Need's on tonight, I think. It's not on tonight, Chills in Need. It's on tonight, yeah.
Oh, well, I've picked a night for it, haven't I? I've picked a night for it. That is for absolutely
sure. Could have got Scotia dressed up as Pudsey in the podcast.
Or
Broxy Bear, couldn't it?
We should have got him dressed up as Broxy Bear, mate, 100%. We should have got him dressed up as Broxy Bear and brought him on. So, yes, we are going to welcome our next guest now onto it, and I am pretty sure you are going to know who this guy is. Please welcome Mr. David Edgar. David, thank you so much for joining us tonight, mate.
A pleasure. I'm sorry it took so long for me to get back. I'd done my usual where I thought I'd replied to an email, but I hadn't pressed send, so it was sitting in drafts, and it was only last night I thought, shit, that guy must think I'm the rudest person in the whole world, so sorry about that, Scott. My apologies. No. But yeah, it's nice to be here. A very good cause, and well done for doing it, and a bit of a shift you're putting in.
It looks like it, mate. Yeah, I think I'll probably touching 11 o'clock tonight by the time I leave my chair. So, look, I was acting like I was like doing a marathon. I'm sitting down. Do you know what I mean? I'm sitting down talking about Rangers. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's not like.
Well, yeah, but right now that's not as much fun, is it?
No,
I mean, I'm not necessarily sure if you said to me talk about Rangers or go and do a shift. I'm not necessarily sure I would 100% go with the former. It's been a bit up and down, hasn't it?
Yeah, just slightly, mate. Yes, slightly. Ali, have you met David before?
I've not met David. No, good to have you on, Ali. David.
Yeah, that's that out the way. Yeah, as easy as that. As easy as that. So yeah. David, we're going to talk a wee bit about current affairs at Rangers, and I know that's never really fun the way things are just now, but I promise I will make it more light-hearted towards the end. So obviously I want to kind of pick your brains a little bit as well, considering you obviously have got Axe, you're a media partner with the club. You get to see Gio from time to time. Also, quickly before we go on to that, did you see Gio's Sky Sports interview today? Do you take anything from it?
Yeah, well, I think the thing to take from it is we've been wondering this week, is there going to be anything? You don't set that up if he's leaving. Well, three things. You don't set it up if he's leaving. He doesn't do it if he's leaving. And third, Sky don't want it if he's leaving. Because what's the point of having a manager that, who's not going to be there? So that to me is the strongest indicator that we've had so far about whether or not he said. Personally, if it had been me, I would have preferred that there was some sort of statement for the club. It didn't have to be anything, formal on the website, but just literally it could have been Park or Bennett just coming out and saying to whoever, Sky even, Gio's the manager. So this is the first clear indicator I think that we've had. The next one clearly will be the AGM.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as I even seen it this morning, as soon as I got wind of it, I was like, well, he's not leaving now. Do you think, we were talking about this with Ross just previously before you came on, do you think he'll get to the end of the season kind of regardless now?
That'll be the intention. I don't think you can ever really judge as to how circumstances will go. Here's my issue with it, and here's why I don't necessarily think that. I think there comes a point where you can't turn it around. And by that, I mean, it's nothing really to do with you as a manager. It's to do with the environment and the way that things have fallen. It got like this with Big Eck, I'm sure you'll remember as well, where there comes a point where too many have gone too far, where they get beyond anger. And I'm sensing that with a lot of Rangers fans at the moment, that we're kind of, it's not that rage that you get when it's almost like giving up mentally a wee bit. And I don't mean by that, we'll not be along and cheering at the games and we'll not want to win things. I'm just saying, though, there's a almost acceptance that he's not the guy. Now, when that happens, the problem that you have is if he comes back and he was to win, 6-7 games in a row, right? Difficult fixtures when we come back as well, then you would go, he's turning this round. Then say we were to draw to, everybody goes, see, I told you he was rubbish. He needs to go. That's got to keep happening. That's my fear. And I think that if you look at kind of similar circumstances in England, there's no completely accurate comparison because we're Rangers and we are unique, right? But if you look at clubs in England that have done this, Solskjaer was an example of this, where the United board, and for the longest time, their supporters, because he was a club legend, wanted to keep him. So whenever there was something positive, they grabbed onto it. But each kind of drop, each disappointment, each poor result chipped away at that until eventually it was away. And that's my worry that with Gio, that I think that, he's not going to come back and lose 6 straight. That's not going to happen. And he isn't a bad manager, and anyone who's under that, he's very good at certain things. My question is he a league-winning manager for Rangers? I don't, by the way, I mean, he already is a trophy-winning manager. I think he would continue to be. I think that his European record, based on what his goals were, is very good at Rangers. There's the Europa League final. Yes, the Champions League was bloody awful, but the achievement was getting there this year, really. But, and here's another thing that's been put to me, and it is a fair point, that, look, at the moment, if you look at his points record for the year, it's 91 points, which is pretty good and normally would be a league-winning one. Celtic's in that time is 103, which is exceptional and probably unlikely to stick at that level. That is fair, but here's the thing at Rangers, your target is to be first. Now, you might be lucky and have a Celtic where they're getting 60 points, right? It doesn't matter if you're up against a good Celtic, a bad Celtic, or an indifferent one. Your target is to be first. That'll never change. That's the job. So it's a question of, do we see him taking Rangers to first? The board clearly want to give him at least until the end of the season and then review it. My fear is that any sort of slight dip now, the fans are too far gone and would demand that change.
I still think the fans are already too far gone. I think you'd mentioned it as well before. I think on one of the pods on Heart and Hand that it's been a long time since I remember so many Rangers fans being on one side of an argument and having the same feelings. If you like, people sometimes think, I get asked, do you hate Gio? No, I don't hate him. It's just not worked, in my opinion. It's just we're going round in circles right now, and it's hard to watch. I mean, I do. I'm full belief that he's going to be here until the end of the season. I think. I don't want another old firm that we've seen in the past under Gio. I don't think he'll survive that. But I don't. He must surely now learn from his mistakes in old firms, and so must the team. Obviously, David, you see him face to face quite a lot after games, etc. have you noticed a change in his demeanour at all? I know he's very well media trained when the camera's on, etc. But when he walks in or anything, have you noticed that change? Because there has been criticisms of his body language recently as well.
No, not really, because it's entirely result based. Let's see, like a pre-match press conference. They never change, and you get what you get at them. They tend to just be the same things, and that environment, he's relaxed. He's at the RTC. So, and he is quite a laid-back guy. He's quite a relaxed guy, and a positive and upbeat. And then, by the way, a genuinely nice guy. That's something that maybe should get pointed out. Generally approachable, good way with people. No, Billy Big Boss or anything about Gio in the slightest. He is a good person. That's why, in terms of that, or if you want him to leave, you must hate him. Not at all. I would love him to be successful. He's a genuinely good bloke. After a match, it can depend on what you've just witnessed. Like, for instance, after Liverpool, he came in and he just looked shell-shocked, genuinely, and he just kept going back to that last 25 minutes. You can't play like that. You can't play like that. After, Livy and St Mirren, he knows he's not daft. He knows the pressure he's under. He knows that there's a lot of supporters who want him to go, never mind have doubts about it. And he knows the results aren't good enough. So I kind of feel a little bit for managers in those situations, because people get angry at what they say. See, after Rangers have dropped points, there's nothing any manager can say will make you feel better. It really is that simple. So I think people look for something from it. I think people look for something that just isn't possible. Nothing Gio can say after we've lost 7-1 or lost to St Johnstone is going to make you or me or anyone feel any better. So I kind of feel for him. But and again, there's only a limited amount of stuff that he can say. Like, for how are you going to turn? I mean, I've asked him, what are you going to do to turn it round? And you get, we'll work hard, we'll look at what we've done wrong, blah, blah. Because that's all that they're going to get. Any manager will say under pressure. For my own satisfaction, when I'm sitting raging, I'd love him to go, did you fucking see him the day? What he did at that goal, I'm going to take him, I'm going to kick his head out. I'd love him to do that, but it wouldn't be great. He needs to work with these players. He needs to deal with these players on a day-in, day-out basis. And these are the ones who still, the majority of them are going to need to turn it around for him. So if he throws them under the bus, then there's no chance that that's going to happen. So it's a difficult situation for any manager to find themselves in, I think. But no, I can't say I have noticed that. He knows that, the results aren't good enough. Equally, and people can disagree with us if they want, but I think he does feel that he deserves, a longer opportunity to turn it round. I think he does feel his record overall is pretty good. That, there have been some disappointments. But again, managers tend to see this longer term about, we hear the word a lot, project, right? But that is how they see it. And I think he would feel that, look, there's a long way we need to travel. There's a lot of things we need to do. But I think there is a genuine feeling, from him and the guys around him, and certainly, as we're beginning to suspect with the higher ups at the club, that he has been unlucky with injuries. He has got credit in the bank from the Europa League run and from the Champions League. He has mentioned that a few times in the pressers, first time we've won the Scottish Cup in 13 years, first time got to the Champions League in 12 years. It's just a tough situation. I used to have this argument, literally like screaming matches with David Murray about it. And Murray would basically say, I brought 9 in a row and I did this and I did that. And the fans never give me any credit. And I'd go, because you've not done anything for us lately. And that's who Rangers fans are. You'll get lauded, by the way, for achievements afterwards. In years to come, we will all look back on that Euro run and we will praise Gio to the high heavens for it. That's what happens at Rangers. But if you're not doing it right there and then at the time, then it doesn't matter who you are, you'll get. I've heard Rangers fans sitting, howl at Paul Gascoigne and Ali McCoist and Ian Duran and great Rangers legends. If they're not having a good game, that's who we are. I think it was Richard Gough that said, some clubs you're only as good as your last game. Here you're only as good as your last pass. And that's a very accurate description, I think.
It is very accurate, and I think you're correct about the European run. I think we will look back on it with fondness, but I am very much the same as what you've said there. And it's not what you done then; it's what you're doing right now. And people say to me, if he'd won the Europa League, you'd feel different. I say, well, yeah, of course I would, because he would have had more money to spend, etc. So there'd been a knock-on effect from that, and there would have been a much higher attitude, confidence level within the team instead of what we're seeing now. Ali, I've realised I've went a wee bit fanboy, mate, and I'm not even ashamed to admit it.
I could have given my dinner, I haven't come back.
You could have, mate. Would you like to ask the Overlord anything, mate?
Well, I think we're all in agreement that we all think he's going to be there till January at least. I think he'll be there till the end of the season. I think most folk will say he'll be there till the end of the season. Do you think they'll back him? Well, I think they'll need... If he's at the end of the season, to me, we need to back him in January. Do you think they will back him? And also, what positions do you think we need to strengthen definitely in January? I mean, the middle of the park is the glaring one, obviously, and the right side is one we've not really nailed down in a good couple of years now. So, do you think they'll back him in January?
That's an excellent question, and only they will know the answer. Now, you know, some of the things that they've been saying about FFP, that's not a, you know, that isn't a lie. That's not a hollow thing. It's not an excuse. We are on that watch list. UEFA have announced it. Yeah. But there should still be some leeway within that to be able to wheel and deal a little bit. Do we need players? Yes. My frustration comes from the fact that a blind man could see Rangers have needed midfielders for a while now. This is not new. We needed them in the summer, and I can't believe we didn't get them. I think that we need to start moving players as well. I don't think any of us would be surprised, or at this stage really particularly disappointed, if maybe guys who previously have been a wee bit sacred cows, Morelos, Kent, Kamara, did leave in January. They're probably all more likely to leave in the summer, but you never know. There might be some movement there. I think that the squad needs a radical overhaul now. That's just a fact. It does. We know the 10 players going out in the summer. We're all aware of that. But when that's the case, you can't waste a window. You know, you can't just go, never mind, we'll do it all in the summer. You have to try and get in some players, even if it's just one or two. What I hope we don't do is something silly, like, I don't know, you know, Ross Wilson decides he's going to tan the next two budgets windows on Cristiano Ronaldo for 3 months. You know, it's like, yeah, it cost 20 million. It cost us 20 million, but it was totally worth it. You know, that would be very us. But I think that you should be looking at kind of sensible signings for what's available. What do you need short term? And that's the loan market you go into. What do we need short term? But can we get anyone in just now that, you know, can bed in for 6 months? Can we get anyone in who can come in? In terms of areas, you nailed it. Rangers desperately need to fix the centre of midfield and the right wing position. I think some of our attempts at both have been far too much in the whole kind of that'll do category. Like, for instance, at the start of the season, when you're looking at that right wing area, you go, well, just sign Matondo. Sakala can play there. Hadji, if he was fit, can play there. Wright can play there. Lawrence, I'm fed up with guys who can play in positions. I want guys who do play in positions, specialists who come in with a role. We need somebody in midfield who can pass the ball. Sounds simple, but you know what I mean. We've got neat and tidy midfielders, right? And you do need that. You need guys who can knit together in a possession team, who just, you know, are involved in a move that they take it from one side of the pitch to the other. Lundstrom can do that. Jack can do that. Davis can do that, right? You don't need to get Kamara does it. You don't need 4 of them. And one of the reasons, by the way, we lack creativity in the centre midfield is we've got too many of that type of player and not enough of guys who get on the ball and look forward, who want to make a pass. I've raved about Lowry before, and he's nowhere near the finished article. Nowhere near. And anyone who thinks he is, he's not, right? But he does have that ability to just get his head up and try things. We don't have guys who do that. Hadji does it. Hadji gets slaughtered for it because he gives the ball away a lot. But you're seeing this season when you've got the guy who maybe does make that one difference chance, you know, that one chance that goes in, who we don't have that. We don't have enough guys who can do that at the moment. And that's for me a key thing. So I'd like to see a midfielder. I'd like to see several midfielders, actually. I don't think they can all come in January, But over the next 2 windows, I think we need as many as 4 or 5 midfielders over the next 2 windows. We need a right winger. And we do need to be trimming some of the guys who've been around the squad for a while who we know are not good enough. That doesn't mean, by the way, that I expect us to have a squad of 26 guys who are all brilliant, right? That's not going to happen. You need your guys who can come in and do a job. But I look at somebody like Scott Wright, for example, who's been here for 2 years, had a lot of chances and has never regularly contributed enough, ever, in these cameos. You need to get somebody in who will do a bit more, right? Maybe not be the first teamer, but we can't have these guys who, when they come into the side, you think that's a huge drop-off. You will get some drop-off, but it can't be the level that we're dropping off to. And we've seen in the last couple of months that there's no point in having squad players if you don't actually ever want them to start. And that's what we've got, I think, too many of.
Far too many of.
Carney, I was going to say, I don't know if you got the email, David, when they got the email today. It's 60% off the Rangers' fourth top today. And remember what the hashtag of that one was? Break the lines, which is something we can't do because of the midfield we've got.
I know. I mean, exactly. And you need a player, right? Every team needs a player to do that, who just sits in front of defence, is there for it. When a teammate runs up a blind alley, he can turn. Davis is masterful at it. Lundstrom's very good at it. But how many games have we moan, and we're right to, by the way, about safe and boring, and that's what these guys do. That is what you need to play that role. But we're starting 3 of them, and then we're wondering why that we've no dynamism coming out of the middle of the park. It's because none of the players that's what they can do, and we keep trying guys, and sometimes they do all right. You know, we tried Lundstrom for the forward. Jack, I've seen have some good games in there. I'll be honest, I've never really seen Kamara what Gio sees in him as a kind of further forward player. But where we are in terms of our midfield, when we played Falkirk, we had 38-year-old Stephen Davis playing as a number 10. Now, he got the goal, but Rangers that night, and it wasn't all solely down to him, but that's an issue. Let's stop asking guys to do jobs that they can't do. Concentrate on them doing jobs they're good at, and get others in to do the jobs that we're not doing.
Yeah, we shouldn't be in the position now where we're asking Davis and Arfield to play week in, week out. It should never have came to this because they can't do it. They can't do it. And Kamara, I agree. I think Kamara looks like he really is not very keen on being here anymore. I've got the opinion that he doesn't want to be here. It's a real conundrum in the middle of the park. Do you think Gio, if Gio was to go, do you think, well, I think most agree that Ross Wilson would probably need to follow suit because nobody's overly impressed with his windows. Do you think Rangers stick with the director of football role if that was to happen?
Yeah, I think we'll stick with the role. I agree with you, by the way, that if Gio was to go, he certainly shouldn't be going alone. I don't think Wilson's done enough. I think part of the problem with Wilson, incidentally, is when you arrive at a club and you're given a role, which he was, once you've sort of fulfilled that, which he was, it was to get the infrastructure up to a certain level. This happens in a lot of jobs. It's happened to me in jobs. I'm sure it's happened to you boys as well. That you then go, well, this is what we do around here. And you're kind of reluctant to do the things that you changed when you came in because you've built it. And that's why I think that everyone's got a shelf life in a job. You know, maybe 3-4 years for a director of football, you get all your stuff in place. And then it's time for somebody else to come in and have a look at it with fresh eyes and say, okay, well, why don't we try this? Why don't we try that? Maybe, I don't know. But for me, Wilson's transfer record, I think, is abysmal. I mean, if we're being really honest, yes, you can point to some successes, but you can't point to enough of a hit rate of successes. This is a thing that Rangers haven't spent money. We have spent money. We've spent it badly. That's the problem. You know, and again, here's another point, that the difference between Celtic spending 20 million and us spending 14 shouldn't be that big, because you're not dealing with a radically different class of player, are you? I mean, the difference between a 5 million player and a 7 million player is not the difference between a 5 million player and a 50 million pound player. Let's be honest. So again, I get the lower budget thing, but I still think we should be getting more from what we've spent than we're actually getting. But I do think that Rangers like this particular model. I think they feel that it's necessary. So again, then you just need to go, if that's the case, are you getting everything out of that particular? Look, with any job in any business, what is this person's responsibilities? What do we want from it? What are we getting from it? And at the moment, I think a lot of Rangers fans would be, in my opinion, quite correct to question. And I don't think Ross Wilson helps himself by, when there's something good happens, he's all over it.
Yeah.
When things aren't going well, you never hear from him, and that's just an own goal. So I don't think he helps his perception there. For all we know, he's doing some amazing work, but we don't know. So we can only judge on what we see. That's that. It's not unfair. It's not us being unfair. We can only judge on the information that we have, and the information we have is that the squad isn't good enough.
We have a laugh about the night that we signed Aaron Ramsey. We did a podcast about it, mate, and we were ecstatic. It was like kids at Christmas stuff, stuff I've never seen before. And Ali, it's we get drawn into it, I think, as well a bit. But I've never asked you that. Would you stick with the director of football role?
I don't know. It's this modern day kind of philosophy for this director of football. I don't know. I'd love to go through all the signings, Ross Wilson, break them down, and we could do a pod on its own in that in terms of who's been a success, who's not been a success. But he's always going to get a few bad ones in there. But he's probably had more bad ones than good ones, if you need to be honest about it. But I do remember that Aaron Ramsey podcast that we put together when he arrived, as if he was the next Paul Gascoigne, which is signed. I think we actually referred to him as that.
But I see on that a pet hate of mine, and people do this a lot with us, as you guys will get it as well as broadcasters. People do it, they go, "Oh, you were happy at the time." I'm a fan. I'm allowed to be happy about it. This is my hobby, right? I so I don't ever want to be in that position of, "Oh, well, we've signed him, but I'm going to suck all the fucking joy right out." No, right. And see if we sign somebody in January, I'll probably be happy then as well. And he might be pish, in which case I'll say, I was happy when he arrived, but he was pish. You don't need, and this constant thing about, don't get excited, or, we won 4-1 today, but this went wrong. It's like, mate, chill, right? It's supposed to be fun. Take your enjoyment out of it where you can. So don't feel bad about being excited. Ramsey was, looked an amazing signing. Yeah, you could have said, well, fitness and whatnot. But on that night, it looked an amazing signing. Like every signing, though, you cannot judge signing when he arrives. You can't even judge him, I think, after a few weeks. You need to really wait for, in the case of a normal signing, I think you need to give them a season to see where they are. In the case of Ramsey, it was only for 4 months, so you could make your decision as soon as the season ended, and it was a failure. It's that simple. So that, Wilson got the credit for getting him, and he would have got the credit had he been a success. He wasn't a success. He gets the blame for it. That's the way football works. If it's a case of that you only get credit for good stuff and nobody ever picks you up when you make a mistake, then that's the best job in the world.
As you'll also get the no matter what happens, somebody will disagree with it. Just so if it does go wrong, they'll go, "I told you that. I told you that months ago. I told you that months ago." I'm like, right, well, it's like I'm allowed to be happy and not happy all at the same time. It's a strange one. Right, quickly.
Did you see that? That's a pet hate of mine, right? That people do it. Well, everything's pish, and it's too easy, by the way, to do that. Everything's pish, because if it then is pish, you get to, if it goes well, you're happy because you go, hey, Rangers won, I don't care, I'm wrong. And if it goes badly, do people really does it comfort them? Like if Rangers have been gubbed 4-0 at Parkhead, does the fact that you thought we would lose make you feel it? It didn't make me feel any better, right? I mean, so I don't understand that. Just enjoy it in the moment. Nobody can predict the future. Sometimes it will go well, sometimes it will go badly. You hope that it's more often that it goes well, but there's nothing wrong with being excited at exciting things. We're allowed to. It's our hobby. Try and take fun out of this leisure pursuit that we all spend stupid amounts of money on.
It's like, how dare you enjoy the hard-earned money that you spend? Like, it's like, well, of course I'm going to enjoy a Rangers goal from time to time. Like, why would I not?
I would. I remember a guy was complaining to us in the summer, just before the summer, about the people who were going to Seville, and he said nobody's thinking about us that can't go. I'm like, mate, it's not their fault. They've all paid to go to Seville, right? You know, yes, we are excited, and we're sorry that you can't go. I mean, but you know, and I just think, people can sometimes be a wee bit. Don't tell other people. I suppose I'm guilty of that just now. To say I'm not telling you how to feel. I'm urging you to be happy when you can. But look, we're as football fans, we're going to get our balls toed a lot, right? Rangers have got a habit of doing that to you. So I don't go looking for extra kicks to the balls. I will just, take the ones that are coming when they come, because they're not that pleasant. So I tend to be the same after we win a game on a Saturday night. I'll not be raging, even if the whole season isn't going well. I'll enjoy it. Doesn't mean I wake up the next morning and go, everything's perfect, because clearly it's not. But I will enjoy a win for a win's sake, and just as you say, a good goal for a good goal's sake. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely not. No, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I'll not tell you why I didn't go to Seville. I was expecting my firstborn, mate, so I couldn't go. It was like...
Oh, you couldn't. You're not the one that was carrying it.
That's what he said.
I remember saying to her, I was like, we're going to Seville then, and she's kind of looking at me, she's going, well, you're not going to Seville. I was like, I think I might be going to Seville.
I think you should have said to her, look, you got yourself into this position, Hen. You deal with it. I don't have kids, right? So my opinion on this is utterly worthless, but I've always said I don't believe that it's a spectator sport. I think that they should be in there with their mother, and the man should be in the poozer with the cigars, waiting for the text message to go, hey, and have a celebration. But no, it was quite funny, actually. My wife and I were talking about this earlier the day, that I was, when I got there, I was seeing all these photos, and she actually tweeted this, and she went, I knew that if I followed your account, I'd see where you were eventually, because I'd forgot to tell her that I'd arrived. I just got there and I was so excited. So, and it was, it was an amazing experience, an amazing time. Disappointing, obviously, to not win it, but some of those nights will live with all of us forever.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Scotia and Ali went from this podcast, and they sent back some interesting videos. I managed to piece together some form of vlog for the channel, but some of it I was like, it's just them just mumbling to each other. Ali got a bit carried away when he met James Tavernier's mother. Do you want to tell David Edgar what you said to?
Well, she was with Marcus, his brother, who plays for Bournemouth now, I think, actually. Yeah. And I said to Tav's mum, I was like, he's a credit to you. He's an absolute credit to you.
It's nice, though. Nice.
I was absolutely pissed, David, honestly.
But I also know how drunk he was when he done it, and it wouldn't have sounded as nice as that. It wouldn't have sounded nice as that. Before I let you go, David, you want to say a hi to this man? I think I'm pretty sure you know who he is. Stevie Clifford from Four Lads Had a Dream. How are you?
Good evening, gents. How are we?
It's like I'm handing over to you. Yeah. So I've done my shift now. And it's lovely to see Stevie. We go to the games together, and then put the world to rights. Again, I think that's why I'm quite calm by the time I get home, because we've sat and ranted to each other for about 45, 50 minutes before we get back. It'd be nice to come home singing a few times. Because what we'll do is we'll stick on, like cheesy rock in the car, like Meatloaf and all that kind of stuff. And what's that Journey song, Stevie?
Don't Stop Believing.
That's it. And we'll sing when we've won, but it's been a while since we've been able to do that. So I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Isn't it? So...
Aye, it has been. But listen, well done, lads. I'll away and I'll stick a donation in myself now.
Thanks, Stevie.
Congratulations, a brilliant cause, and I couldn't be handing you over to a better person to continue on the show with than Stevie.
Thank you.
I was going to say he's my Baldy brother, but we're the Baldy brothers.
Thank you so much, David, for coming on. I really appreciate it, mate. Thank you so much.
Take care, boys. Bye-bye.
Cheers. So, Ali, as well, I'll let you go, mate. You can go get your dinner, and I'll quickly bring in Ryan. Ryan, how are you, mate?
Good substitution, that is, isn't it? Me for Ryan.
I'll tell you something. That's some substitution. That's taking
I
was going
to say, I'm like Matondo coming off, and you're Scott Wright coming on. No, I'll leave you lads anyway, right? But I'll come back on later. Anyway, honestly, Carney, fantastic so far from you. Yeah,
thanks,
your
mate.
sister will be really proud of you, and the amount of money you've raised is absolutely phenomenal. But I'll go and watch you on my TV, but I'll be back on. Enjoy, lads.
All you're going to do is watch back from the start to watch yourself, mate. Don't even lie. You'll make sure you're all right.
I'll probably watch Celebrity Jungle and then come back on. I'm only joking. Anyway, I'll let you go, lads, right? Cheers.
See you later. Sorry, Stevie, that was a wee bit all over the place, mate. Thank you so much for giving up your free time, mate, to come in and do this for this cause, mate. I cannot thank you enough, mate, and welcome. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us on. I know it's such a worthwhile cause, but we would rather it wasn't under these circumstances, Scott. Heartfelt condolences to all the family and yourself. So it's the least I can do by being here and giving up a wee bit of time. Plus, sent the wife and the kids upstairs, so it's not all bad,
I've actually sent my wife and the boy to Braehead with her ma. I was like, away out, hen. I was like, I'm busy for like the next 4 hours or so. Like, you'll need to go. But no, Ryan, how are you, mate? Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you, mate. It's been not a bad start for the podcast, has it? I wish Rangers had started the season as quick as this podcast has started. It's unbelievable, and that was good. Ali putting tape over his mouth for about 45 minutes there. He didn't really say much, did he?
I know. I'm going to try my hardest not to do the same with Stevie as well. That's just like fanboy stuff for me, mate. Like, obviously I had Davey on, now I've got Stevie on. I'm like, I'm just going to ask others a questions and forget you're even here. Just quickly.
You're a top gaffer. You're a top gaffer for letting Ali away to watch Boy George as well. I'll give you that.
I know, mate. He loves a bit of Boy George, so he does. Just quickly, an update on where we are. So we are extremely close to $2,000 now, which is absolutely bonkers. We are very, very close. We are not far away at all. I can't do the maths that quick in my head, but it's probably less than £100 right now, which is superb. And I noticed Jimmy came in again with another £50, which is just bonkers, honestly. Jimmy, you're off your head, mate, but I really do appreciate it. Right, Stevie, we'll talk a wee bit about Rangers. Unfortunately, we're going to have a bit of an in-depth conversation with David about different stuff, and obviously you're a media partner as well with the club, so you see Gio quite often, and I want to get your take on how Gio's been this season when you've seen him more face to face. Do you get any read off him at all? Have you seen a change in his demeanour at all, the way things have been going this season?
Can I just say I really like Gio. Really like him. He's a top class man. He takes every single question, no matter how difficult it is. David actually said to me last week, I was like the Baldy assassin when it comes to Gio, because of the way I've kind of been with him in terms of quite direct and asking the difficult questions as such. But as I said, I really like Gio. In terms of, I've noticed a demeanour on him after Liverpool. Maybe there was I think he was shocked in terms of what he'd seen, and certainly the result. That was certainly a difficult one. Sometimes he's a bit more bullish than other times. Excuse me, in terms of where he is, but he doesn't like Gio never really goes to try and explain this. Like I've seen Gio, get beat by Celtic 2-1, and then a couple of weeks later qualify for the Europa League final, and he stays the exact same. So he's completely level, he's completely based, he doesn't go up nor down. I think this season he's been a wee bit more, you can see a wee bit more emotion from him. It's certainly in the results that have happened recently. I wouldn't say he's bit back at me a few times, but he's never dodged any question that I've asked him. He's always taken it on and answered it, which is, I think, a measure of the kind of person he is. And I've got no doubts he's really heartened by what's going on. And I've been quite forthright in my opinion on Giovanni Van Bronckhorst as Rangers manager, but it's certainly doesn't diminish my opinion of him as a man, which I think he's top class.
Yeah, we had a brief kind of moment with him. We were kindly allowed press access for the Queen of the South game. Ryan and myself went along to it and kind of getting hearing talking even before and after and stuff. He seems like just a lovely guy, like a really nice guy. So you really couldn't ask to meet a nicer guy. And I do agree. I do think he will still be hurting. But the vast majority of Rangers fans right now are not sick of his face. That's probably the wrong term. I don't mean it like that, but they are desperate for change, and change doesn't seem to be forthcoming. Do you take from today the Sky Sports interview that he'd done that Gio's not going anywhere, and do you expect him to see out the rest of the season?
No and no. What I would say is like something like today will be pre-planned. That was recorded last week before they'd even played Hearts midweek or they'd played St Mirren at the weekend. So that's not an obligation as such, but Sky Sports are, put a lot of money into Rangers media-wise, so they get that access. So no, it doesn't for me change anything. Will he be in charge at the end of the season? Look, I don't want to come on here and be ultra negative, but I don't see an immediate upturn in things, which I think is problematic for Giovanni van Bronckhorst. If he hopes to turn this around, he's going to have to put together a run of results, which unfortunately in this predicament I don't see. I think it's extremely difficult for him. So sadly, I think this can only get worse for Van Bronckhorst in terms of the gap that's there and things like that. I said after Liverpool that was the time to remove him and go from there. I'm not going to say before more damage is done. That was the words that was used. I was a bit emotional, a bit angry after that one. And it's turned out that we're now 9 points clear. So for Van Bronckhorst to have any kind of turn that around, he could go, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst could go 5-6 wins in a row. And as soon as he drops or as soon as something happens, the crowd have already went. So he's in a really difficult position for me in terms of how does he turn this around, short of winning every game to the end of the season. And I think we all sit here, fairly, realistic in the chances of that happening are thin. So, look, I think they may not have acted at the moment, but unfortunately, I think it might get to a position where they've got no choice.
Ryan, your thoughts on what we've just spoke about there, and your take from the Sky Sports interview, and do you believe that Gio is now going to get to the end of the season? What do you think the board's plans are? I know that's like the $1 million question, mate, but you know what I mean.
Just put me under pressure straight away then, that's fine. I think Stevie makes a few good points here. I was quite interested to hear. Obviously, the one that we've heard on Sky Sports today is pre-recorded. I'd quite like to ask Stevie this. Do you think, the board would be, I'd be surprised if the board don't have a shortlist together of potential replacements of Van Bronckhorst? In my opinion, I hate calling for the man's head, but I think he should have been removed from his position before now. If the right man became available, let's just say, for talking sake, and I'm not saying this is who I would like, say Sean Dyche was happy to come to Rangers today and Van Bronckhorst was happy to take a reduced package, do you think the board would push that through now? Or do you think the reason why he's not been removed is because of the financial situation?
I don't think it's got anything to do with finances, so I would rule that out straight away. I think that, I wrote a piece this morning, which is where I am on it. I can understand why this board would want to stick with Van Bronckhorst. He's, a tremendous European run, Scottish Cup victory, Champions League qualification, the player sales of Calvin Bassey, which raised the club an incredible amount of money, Joe Rebo sales, etc. So I understand that, and I get that completely of why they may feel like they're duty bound to allow him the chance to turn that around. And with the amount of injuries we've had, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst has got a case to say that I should be given a wee bit longer of time now. I understand that. It's not for me to sit here and say I disagree with it. I'm on record as publicly being where I am on Van Bronckhorst, so I don't think there's much need to kind of keep going into that. But what I would say is I completely understand the board's situation with that. But what I would have liked, and this is where I have complete difficulty dealing with this Rangers board, is that there's a silence surrounding it. Now, if we're going to back Van Bronckhorst, then come out and back him. Just, say that no matter where it's going, we're going to give him time to turn it around. It may get worse, but we're going to stick out with this. We're going to reevaluate the squad in January and we'll go from there. The silence does nobody any favours at all because it's a vacuum and people will fill it. And not only that, the pressure on Van Bronckhorst isn't really fair either. Giovanni Van Bronckhorst says a lot, but says a little. And if you listen to the stuff that he says, it's really quite interesting. And I believe that, people should be doing more to help him in terms of contracts, in terms of signings and things like that. It's always, he's the one having to answer when he's basically saying, you need to ask Ross Wilson these questions and things. Well, that's fine. Where is Ross Wilson? So the strategy of this board since Australia has been silence since everything. And that's the issues I have. And if we are here with Van Bronckhorst and this is our strategy and this is what we're doing going forward, then come out and speak to us and tell us. Because I don't think we can be silent and try and hope that this situation goes away. Because if we come back from this break, I don't think Leverkusen will be anywhere near a sellout. And then we've got a difficult run. Hibs, Aberdeen, Ross County away, Hibs obviously at home. Then you've got Motherwell at home and Celtic. So are we just kicking the can down the road a wee bit and saying, well, we'll just keep going? And, we need clarity. And I'm pretty sure if the board come out and said, look, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst has done X, Y, Z. We feel that we should stick with him, especially through the injuries. We're going to work with him to ensure that we can turn this around as a collective. I'm pretty sure the fan base would go, right, okay, fine. At least we have that clarity. Let's at least get behind him and see where it takes us. Because I know I would personally. It doesn't matter if I feel that he's the right man for the job. If we were told that that's the situation, then of course I would back him because I want the best for what's in the club. But Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, then, it's not all on everybody else. He's got to change his methods and things as well. So it's a bit of a long-winded answer to your question, mate. But in terms of that, I kind of think it isn't simplistic just to say it's one thing or the other.
I think you're spot on with that answer, Stevie, to be fair, because I know myself and Carney, you'll be the same. The frustration is the club keep coming out with this fan engagement, and as you say, it's radio silence from the board on all fronts. And we got that wee kind of snippet from John Bennett a few months ago where he kind of made this attempt to kind of tell us everything's okay. But I think the silence from the board in regards to Van Bronckhorst's situation is what's breaking down the communication with the fans again.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is there's a lot of anger at the moment. So I can understand them not coming out and saying 2-3 days after. But we're nearly now a week on. And I think, how it looks to us, and it doesn't matter. This is what I commented on this last week. The board can sit and say to us and say to the fan base that we don't agree with what you're saying and we think your complaints are silly. That's absolutely fine. That's their viewpoint. I get that. But they still have to recognise it because it's a polarising and sorry, that's the wrong word. It's an overall feeling amongst the fan base that we're upset with how things are being run. We don't like the lack of communication. Australia is still very much, it was 6 months ago, but it's still very much angers the fan base. There's certain things that are going on, when it comes to tickets, when it comes to club partners, with regards to your trips abroad and things like that. I'm struggling for the words at the moment, sorry. But there's loads of little issues which are all building up, and instead of communicating and solving these things, it's radio silence, which doesn't help anyone. And I think that breeds anger amongst everything, because the anger then goes from Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, Ross Wilson, to the people on the board that run the club and stuff. And I'm kind of loath to start having a go at Douglas Park and things when he's 20 million deep into the club. But if you're going to be chairman of Rangers, be chairman of Rangers. We haven't seen this man in so long, and I've got every respect for him. I really do. And He's done an incredible job in terms of money putting in. The club are now balanced and things like that. I get all that. But the position of chairman for Rangers is more than just a figurehead. It needs to be an active collective. We need leadership and guidance through this. And it's not forthcoming. And I think that's where the anger and the disappointment comes. People are now turning their attention towards the boardroom and focusing more on that because of the way that things are going in other places.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. I couldn't have really put it any better, Stevie, to be honest. I think that's very true. I am of the opinion, and I've said it before in the pod, that I do believe Gio should have went some time ago, and most of the boys in the pod are pretty much along the same lines of that. And that is why now the board will come under scrutiny, because we believe action should have been taken. And the silence is just, it's one of the most frustrating things in the world. I do believe the wee interview with Sky Sports today is the board are going to try and hide behind that. I don't believe we'll hear anything from them. It brings me on to my next question, mate. It looks like Gio's going to be here until, well, at least January anyway. Does Ross Wilson back him in the transfer market?
Ross Wilson's a bit of a sore point for me, so I don't believe that Ross Wilson. I believe that Ross Wilson is more of an issue than Giovanni Van Bronckhorst. I think that several windows have been wasted. You know, according to the accounts, he's spent over 40 million and 26 players coming in, and you're looking at maybe a handful of them being positive signings for the club. At a time where we were to kick on and he was to identify after winning the league, we've been turned around in 6 months. So, and then we're now 18 months into that, and the squad it's got no assets. Contractually, it's a mess. It's lopsided. The wage bill is massively high, like far too high for the output we're getting. On average, I think I've seen a stat saying that our wage bill for the first team is 39 million, and on average, it's £28,000 per man. So that to me is farcically high for what we're getting. The number of injuries, it's the players we're signing, who's doing the due diligence on them when they're coming in. I understand taking a rough diamond, etc., but some of them that have came in, you look at them and wonder who scouted these boys. So, there's a lot there for me to kind of unpack before I even get to Van Bronckhorst. This is where it comes to, if you said to me, right, Stevie, we're keeping Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, and this is the reasons why, the ones that we talked about before, Europe, money coming in, Scottish Cup, etc., and we're going to give Van Bronckhorst complete control on who comes in January. We're going to give him complete control on the contracts. Then I would be like, right, okay, I understand that, because at least we're backing him, at least we're all in. But at the moment, if we get to January and he's still not allowed the kind of players he wants in, he's still not allowed to kind of get involved with the contracts. And that's my own opinion. I don't believe that he has any say. And this goes back to what I said about Giovanni Van Bronckhorst saying a lot but saying little. We've asked him before on contracts, and we asked him about Robbie McCrory, sorry. I always get them mixed up. But they're both good goalies, to be fair. But Robbie McCrory, when he renewed his contract, we said to him, is this in view to him being club number one? And have you spoke to him about his future? No, I didn't take anything to do with the renewal. And that to me was striking. And I've then pushed him in later weeks, and we've asked him, where are we with Ryan Kent? Where are we with Alfredo Morelos? Don't know. That's not a question for me. You need to ask Ross Wilson. I'm still hopeful, but you need to ask Ross Wilson. And then today in the Sky Sports thing with signings and things, I'll sit down with Ross Wilson. At what point are we saying that Giovanni Van Bronckhorst is a head coach, not a manager? So this is where I am. If you're going to keep him, then let him do it his way. Let him get a fair crack at it. If you're not going to let him get a fair crack at signings and things coming in, then for me, you've already made up your mind on where you are with him, and you're just pushing it down the road slightly. So we either go all in, you either back him or sack him. And that's my opinion at the moment. And if you're not going to back him, then you'd be as well as making the change and allowing the new guy 6 months to bed in and see where we are and get ready for next year. Because if you kick it down the road to the summer, we're just going to be in the same question. So again, long-winded answer to your question. When we come to January, if you're going to keep Van Bronckhorst, then you back him completely. And I could see, and I think everybody could understand why they would do that if they're going to do it. But if you keep him and he's just a token figurehead and somebody else is making the decisions, And bear in mind that what we've seen from Van Bronckhorst when signings have come in, he's not exactly been favourably using them. So, January, he pretty much seen the discontent he had for the signings coming in the summer. We were questioning him after Napoli, saying, not one of the 7 have played. So it's either all or nothing for me.
And what you said there, would you do away with the director of football role in that sense? If it was going to go down that road, obviously you think the problem's more at Ross Wilson's door than it is Gio's. Would you remove the director of football role from Rangers and just have the manager take control?
Yeah, I've been quite vocal on doing that before in terms of I don't think the position works necessarily in Scotland. I don't think it works. I think we've seen firsthand the problems with it. I can see why the club might want it, but for me, I don't think Ross Wilson has done enough. You only have to look at the team now, and we're still the best players that we've got are all under Mark Allen. So that for me is really problematic when we are trying to defend his position at the club, and this is where I think it's unfair on Van Bronckhorst. So we've got a situation where he's having to take all the questions on contracts and everything else. Where's Ross Wilson during these times? Like, come out and speak, or it's not always when signings are made and you're peeking through the door and you're getting the acclaim for it. It's all or nothing for me. But in terms of Ross Wilson's possession, Ross Wilson's more of an issue to me than Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, and that's only my opinion. So, would I get away? Would I take the director of football position away and let Van Bronckhorst have overall control? Yes, I would.
I agree, mate. I 100% agree. I would love to get rid of the director of football role, because I think, ultimately, Mark Allen and Ross Wilson. Mark Allen probably had more of a hit rate than Ross Wilson has, but I don't see it. I don't see it worth the money, if that makes sense. I don't see it worth the wage. I think Gio, the fact that we don't have one prospect Dutch player within our team, it just rings alarm bells to me, because surely Dave Voss and Mackay and Van Bronckhorst know someone that would be able to add something to this team. So I don't really carry on to you.
I was just going to say, I don't mean to interrupt you. Giovanni, again, Van Bronckhorst said something very interesting, and he was asked that. He was asked that just a couple of weeks ago in a presser. And he said that sometimes a coach will want something and he wants it immediately to happen, but the club have a different outlook, so the coach doesn't always get what he wants. This is where I say to people that Giovanni Van Bronckhorst is really interesting in what he says. It's not, he doesn't say a lot, but what he says, if you listen, is actually very interesting. Giovanni Van Bronckhorst couldn't have spelled it out any more for us in terms of he doesn't have control of contracts. He's not come out and verbally said it, but everything he said in between the lines, he doesn't really have control of who's coming in. He has a say. I think he said it was a collective. I'm not so sure that's the case either. I think it's Giovanni Van Bronckhorst has a say and Ross Wilson has the final say. Now, that's part and parcel of, you see issues. Remember at Manchester United, particularly at Spurs as well, they used to talk about these aren't manager signings. So I think we are in danger of going down that route too much. And that's where I feel sorry for Van Bronckhorst. I don't think for a second he would have chosen some of the guys that came in, and that's where I've got issues. And that's why it goes back to my previous point in terms of, if you say to me, this is Gio in January, are you going to back him, etc.? This is why we're going to do it. I understand it if they're going to give him the input that he needs. Ryan, your thoughts on that?
I just find it so interesting, Stevie's insights, and that's kind of, obviously we had the game where we were in at the Queen of the South game, and you get a totally different insight into Van Bronckhorst and what's happening with these questions, and because you don't always read it in fan media or elsewhere. See, for me, Stevie, that's what you're kind of, the picture you're painting there is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there's not there's not the relationship you should have between a director of football and a manager. And there's something for me doesn't sound right there. Do you think, and I might be unfair in saying that, I can tell by your expression straight away, but do you think that has been the problem with Gerrard when he's left? Because that happened too quickly for me, and with his body language the week before or 10 days before that, saying that he was happy where he was, and something changed for me. Do you think there was he was having the same kind of problems that possibly Van Bronckhorst is having now?
I think Steven Gerrard wanted to kick on. I think that's obvious. I think if we read between the lines now, I've been told straight from the horse's mouth that there was no interest in Kevin Nisbet. Completely not, and that was not the reason. I then asked the question, well, was it Joey Veerman? And that was never denied. So I definitely think there's issues with Steven Gerrard in terms of he maybe wanted X, Y, Z, and he didn't get it. So I've written this before and I've said it before, so this is nothing new. But I'm not sure there's an issue between Van Bronckhorst and Ross Wilson. That's not what I'm suggesting. As far as I'm aware, Ross Wilson and Steven Gerrard got on very well. So it's not an issue of them getting on well. I think it's an issue of who's really got the power in terms of who makes the key decisions. And I just don't believe that that's Ross Wilson. Whereas Steven Gerrard is a bigger figurehead, and he was able to say, look, what Steven Gerrard wanted, he got, regardless. Sales, players not getting sold. And at the time where he really wanted to kick on, he didn't get it. And I think that's the problem, because he then saw what was going to happen where we are now. So I think that's the issue. Whereas, Ross Wilson and Giovanni Van Bronckhorst, I'm not suggesting in any way that there's an issue between them. I just don't think that Van Bronckhorst is maybe as strong as Gerrard is with regards to saying, well, hold on, you're doing it my way or not. So that's maybe the way it is. So it's just one of these things. Like I think that Van Bronckhorst is more of a head coach than he is a manager. So it's a difficult one. I don't want to sit here and suggest there's issues that aren't here, but I can suggest that from what he said to me, what he said in media conferences that I've seen him in, I would suggest that he's more of a head coach than he is a manager. And I don't think that Van Bronckhorst is likely to stand up the way that Gerrard would have.
That's fair enough. Stevie, I could literally sit and talk to you all night, mate. I'm not even kidding on. I kind of want to just keep going. I'm like, wow, right, I've got loads of questions. I don't want to take up too much of your time, mate. Look, from the bottom of my heart, mate, I can't thank you enough for doing what you've done to make sure you could come on tonight. It really does mean a lot to me, means a lot to the lads. I really appreciate you coming on. I didn't even get to the fun questions, mate, because I actually forgot when you were talking and Ryan was talking to you. I was like, I thought I was just watching a podcast and I was just kind of getting into it. But your insight's fantastic, mate. I would love one day in the future, mate, not these circumstances, to have you on again, mate, and we'll do a proper an hour long chat, mate, because I think me and Ryan especially would absolutely love to pick your brain about things. But honestly, mate, thank you so much.
Sure. Listen, I'm just a normal fan like everybody else, so I'm lucky enough that I've got a wee bit of insight and managed to get recognition in terms of what we do, but it's just fan media. Like, I think that we all do a fantastic job and we all do it from the heart and for the club we love, and it's brutally honest, and it's why people love it. So I would love to come on the podcast anytime. Just give us a shout. You know where I am. And it's a pleasure to come on. I wish it was different circumstances, and again, I echo what I said at the start of the show, but this is a tremendous thing you've done, and it was a pleasure speaking to you. I ramble on, that's my issue. Like 30 minutes goes by like that because I'm just waffling on. So, but listen, really appreciate being invited on, and I'm a celeb now for me in a quiet Friday. I'm actually refereeing. I'm refereeing 2 games tomorrow, so I've got a busy day tomorrow. So I'll see who's
None of them's down in Ayrshire. None of them's down in Ayrshire, are they, Stevie?
No, where am I tomorrow? I'm Easterhouse, I think, and then I'm Greenock. So a wee bit of journeying about. Adults in the morning, and then I think maybe under 15s in the afternoon. So that'll be a challenge to keep up. I'm not like the old chins are starting to like.
That's why I've got a beard, mate. I've got a beard because it hides my chins.
It's great seeing as we're getting to the colder, the colder weather and going to games and that. I'll just have my snood on all the time, and it's just it's part cold and it's part to hide these things. So tomorrow should be a lot of fun, and that's my weekend. So as I said, gents, look, great to come on and great to speak to you and stuff like that. And I'm sorry it's under these circumstances, but keep doing what you're doing, and the nice comments that people have said, and I really appreciate it.
No, all the best, mate, and I'll definitely be. I'll be ringing your ear, mate, to get you back on. That's for absolute sure. It's been a real pleasure, mate. Take care of yourself, Stevie, and I'll speak to you very soon, mate.
Gentlemen, thank you. Good night. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. Take care, Stevie.
Madness, this, mate. I actually had a pinch myself moment, and this is, look, I know I'm kind of, this is all self gratification, this bit here, I know, but I had David Edgar and Stevie Clifford on my podcast, and I was just like, sorry, what's happened here? Like,
how good is it? Like, how good is it? I was in the comments when Ali was on, and I was saying, Ali, you're not going to say anything and put a bit of, take the tape off your mouth, but see, getting those guys' insight, mate. Like, I know you had the questions sitting there for what's your favourite player, all that nonsense, and I know it's to fill up a pod, but see, those guys, you want their insight because they're closer to the management and closer to the club where we'd love to be, and their insight's brilliant. I could listen to Stevie all night. He's great.
Me too. Absolutely brilliant. Just a quick update, everybody. I'm pretty sure we definitely have. We are now well past $2,000 total. Like, this is blowing my mind. I'm not even kidding on. This is just this is insanity. It really is. But we are now well past, combining with the Just Giving and combining with the donations in the chat tonight. We are past $2,000. Genuinely, it was like 400 quid. I was saying to my missus, I was like, if I get 400 quid, I would be absolutely over the moon. This is just unbelievable. Genuinely, absolutely unbelievable, the support that you are giving us for this. It's incredible. Really is incredible. I'm just going to play a wee video just now, just to explain why we're doing this, and it's not because I need to go to the toilet, okay? Hello everyone, Scott here. Thank you for joining us for this podcast for the British Heart Foundation. This is a podcast marathon that I have put together in order to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. Why am I doing this, you may ask? So let me explain a little bit. My sister Emma sadly passed away on the 25th of October 2022 with a heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which, for those that don't know, is a thickening of the heart muscle. She was 30 years young when Emma sadly passed away. Emma also suffered a stroke when awaiting a heart transplant, which ultimately left her with a battle that she was never going to win. Through all of it, she never gave up, and if anything, she went against all odds and recovered to have a real quality of life. To explain a wee bit about how Emma passed, she was in hospital for a fairly routine. She was in and out of hospital for a number of years, and they weren't happy with her blood pressure and medication, etc. And people that know people with a heart condition will know that it's a unique thing. Every case tends to be quite unique. None of them really seem to be the same. And they were, as I say, trying to get things correct for her, and she suddenly just passed. So to say it devastated my entire family is a bit of an understatement, to be honest. It was a real sore one for us all to take. The reason that I decided to do things for the British Heart Foundation is, even when my sister wasn't well, she used to raise money for the British Heart Foundation. Things like when her birthday and that was coming round, she would ask people to donate to the charity instead of buying her birthday presents and the likes. So in her honour, in her memory, I decided to do this for her, to raise as much as I could for the charity that was so close to her, and which then ultimately is so close to me. Emma was my only sibling, and it was safe to say that she's a bit of a hero of mine, so that's why I've decided to do this. All I can ask is, if you can spare £1, please do so, and help me raise as much money in honour and in memory of my sister Emma. So to donate, all you have to do is go to the Just Giving link that is in the description for this podcast. It's at the top, and it's about halfway down as well, I think. If you don't want to do that, you can do it through the live chat function. You can donate through there. It's a super chat function. You donate through there. Anything donated through there will be going straight to the charity as well. But I do encourage everybody to try and do it through Just Giving, because most of the money raised through that will go directly to the charity. So I would encourage you, please, to do so that way. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show, and thank you again for tuning in and supporting us. Cheers. And as if by magic, our next guest is here. That was quite good, actually. That worked out rather well. Ryan, you seem to have moved location.
I'll tell you another time.
But yes, joining us now is, fan media, Facebook, Instagram, I don't know what you are. Really, you're kind of everywhere, aren't you, mate? Aren't you? I am delighted to be joined by Chris from Rangers on Tour. Chris, big man, how are you?
I'm very good. I'm very, very happy to be here. Unfortunately, the Rangers medical team was working with my computer, so I had a bit. I was panicking here. I was like, I thought you were ready to go. You know, I think it was it's no longer called a computer bug. It's called a roof.
No, no, I was playing the wee video there, mate, because I needed a comfort break. Yeah. So for people that don't know, Chris, I'm pretty sure everybody does, but you are Rangers on. Well, you're not just you. I know there's a number of you. I always say it's just you, and it's not just you. No. But there's a number of you that do Rangers on Tour. You're on what? Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everything, aren't you?
Yep. We're on it. We're on everything.
TikTok as well. You do the dances on TikTok. Do you know, Chris?
Hey. I may be a big fella, but I'm good on my feet. I'm good on my feet. Actually, yes. How you doing, Ryan?
Are you the same as Scotia? Do you have an OnlyFans?
That's in the pipeworks. Actually, today I was even looking at possibly starting a Mastodon account because of all the Twitter chaos that was going on.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Mastodon's the one that everybody's all thinking about leaving Twitter to go and join. And yeah. So I had a look at it, and then the same as well as people have got issues with YouTube, and they're all wanting to join a thing called Rumble and stuff like that as well. So yeah. There's all every time I hear a new social media, I'm like, oh, I better go and check that one out and see what's going on there.
just in case. You never know. Just in case.
Plus the fact as well is like Ryan, you know, our mutual friend. The last time I done this podcast, I wore the t-shirt for Eddie's band. We know the same guy. A guy called Eddie, and he's a big Celtic fan. So I wore his t-shirt on this podcast, and I showed him a picture of this podcast to say, I wore your band on a Rangers podcast just to bam him up.
Yeah. You know, you'll remember Eddie, would you, Ryan?
Ed Hughes?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm still close with Ed. I speak to him quite a lot. I got to gig some of that, but unfortunately supports the wrong team.
He does support the wrong team.
Well, he claims he's a Formula One fan. I think that's his hiding note.
That was his excuse during the 55 season, that's for sure.
That's it. Now he's a master tactician again in the group chat.
He's fully fledged fan of the Big Ange Club. I'm a Formula One fan, but I'm still definitely a Rangers fan. Like, I'm never going to hide behind Formula One, but I do like for my sons. I do like for my missus hates that I sit and watch Formula One. She just one of the things she can't understand at all. But anyway, we're not here to talk about Formula One. I suppose we probably could. But
we're talking talking about people going in circles. Let's talk about Rangers.
Let's talk about Rangers, mate. Yes, let's talk about Rangers. So, Chris, we've literally, mate, I don't know if you were watching, we literally just picked the brains of David Edgar and Stevie Clifford there. It's always good to do that with the lads because they've obviously got a wee bit more of an insight than we tend to get. It was brilliant. So I'll go back to not the start, but your overall take on what you've seen this season, and were you feeling optimistic at the kick-off of the season?
I think anybody's feeling optimistic at the start of the season. It's the thing that makes you, you get your season ticket and you're looking at the new strip and stuff like that, and you're absolutely buzzing for the start of the season. And then my work, I went to the Livy game, and I was just like, excellent. And then the referee blew the whistle, and I was like, oh no, this doesn't look good at all. Yeah, it was not good at all. But again, it's just don't know what to say.
No, I know. No, that's the thing. And to say we've been trying our hardest, Ryan. I think we got criticised, mate. We were a negative podcast for I don't know how long there. But again, I'm always going to call things how I see it, and I'm never going to pretend the glass is half full when it clearly isn't. But I mean, Chris is probably right there, mate. At the start of the season, none of us would have really, really, really hand on heart anticipated we'd be in this situation right now.
No, not as bad. I did have I'm always a pessimist when it comes to Rangers, but I did have a horrible feeling that there's something not clicking, something not looking right with us. That Livingston game were for me far too slow at passing the ball at the back for the first game of the season. not saying we should have flew out the blocks, but you'd expect your team to look a bit sharp and have a bit of an identity about them, and we had no identity about it. Was that Livingston game, scraped through, got the win, and that theme continued on, mate, didn't it? It just didn't get any better really throughout the first half of the season. It could have been worse. Let's be honest. There were a few games we scraped through and got a win, but it's not ideal. 9 points is it's a big enough gap for me, mate. I think it's as we've already spoke about. I think it's just about done, and we find ourselves in a situation with our backs against the wall, and all these Rangers players can do is come out fighting after when we come back from the break. They have to come out fighting, whether it's Van Bronckhorst or not, and we need to see a change in their attitude as well and their fitness, because I think their fitness has been well off.
Absolutely. No, I don't think there's any great doubt in that. My fear is that nothing will change. But that's just me. My fear is nothing will change. Chris, I mean, I don't think we've really had the conversation, mate. I know we sometimes meet up outside the stadium when we get a chance, and we're not trying to quickly finish a pint in the pub. Do you think the board should have acted a while ago with Gio? Do you think we are delaying the inevitable here?
I just think that there's two sides of the club. There's the financial side and the football side, and I think that the board we're on the financial side. The spreadsheets are all adding up, and we're doing our side of the job, and the football side is Ross Wilson and his team, and I think that's just the way they're looking at it. I don't think that they're really getting involved. Like, obviously, I've seen your podcast and numerous others, and again, we'll get to the World Cup. Are we second in the league? Yeah, we're in second league. We qualified for the Champions League. We're still in the cup and all that, and it's all this sort of kind of business tick boxing sort of thing of like, whereas like, you know, you go to the games and you see it and you watch the game and you can see the danger coming. You know, you can see teams how they break throughs or a goal's going to happen. You know, so we're no daft, but at the end of the day, everyone's all going, well, that's not my job. I'm doing my side of the job. That's your job to do. You know, and would they sack Gio? I saw earlier on when you had Ross for the Rangers rabble. I think that because he's still here, I'm still not convinced that I think they'll just stick with him. I think they will. I think they'll stick with him.
I'm of the belief, mate, that it's going to take. I mean, it's easy to say, but maybe I'm just setting myself up so I'm not disappointed, mate, that he's going to be here to the end of the season. I think obviously if we get hammered in the upcoming Old Firm game, if we get hammered, if we drop, like, if we just drop points, but if we are very unconvincing in any game and we lose by a significant amount, I don't think he'll survive, because the fans will just. I suppose they're kind of putting up with it just now, to a certain extent. I think everybody that you speak to is convinced that the board should have acted by now. They haven't. Obviously, I do believe that the wee Sky Sports interview we got today is pretty much. I know Stevie Clifford said for Four Lads that it had been recorded about a week ago or over a week ago. However,
Bill counts that Gio's away on holiday with his family.
Yeah, but I do think that the board will hide behind that now and say, well, there's your statement. He's not going anywhere, because why would Sky Sports continue to put it out like if there was action coming? So I don't believe that it is going to happen. If Gio was to go, mate, I asked a question to Stevie about this, and I actually asked David as well. David Edgar said that he believes the club will continue on with the director of football role. Stevie Clifford says he would do away with it. Now, I don't think there's any doubt, mate, that Ross Wilson is under scrutiny as well. A lot of people blame him more than they blame Gio, but it's easier to get rid of a manager. That's a perception in football anyway. If Gio was to go, Ross Wilson, I believe, has to follow. Do Rangers continue with a director of football role?
I think Ross Wilson will stay in his role, and I think like any job in life, you know, shit rolls down the hill. So if you're at the top, you're not going to get it. So the most obvious thing would be that Gio would lose his job. I think in terms of, like I said, the guys who are running the club, I think they're businessmen. I don't think they're football guys. So I think this is why they've went down the director of football route. So like I said earlier on, as long as as long as all the balance sheets are all ticking, they're quite happy. We've seen it. Obviously with the big story with Cristiano Ronaldo. Manchester United are a really obvious one that is. As long as the club's still making money, we might win a cup here and there. But if you're a club that's built on success and built on winning, that's the expectations of the fans. We kind of saw the league slip away last season with throwing away stupid points, but we had that, that run to Europe. So we all got behind that. And in the summer, we saw nothing was happening. But again, we were kind of like, right, let's just pump the brakes. Things are going to happen. We will buy players. Players will leave. Something's going to have to happen. And then we had that wee flurry of players who came in, players who left, and then we're like, right, okay, good. Let's move forward. And I was probably the same. I thought as soon as we qualified for Europe, I was like, right, we're going to get a goalkeeper. We're going to get a right-sided centre mid. We're going to get people who are going to make an impact and who want to come and play Champions League level of football. But yeah, I think the most glaring one has obviously been the levels of fitness. From like I posted this morning, like last season, regardless of who we were playing with, we always had that extra gear. We would play a game on a Wednesday night, go to extra time. Then we'd play on the Sunday and we'd go to extra time. Today, we're sitting there watching it going, either they've got 30 minutes in the first half or 30 minutes in the second half. We're relying on players who last season had other equally as good players round about them to shoulder the burden. And now we don't have those players, but we're still somehow continuing to play like they were there, and it's no disrespect to who we've got in the team, but if you've not got that level of quality in your side, you need to change your tactics. You need to kind of understand that, okay, we can't play that level of football, and and that's the frustration. It's the frustration of this isn't working. Do something else. and then you've got Livingston at home where we went, oh, we're going 2 up top. Wait a minute, we've got 5 strikers on. What's happening here?
It was just throw something at the wall and hope something sticks, mate. Wasn't it? That when we got to that point, I do agree with you. I think there's at points where we've played better football in terms of. We've kind of took the shackles off, we've took the handbrake off, and we've went for it a bit, and we've played through teams, and it's worked. And then the following week, or the next game, you're back to this horseshoes, everybody likes to call it, and maybe it is horses for courses thing, that Gio's just will continue to play the same way, and maybe the players in their head are going, but we don't have the players to play that way, we don't have the players that you're looking for. Look, and I know everything gets kind of put on to Tom Lawrence, because he made an impact, he did, and I liked him because he was in the box, he's a modern day better footballer as well than Scott Arfield. That's the way I look at him. He's much more willing to get forward. Maybe because his legs can do it now. Maybe so that. But I do believe there's a massive hole within there, and I think Tillman took pretty harsh criticism at points, even though he does have that demeanour sometimes that drives you bonkers when you're watching a footballer. But without Lawrence there, he is going to look like that player, because he doesn't have anybody around him to do the dirty work, to do the leg work, to do the box to box, because Tillman is not box to box. He will win the ball back when he sees an opportunity to win the ball back. Do you know what I mean? He is that type of player. So there's a lot of stuff kind of combining under Gio that's not really going in his favour. I suppose the injuries is probably the main one. Speaking of injuries, mate, who do you think's the most critical for Rangers to get back? Have I just mentioned one of them in Tom Lawrence?
I would probably say Tom Lawrence, and then after that I would say Connor Goldson. Out of the summer signings, probably obviously the most standouts being Cholak, and then after that I would say Lawrence, and then thirdly I would say he's kind of came into a bit of a shit show. But see, if we'd have had the likes of Lawrence and Goldson fit, I feel Ben Davies would have just slotted right into this team and, would have been there, because And again, it's the players. I saw somebody were people talking about earlier on. We seem to be going for these project players, young players who are they could become something, or a player who was something, and they're looking to try and do it again. But the three players who have made most positive impact are who are all like 28 and 29, the ages of football players where you want them, who are going to come in and they're going to go right into the first team. It's great to have these young. Tillman's a fantastic player, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, like, you sit in the club deck, I sit behind the goals in the Copeland Road, and see if you see him when he's in the box, his level of close control and his ability, his balance and everything is fantastic. But the fact is, these sorts of guys need grafters round about them. Like if you went back to I always said it as well when people, ever since he got injured, people have kind of put a kind of a thing on Hadji. Like if Hadji comes back, everything's going to change. I've always been a big fan of Hadji, but again, I kept on going back to somebody like Ronald de Boer. Ronald de Boer was only got to be like that because of the players he had round about him, who he wasn't going to track back. But when he got the ball, he was going to open up defences. He was going to do something. And I feel Hadji's that type of player, and I feel Tillman's that type of player. So if you've got those types of players on your side, you've got to surround them with guys who are willing to, put in the hard graft. And we're asking far too much of John Lundstrom. Asking far too much of him.
I agree. I believe that Lundstrom also gets a bit of a raw deal as well, because I think he takes it a lot on himself as well, because he realises that he's probably the only one that can really do it in the terms of the kind of not carry the team. That's probably maybe to a certain extent, maybe carry the team in the middle of the park, especially because he knows he's not got the legs round about him to do it, to do the job for him. So no, I think Lundstrom, and plus you're playing him at centre back at times, and it's just the most horrific thing. Just quickly, I'm going to bring in the man, the myth, the legend, that is Mr. Scott Gemmell. Scotia, how are you? I think Ryan is having an absolute mare with his with his Wi-Fi, mate. So I think he's off.
Well, hi, evening, Carney. No, the Helensburgh Wi-Fi has migrated all the way down to air, I think, the night. Having that made into because I was just messaging him there saying I'm worried that mine's is going to mess up the night with everyone coming in and out. But no, he's suffering what I usually suffer. But how are you boys doing?
I'm all right.
Yes, good, mate. Right. You seem pretty clear, mate. To be fair, that seems like a quite good signal. Your dad must be pedalling furiously, mate. To be fair.
Must be going mental, yes.
Yeah, you have met, and you of course used to have met. Yes.
Oh, we meet Chris outside all the time.
Yeah.
Well. Also, I met you the morning after the Napoli game, and I was going to a work thing, and I was in the train station, and I'm like, with my stuff, I'm going to a seminar, and there's Scotia rocking up. All right, it's like, hiya, how's it going?
Blame ScotRail for that one, Chris. Blame ScotRail for that one.
Of course, definitely Scott. Definitely ScotRail's fault, Scotia. Yes, definitely. Yeah. That's funny, man. That's brilliant. No, nice to see you, Scotia. Nice to see you, mate. Thank you for joining us. I'm becoming a wee bit like, have I already said that before? It's getting to that stage. Right. Where were we? What were we talking about? I got all distracted. See what I mean? Professionals.
We're talking about John Lundstrom, but like
John Lundstrom, like Scotia's favourite topic, actually.
I know, but like I said, like I don't know about you. I don't know about you. Like obviously, you talk about like talking to each other. Like we meet each other at halftime in the concourse, stuff like that. Where I sit, we've got a good crowd of guys where we all sit and we all have a chat and stuff like that. And that's what we were all saying at the last home game, was that last season you had, Tavernier and Goldson were the kind of ever presence, and then we also had like Bassey, who would come out and they would, he had that engine on him and he could run up the pitch and he could get right in front of players, and then also as well as Aribo. And again, like for us to let all them to go, like it wasn't just that, we lost players like 6'3" who are all like solid units. Balogun as well, physical football players who can all play. And that's the thing, it's like as fans, we've seen this. We saw this with Le Guin. Scottish football is it's all psychological and heart. Like, you've got to be willing to just give everything out on the pitch, and it doesn't matter how technical you are. And even the guys that we've seen who are fantastic technical football players had to adapt really, really quickly, like your Laudrups and your Gascoignes and stuff like that. Like they were like, right, okay, this isn't the football I expected it to be, so they had to adapt. And this is what, and for somebody like Van Bronckhorst, who has played for Rangers, who was in that Rangers team who got humped at Parkhead with Advocate, like you're just sitting there going, like, you know what's happening here. You're sitting there being around. It's like at half time in one of the games, Ian Ferguson came out, and you're just like, yeah, you played with him. He was famously absolutely tore through that team after the 6-2 game, and he tore into the manager and said, no, we don't keep going. If we're losing the game, we shut up shop and we stop trying to attack, and we just defend for our lives, or we just get physical. And that's just no, like, yeah, we can't just resort to this. It's all right. We're war. It's Warburton again. That's what it is. It's just Warburton again.
Yeah, it kind of it's starting to feel like that. As you say, when people start making the comparisons, you're like, oh my God, is that where we're getting to? Do you know what I mean? Are we going that far back? It's a tough one. Right, before I let you go, Chris, we'll do a wee bit of light-heartedness, shall we? We'll raise the mood back up. I didn't actually get a chance, as I say, with David Edgar and Stevie Clifford. It was just a bit fanboy material, and I was just wanting to ask him hundreds of questions. Not that I'm not a fan of yours, mate. Don't take it that way. I don't mean it like that. Of course, mate. Of course,
I'm shutting this laptop down.
Don't take it like that, mate.
I'm going to find you right now and ban you off my page. That's what I'm doing.
Aye, go for it, mate. Go for it. But right, we'll do. Who's your cult hero from Rangers that you like that nobody else really seemed to like in your lifetime?
I don't know, because like I think when you think of cult heroes, I always think of like somebody like Big Marvin. Like
Big Marv.
Like, again, he was just a big honest football player and put his head on anything, and prayed to Jesus and his knee get better and stuff like that. Maybe he should be the team physio. Maybe we should bring him in to be the team physio. But yeah, I always liked him. Again, another player that I feel that does it when people talk about players from the past that don't get a lot of shine is Shota Arveladze. He's another one because he was there during that time of like Prusso and Rickson and all these sort of guys. Mm-hmm. And I think he kind of get lost in the sheer amount of quality players that we had in our side. Who else? Just Ronald Vaterus. There's another one as well, because everybody talks about the goalkeepers, and they all Gorum, Chris Woods, Alan McGregor, Stefan Klos. They always seem to forget about Ronald Vaterus. I thought he was a really good goalkeeper for us. But yeah, I do. I like it when these guys come in and they stick in. Just now, I would say right now as well is like, I'm a big Fashion Sakala fan. I just love the guy, and I like. But like I said, like
I am, and I'm not at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Right now, I think I'm his fan because I am not a fan of Matondo, and Scott Wright's just not really cutting the mustard, to be honest. So I think it's like by default that you're more of a fan of Sakala than you are of any of the others, to be completely honest.
No, but I think because with Sakala, you know exactly what you're going to get with him, and I think the fact is as well is like, he does have that personality, and he looks like he loves being here. And I felt at the time, the cup game that you covered as well, and he's an absolute shocker. But you could tell because his shoulders were down and because he didn't feel appreciated or wanted by the manager, and everybody was like, "Oh, he's done, he's out," and stuff like that. And he's one of these sort of guys that's just like, right, okay, you're not going to be a world beater, but something's going to happen. Case in point, semi-final against Celtic at Hampden. Okay, he never he never scored the goal, but he made that run. He put the pressure on the defender to cause a mistake for us to score the goal, and you've got to kind of give. Sometimes you've just got to say, like, this is what he does, and just let him do what he does, sort of thing. It's the same as well. It's like with Borna, like, okay, once in a blue moon he'll score an absolute screamer with his right foot, but like you're just like that. He can't defend that well, but that left foot's an absolute wand. He's got one good thing going for him, but by God, it's a really good thing. And that's what Geraldine Beale done. Geraldine Beale found, instead of focusing on the weaknesses of players, they highlighted the positives, like Tav. So they had they played that three, Davis in the middle, Jack and Kamara. They would tuck in, allow Borna and Tav to get up the line and stuff like that, and help defend and stuff like. Another player that I think we've really missed is Big Phil.
Nah, not for me. I'm not a fan of Philander. I've never really. I was and I wasn't, but I think Davies is better than Hollander. So I think Big Phil's probably played his last game.
Big Phil's got a cracking record for Rangers for not losing many games.
He does.
Aye, he does. Scotia, I realise I've not really spoke to you. I apologise, mate. I wanted to come back to you. You must have been a fan of Shota Avalaggi. That's your kind of player.
I loved Shota. I was surprised that he could play, because he looks like a guy that smokes about 80 fags a day, doesn't he? But it was a cracking player. But because you think about that team that he was in, like you say, he came in towards sort of in the tail end of some of the Advocaat signings, bigger names and stuff like Chris was saying there. And I know he was a cracking player. But I've got a couple of. Cult to me screams out Gattuso, but everyone kind of fell in love with Gattuso, I think. So more the answer I think you're looking for. I'll give you two that I tended to really like, but they weren't great for us, I wouldn't say. Gabriel Amato. No, Gabriel Amato.
I loved Gabriel Amato. I loved him.
Yeah.
And here's another one for you, Colin Hendry.
Oh, I big.
Colin Hendry, and I was big Braveheart.
Highlanders, what they called him.
I think he was another one that was during that time, because everybody was so used to it being Craig Moore and Amoruso, and he came in and. Yeah, he was a cracking player for us, but this is the thing. It's like you don't want to go down the route of just constantly harking back to the good, like
the good old days, mate. I know. Give me Laudrup and Gaza back any day.
I know. Like that's what I'm saying. Is like when I first started watching Rangers, Davy Cooper played for Rangers. So so you go and watch. Oh, Sibo, Jesus!
I loved him. I used to get called Sibo when I played fives. It wasn't a compliment. No, it definitely wasn't.
Was it not? Is it you try to trap a bag? You try to trap a ball in a phone box? Aye.
It was not great. It was not great.
No, but see, the thing is as well. Like I said, like Sibo's the same as like Sakala. You know what you're going to get from him, and as much as like take for instance Sibo, see the game that they always hark back to Ugo Ekiog's goal against Celtic. Sibo he worked the line as a one-man striker that day, and he had a brilliant game. And so like you've just sometimes players just don't fit a system, but there's always something there.
Yeah, definitely. Right, Chris, I'm going to need to love you and leave you, mate, because we've got our next guest waiting in the wings, mate. Chris, thank you so much, mate.
No problem at all.
I'd never be in doubt with you, mate, but I really appreciate you coming on, mate, and let's not leave it so long next time, mate. We'll get you back on.
No problem at all. And I'll probably bump into Scotia and I'll work one day. Or...
probably.
It's the World Cup. It's the World Cup, Chris.
That's it. You'll I know. Can you imagine going to that World Cup and not being able to have a beer? Mental.
Oh, brilliant, mate. Right, yeah. Take care of yourself, mate, and I'll speak to you soon, man.
You too. Well done for this. Superb. Brilliant
Thanks,
stuff.
mate.
Okay? All the
See you
best.
later, mate. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. So, yes, I'll just quickly move straight on and I'll bring in our next guest, Mason from the Gallant Few. How are you, mate? Thank you very much for giving up your time. And I'm surprised the boss man's not here, mate. I'm surprised he's letting you do the work.
Yeah, where is he? It's not like him, is it?
Don't know.
No, thanks for having us on. Really appreciate it. It's really good calls. And it's been said a million times. I bet your sister's really proud, mate. So,
thanks, mate. So you're called Mason, and you're English. Celtic fans must hate you, mate.
Mate, our comments when we're not doing well, funny enough. Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad always used to make me put Mason on the back of my top instead of my last name, and I know why now. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it causes havoc. That's for sure. My dad said it wasn't meant. That wasn't planned. But yeah, I don't believe him.
That's brilliant, mate. That's brilliant. I was like, I've seen you when I seen you going on to the Gallant Few. I was like, he's English. He's called Mason, and he's a Rangers fan. I was like, Celtic fans will hate him. Like, they're not able to stand him. I take it as your old man Scottish.
Yeah. Dad was born in Glasgow.
Right.
Yeah, moved down to England when he was young, but obviously he's passed it on to me and my brother. So I had no choice there.
The way it's meant to be.
It's the way it's meant to be. It's the way life is meant to be, mate. It really is. Scotia, do you want to ask some questions to Mason? I feel like I'm just like talking, mate, and you're probably sitting drawing pictures or taking notes. I don't know what you're doing. You're drawing Batman, mate.
I've not got to that stage yet. No, I'm usually really guilty for starting doodling away when other people are speaking. But no. How you doing, Mason? Have you managed to get up and see a few games recently?
Last time was up for the Napoli game. Actually bumped into a few boys in the Viceroy, which was nice.
Yeah.
But obviously not a good result, which has been the case this season. It was good for an hour, but once the sending off obviously changed the game. But yeah, it's been as you know, I've been listening tonight. It's been a real tough season for us, isn't it? And going back to Seville, and I keep going back to it, but even on our pod, but I just didn't see this 4 or 5 months coming. I thought that we'd go and sign better players this summer and kick on.
Yeah, totally. So in terms of, this pod's actually, although we've been talking about an awful lot of negative stuff, I've been listening sort of 2 hours before I've joined there and talking about Gio and things. Let's keep it a wee bit upbeat. What's been your favourite moment of the season so far, if you can pick one?
What kind of question is
It's got to be the PSV game, isn't it? It's got to be the away in PSV. That was. I'll be honest, I didn't see us going out there and getting a result. I didn't think we were great in the first leg, and I just thought that they'd have too much for us out there. And they're a good side, by the way. I think that I watched them a couple of weeks ago against Arsenal, and it should have been, to be honest, it should have been 4 or 5-0. And I kind of think, how did we go out there and defend so well? It wasn't a case of it was snatch and grab. I thought we had the better chances in terms of the second half, but. Yeah, that's got to be the highlight. Apart from that, there's nothing else that I can pick out from this season. Yeah. It's been a shit show, really.
Yeah, it has, because everything you think about that game, like you say, we did play so well, particularly out in Eindhoven, and then that result against Celtic and Ajax. I think that those 2 results have pretty much derailed our season. I think in terms of what we're doing. I think agree.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, it's mad the high we went after PSV and getting through back into the Champions League after such a long time. But then to think that was on the Wednesday night, and then we went and beat Ross County really comfortably 4-0. But Tom Lawrence's injury straight after that was a big blow. And at the time, I don't think we all realised how big that was. But then it was the transfer, it was deadline day. And like most of us, I expected us to go and sign 1 or 2 quality players that we've all keep saying about centre midfield. I still can't believe this team is not invested in a proper midfielder. I mean, a proper number 8 who's got a pass and a goal in him, and then a right winger. I just couldn't see us going into the Champions League with the current squad that we've got. I just thought there's no way that can happen. That Gio will at least get a couple of signings for getting us back in there. But it's to go with the squad we had. We was all worried about it. I think deep down, especially. This World Cup, which is a farce, which obviously we won't come into, but the amount of games we've had to play in such a short space of time, and to think we've had 6 Champions League games in 8 weeks, that's never happened before. So yeah, it hasn't helped, but for me, recruitment's been where it's gone completely downhill.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, mate. To be completely honest, I think Ross Wilson, his silence is it speaks volumes. It really does, because I think it was even David Edgar that said earlier that when things are great, like when he signed Aaron Ramsey, for example, he's in the picture in the background smiling like a proud dad, and now that things aren't so great, you can't find him, nobody knows where he is. So I'm presuming you spoke about it at length on the Gallant Few, mate, that are you in agreement with most Rangers fans that Gio should have went some time ago now?
Yeah, Liverpool was the sort of final one for me. I mean, I know obviously no fans, and my dad's been one. I think after the Celtic game, actually, he was like, his time's up. And I said, come on, it's sort of one result. Then it's just sort of the domino effect. But the Liverpool one for me was the one where I was like, there's no coming back from that, because, you know, that was, as I said, I've said it already, a shit show. But, you know, obviously living in England as well, that was a real sore one, especially at Ibrox. So I still feel the same. I think that we're delaying the inevitable, really. I can't see how he turns this around with the baller, just whether they do it, you know, straight after, you know, the Celtic game, which I feel like it is coming. I think we all know what was coming there, and that's the most frustrating thing, because you boys have said it, and I've listened to your pod and, you know, our pod and all the pods. We've all called it, but the board haven't acted, and that's really frustrating.
Definitely. Scotia, I don't know if I've asked you this question already, and I'm going to get a lot of this as the time goes on, and I'm sitting here. We were speaking about, obviously, if Gio goes, and I think we're all pretty much in the agreement that if he goes, Ross Wilson has to follow suit. Do Rangers continue on with the director of football role? Did I ask you that already?
You've not asked me that, no. And it's
Yes.
That's a really good question, and a really good question. Do they carry on with it? See, for the long term, I think they probably should, but it's something it's never really caught on in Scotland. Mind, who was the first? Was it Craig Levein at Hearts? It was kind of like the first one that it went to, really.
Was he classed as a director of football, though?
But he was a director of football, but he was doing all the management things as well.
Aye.
You know,
Aye.
Moved upstairs kind of thing. But it's something that's not really taken off in Scotland. It's obviously a very continental kind of thing, and I think we should stick at it, because see the way that they were talking about it when Ross Wilson had come in and Mark Allen was leaving, and it was like having the continuation so that the philosophy keeps the same as the managers go, so that you're not ripping everything up and starting with a whole different team and philosophy. So it should stay in for that, but it all depends on the type of manager you bring in as well. An awful lot of older British managers probably wouldn't enjoy having a director of football around. They'd rather be a manager. This kind of put in where you want to be. Are you going to be a manager? Are you going to be a coach? And if you're going to be the coach, then you do need a director of football. If you're going to come in and be the manager, then you maybe don't need a director of football. But I think it's getting to the stage where that role of manager that we're familiar with, the Walter Smith manager that we're familiar with and grew up with, I think that's kind of coming to its end in football, the way it's evolving. I don't know about yous.
Yeah. I am old-fashioned. I know I am. I tend to harp back to why don't we just do 4-4-2 and things like that. But I mean, that's not really the way football is nowadays, and it's not the way football as a whole has moved on. Maybe Scottish football not as much due to the way we are run up here. A big list of reasons you could get deep dive right into. But I believe that the director of football role in Scotland is a wage that you don't really need to be spending. I believe that the manager and a head scout could do that job without having anyone else there. And I suppose that's all down to the experience of your manager, how much he's got knowledge of different places, etc., that kind of thing. Obviously, if it's a brand new manager, it's a bit different if he's new to the game, but he's still going to have knowledge. He's still going to know the players that he likes. Mason, what about you? If it was to happen, Gio was to go, I think most believe Ross Wilson would follow suit. Do you think Rangers should continue on with a director of football role?
No, I would like to see it go together. I do agree with Scotia what he's saying in terms of it is the kind of modern day, you know, that's what clubs do. But I think in our league and our budget, I personally don't think it works. I think I can understand it happening in the big five leagues because they can throw 100, 200 million every couple of windows and shape it around. We're completely different in that respect. And Ross Wilson has to go as well. Gio's going to get slaughtered and rightly so, but Ross Wilson signing, as you boys have already covered, you know, you go through them all and there's too many misses in there and we can't afford that. The recruitment is the most important department at any football club, and that Ross Wilson has failed.
I tend to agree. But as I say, me and Ali spoke about it earlier on, that like we were talking recently about Ross Wilson and the signings that he did make, and all of our faces on the podcast when Aaron Ramsey was announced, and we were like kids at Christmas, mate, kids in the candy shop, all the superlatives you want to put on it, we were. I was delighted. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know at this point that Aaron Ramsey literally came here for a 6-month training camp, but even at that, I was still very excited about it. So swings and roundabouts, I suppose. But I don't see the point in continuing with it, because even with Mark Allen, okay, some of his worked, it did, but has it really been that successful? The two that we've had to do it, in my opinion, no. In my opinion, it hasn't. Mason, I'll come back to you, mate. Obviously, the list of injuries is as long as you want, really. As long as this World Cup break's probably going to feel like to some, maybe not Scotia, because he'll watch Senegal v Ecuador. But
I think Senegal are in it.
Oh, mate, I don't care, man. I don't care. In terms of the injuries that we have out, mate, obviously it's a concern, right? Some of them are unlucky, right? Hollander's is, nobody knows what's wrong with Hollander. I think he's missing a leg. I'm presuming that's what's happened. Yanis Hadji's was a real bad one. And obviously Goldson's was quite a nasty one as well. But in terms of who we have out injured, who do you think is the most important for Rangers to get back fit? You can pick a number if you like, mate. You can pick one or two. It's up to you.
See, this is a one that, I know our injury list is big, and it is a case of just, numbers, help players come off the bench. But for me, I can only pick out two that come into our 11, and it can changes that dynamic, and that's Goldson and Lawrence. I think straight away you put Goldson in that defence, and it looks 10 times better, and he gets a lot of criticism from supporters, and I think with the results we've had since he's been out, and even the first half he had against Liverpool, you kind of look at it and go, hold on a minute, he is massive for us. And Tom Lawrence said about it earlier, the game away in PSV, he looked lively. He's obviously scored in both legs. To lose him at that stage of the season when he's really coming onto a game, and I think that kind of signing, actually, if you look at the signings we've made for free transfers, they've been better than the ones we've went and paid money for, which is mad. But to go and pick Tom Lawrence up on a free at his age is a great signing. He can play anywhere on that front free. But apart from that, I'm kind of looking at it. Yilmaz was playing well. Does he come in and play instead of Borna? I think at the moment, I don't think it changes much massively. But Hadji's another one. But as you said, it's got the injury. We're going to ask a lot of Hadji to come back in January and make such a big impact, because it's going to take we probably won't see the best of Hadji now till next season, truth be told. But yeah, they're the only two really Scott I can sort of pick out and say they make a difference. The others are just more of the same of what we've seen.
Yeah, you're probably right, mate. Yeah, you're probably right. It's to say, Scotia, have I asked you that? Have you spoke about that? No. So who do you think's the most important to get back? I know Hadji's your boy, mate. I get that, but Mason's spot on, mate. You're probably not going to see the best of Hadji now until next season.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with what Mason said there about Hadji. Hadji coming in, he'll come in and he'll play bits and pieces at times. He's not going to be up to speed until next season. Yeah, and I'd totally agree with Lawrence and Goldson. I think they're the two that you're hugely missing. Lawrence, Goldson, because then he can come in really solid at the back, but it gives the opportunity for King to get the rest that he's needed, because King is, I think me and Ryan had mentioned it in one of the pods we've done, was it the St Mirren game, that he could probably do with a wee time out this team, not because he's been really poor, but just at that young age, you don't want him to play all the time and be on the end of bad results. And similar with Lawrence in there, Tillman doesn't need to play constantly. You're not relying on Arfield. And I would say, add to that as well, probably Ryan Jack would be a bit of a help in the midfield as well. Because again,
I'm never going to disagree with that, Scotia, am I? Let's be honest.
You're just really relying on Lundstrom and another, be it Sands, be it Davis, or Arfield dropping back in there. If Jackson, because Kamara's not shown up this season, but with Jack in there, it does give you that chance. And that's when Lundstrom is his best, really, when Jack was playing alongside him.
Yeah, right. Mason, we'll go on to a bit more fun times. Mason, you're going to make me feel old here. What age are you?
29. I had to think about that.
That's all right. That's not as bad as I thought, mate. You've had a good paper round, mate. That's all I'm going to say. Pick your, in your lifetime, mate, pick your 5-a-side Rangers team.
McGregor in goal. Centre half. If I'm going 5-a-side, I'd probably go with Bagheera as the centre half. I think he was a really good signing for us, wasn't he? Good. You know, he's got goals in him as well. If you're sort of saying that. Then I'd go with Ferguson, Barry Ferguson, Jorg Alberts. Absolutely loved him. Was a little bit young, but just that left foot. Not seen one since like it. Ronald de Boer, and then up top, I'd probably go with Perso if we're going 5-a-side. Absolutely love Perso. There's centre-back Croatians at Rangers, isn't there? But Perso, he was brilliant.
I loved Dado as well. I always remember Dado Puzzle. I can't remember who we were playing, and he went over. It was over towards the Govan stand, and he went to win a header, and he knew he wasn't going to win the header. So instead of going to win the header, he just decided to butt the guy straight plumb in the face. I was just like busting himself open and everything as well. You're like, Dado, man, honestly. But he was really unlucky with injury, Dado Puzzle. But I loved him. I'm the same. I loved that kind of striker. He was just full of power, absolutely full of power. He was a great, and same as Alberts, mate. Laudrup was my hero growing up, right, and he always will be. Laudrup will always be my Rangers player. But Alberts was the next one after that, because just this guy that could hit a ball that I've never seen move, like, and with my own eyes, like being at it and seeing him strike a ball, you were like, look at the speed of that. The guy was incredible. I absolutely loved Albertson. Again, he smoked 20 a day and went onto the pitch and made it look as easy as you like. And he scored. He loved scoring against them. He absolutely loved scoring against them, so it's always good. Scores it in, disagree with you, and Mason's 5-a-side team there?
No, it's a fairly decent team. I was just, when you'd mentioned the 5-a-side teams there, I've started scribbling down, and then I just made up a rule by myself, if you'll indulge me. So I picked my first player.
Oh, no, I would go, right?
I picked my first player, and I picked Michael Knowles to play. And then I picked McCann, and I was like, right, let's fill the team full of players that surname starts with M. So I've went with Knowles, McCann, Mendes, McCollin, McGregor.
Oh, God. Yeah, actually, well, Gorham's always going to be my keeper. Gorham will always be my keeper, forever will be. I grew up watching him, so I'm 34, Mason, so I've got 5 years on you. And 5-a-side team's different. Our centre back, all the lads, is Richard Gough. We're all exactly the same. Scotia's absolute hero. But with a 5-a-side team, I don't think there'd be many better than Big Boogie, man. I loved him. He was tremendous, Bagheera. I absolutely adored him. He was great. And that goal he scored, and he ran the length of the pitch. So what are you doing?
You could quite easily have better defenders in there, but just, he was... I think with Smith though, that's what you could do. You could sell a player and then he'd go, right, I'll go and get him. Do you know what I mean? And we haven't had that since. That's the eye for a player, but Bagheera was class.
Yeah. Right. I'll finish with this one. Your cult hero, and by that I mean you loved them, but not everybody else did.
Oh, that's really hard, that one. I feel like I like players that everyone else loved. We have a joke. Me and Colin have a joke all the time. He loved Daniel Candias, and I thought Daniel Candias was bang average. And we, that was double ends. But in terms of one player that I'm not sure with that one, Avalardi maybe. I think he was very underrated. But again, I think most supporters would sort of agree to that. It's just we had a terrific team at the time, but Avalardi was top draw, by the way. And to get him from Ajax, we're not getting many players from Ajax at that level anymore. But he was top draw.
No, absolutely not. I've just seen people as well putting in like 5-a-side teams and that in the chat. If you bear with me, I'll go back and see if I can see some. Chris Stewart, Gorham, Bjorkland, Laudrup, guys, McCoist. Is that only 4?
That's a late 90s team or a mid-90s team, that, isn't it?
That is. That is a mid-90s team. Paul Gascoigne. Did you see Paul Gascoigne, Mason? No.
Nah, too young for me. But I've watched numerous videos, and say my dad and my granddad. The amount of stories about Gaz, I'm just again gutted that I feel like my age group missed that whole 9 in a row team, and it's disappointing. We went on what we're watching now, that's for sure.
I've told that story before. I worked with a boy called with Callum. Not spoke to you in a while, Callum, but I worked with him, and it was the first time that I realised my age, because I started talking to him, and we were talking about Rangers, and he's a massive Rangers fan. And we were talking about things, and I went, and I just made reference to like Laudrup and Gaza, and like the Aberdeen game where Gaza won us the title, and he just stopped, like pain face, and looked at me and went, I didn't see them playing. And I was just like, that way, it was like a dawning realisation that I'm getting old. I was like, what did I couldn't comprehend in my head. I was going, you didn't see Laudrup playing? What do you mean you didn't see Laudrup playing? I feel bad for you, man, for not seeing these guys. I really do. We were spoiled, Scotia, were we not?
We were indeed, yes. Although Europe wasn't great.
No, Europe wasn't. Yeah, we've said that before, that we were right now we're like the total opposite of what we were in the 90s. We're absolutely flying in the league, but in Europe we're nowhere near it. I suppose that was kind of what last season was.
That now with them Champions League results, isn't it? You know what I mean? Took a hit. That took a big hit. That.
No, it was a slow one, a real slow one. Not helped by. I was trying to finish in the high. Not helped by Gio's comments after the first game, mind you. You don't say that. You just don't say that. No, that might have been a language barrier thing or whatever. I don't really know, but you don't say that. You just don't say it. Right, Mason. I'll let you go, mate. From here, I can't thank you enough, mate, for coming on and giving up your time to come on and do this, mate. I really do appreciate it so much. Thank you, mate.
Not a problem. Thanks for having us on. As I said, brilliant calls, and it's been a brilliant watch. And I've paid it, to the Just Giving already, and I've got family members that have texted in that will as well. So, and I'm sure the boys from the Gallant Few. But just from everyone at the Gallant Few, thanks a lot, and all the best going forward.
Thank you very much, mate, and make sure you give Colin Hunters a stick for not coming on and doing this, mate, and tell him it's coming directly from me, that he's not done it. Hopefully, mate, we'll see you in the Viceroy in not too long a time, mate, and we'll share a beer.
Definitely, 100%. Have a good one, boys. See you later.
You too, mate. Cheers, Mason.
Cheers.
Oh, right, Scotia. 2.5 hours? That's not bad going, eh? That's not
bad going. Not at all.
Not bad going. I'm going to do quickly, if you bear with me and see how technical I am here, I'm going to quickly see where we're standing. Bear with me, I know this is dead air. Scotia, sing a song. Sing a song for everybody.
No, in fact, someone asked me to sing a song earlier.
Did they?
Someone asked me to sing Dougie McLean's Caledonia. I need to get my hair down and everything for that. But unfortunately, the guitar's in the cupboard at the minute, so... remind me for the next time we do a live pod. We're
about 80 quid off of $2.5 grand, which is just honestly, man. It's unbelievable. And look, there's still more to come, everybody. I thank you so much for everybody sticking around, but we've still got more to come. We're just about to hear from Joshua from the Rangers, Joshua Barry from the Rangers Review. Following that, we'll have the Battle Fever pod on. Not 100% sure who's coming on from there, but there's definitely someone. And we'll be finishing up with This Is Ibrox towards the end. But yeah, it's going well so far. Now, this bit here is pre-recorded. The only reason it is pre-recorded is because Joshua couldn't manage it any other time, but he really wanted to participate. So we did do a video earlier on in the week, and I'll play that for you now. As I say, it's about, I can't remember how long it is. It's about 15 minutes or so, but it'll give me time to go and for a comfort break, yet again, stretch my legs. Scotia, I'll see you back here in 15 minutes, mate. Yep. I hope you enjoy this, everybody. This is me catching up with Joshua Barry, even earlier on this week. So I am now joined by Joshua Barry from the Rangers Review. Joshua, thank you very much for joining me tonight, mate. See, it's going to be a seamless link, mate, right there. But no, thank you for coming on, mate.
No, pleasure. Great to be involved. Great cause, obviously. So, yeah, thanks very much for having me.
Not a problem. You're the only guy that I think I've ever had on the pod, mate, that will rival. I don't know if you've seen our pod before. We've got Scotia, who's a kind of a cross between Neil Oliver and John Wick, mate. He's got the kind of long swooping hair. You're the only guy that rivals his hair, mate, I must say.
So I have seen him before. Neil Oliver. That was I didn't know where you were going complimentary wise with that.
Yeah, I'd say yours is probably slightly better, and Scotia won't mind me saying that. Right, so yeah, we're just going to have a wee chat about Rangers, mate. That's literally it. That's all it's all about. So, first off, mate, I just want to get your overall take on the season for Rangers so far.
Yeah, well, obviously speaking on mid-November, not very good. 9 points behind, as everyone will know. And I think it's difficult to try and sum up, isn't it? And Van Bronckhorst's reign as a whole has been difficult to try and sum up, because for the whole first half of it, you had some rumblings in the background that maybe domestically, as football, had some issues or was going to struggle to dominate domestically. Obviously, like Gerrard had managed to do at the end. But then at the same time, you have all these nights at Ibrox where he's pulling off all these kind of remarkable results. So you think surely he's going to be able to work out how to get points domestically. Obviously, that's kind of easier said than done. So if you take it back to the summer, obviously he didn't have a pre-season last year to try and embed his ideas of playing. And I think you could see at the start of the season, Rangers, the build-up play, playing round opponents was better. How many games did we watch last season where Goldson and Bassey were just passing the ball between one another for what felt about 10 minutes? He got some players in that suited his style. Obviously, Cholak's been a big success. Lawrence seemed to at the start. You thought Davies and Goldson, there's a great partnership. The midfield seemed to have a nice balance. Where it starts to go wrong, I think, in the Old Firm, and ever since then, it's felt like a bit of a malaise. I remember being over at the game in Ajax when Rangers kind of crumbled in that first half, and thinking this feels a bit different because of all this team's years in Europe. They've never done that, even when they've been up against teams that are superior. And we can obviously talk about Van Bronckhorst's comments about not being able to compete. But if you look at think of the level between Rangers and Benfica or Porto when they played them a couple of years ago, or Dortmund, there's always been the potential for a team to come and score a few goals beyond them, and it's never happened. And I think since then, there's been this fragile confidence domestically. We're speaking after 2 points and 9 against St Johnstone, St Mirren and Livingston, where the only way that Rangers were able to create a goal was Ryan Kent producing something on the left wing to earn a penalty or set up Lundstrom's volley. So, yes, it's in a bad situation, and it's now at a point where are you banking on Rangers not only not dropping points, but being able to claim 9 points back? Even if they won all the Old Firms, I don't think they'd be top on goal difference at the moment. So, not a great situation whatsoever, and lots of reasons which we can get into as to why Rangers, find themselves here in November.
Yeah, I think there is a number of issues, and it's quite easy for me, a kind of a layman's fan, mate, to just throw every toy I have out the pram and say, no, everything has to change. There's a number of factors that have happened, but I don't think when hindsight's always a wonderful thing. When I think about the start of the season, the recruitment Rangers done, I was happy with what we'd done and what I'd seen in the kind of pre-season friendlies. I was like, we've done really well here. Like we've done great, and there is no doubt injuries is going to be a part. And when time goes on, whatever happens to Gio going forward, we will be able to reflect back on it and look and see, oh, that didn't go in his way and that doesn't go in his way. But from where we are right now, I didn't see happening, and I think that's probably the shock with a lot of Rangers fans, is that we didn't expect to be in the situation that we find ourselves in just now. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slog for the rest of this season. That's my fear anyway. Next, mate, you're a bit of a tactics man. Everybody that have listened or watched me before will know I'm not. I try my best, but I'm not. I'm more Mike Bassett, England manager, 4-4-2 kind of stuff, mate. So, in terms of what you've seen on the park under Gio, have you seen progression? Did you see progression at the start, or have you seen a kind of massive drop off on whatever kind of style he's trying to implement?
Yeah, well, I think firstly, just on recruitment, I agree. I think a lot of the signings that Rangers have made in the summer will probably be a success. Lawrence, Cholak, Davies, Ridvan. There's been unfortunate circumstances, but that's football. You can't control that. What manager has always had kind of ideal circumstances, and to be fair to Van Bronckhorst, I don't think he's really spoken that much about injuries as an excuse. But I think now, again, speaking in November, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but Rangers have 10 players out of contract at the end of next summer. I think now last season, the rebuild that everyone was talking about after that Old Firm defeat in April needed to happen last summer instead of this summer. Now, obviously, we know about recruitment. It's a collective decision between the manager, the sporting director and others. Van Bronckhorst said himself at a recent press conference, there's no geo list, there's a Rangers list, which I think tells you what he thinks about the kind of the model in place at Rangers. But certainly, if you look at the contract extensions to certain other certain players, older players in the squads, you've still got this Kenton Morelos thing going on. We don't know what's went on behind the scenes, but yeah, I think that's one of the main issues that you need to refresh either gradually or as a whole. And Rangers now, I think, will have to do the latter based on how many players are out of contract. I think the biggest issue that Van Bronckhorst has had is his football domestically hasn't been that fun. And I was thinking about this last night when you remember these nights, the European nights, which, you know, so many people that are older than me were saying this is the best I've ever seen in European nights from a Rangers point of view. And you think, again, how can that coexist in the same year with domestic football? The issue is those 4 home games were only 4 home games, and how many home domestic games we've seen of Van Bronckhorst now, 25, 30. And when it's not that fun, firstly, I think people want to enjoy it and for it to be entertaining, but also people, I think, need to see, okay, this is how it's going to be successful. So for a while, up to the start of the season, I think they were getting results without necessarily getting performances. There was a lot of convincing scoreline performances at home, but within those performances, they probably weren't as dominating as you would have hoped for. There was a lot of Antonio Cholak overperforming his expected goals. So his first 10 goals came from 4.7 expected goals, scoring at double the rate he should have, finishing difficult chances. And then up until a month ago, the kind of line that I was going with now he needs performances and results. And over the last kind of few weeks, he's got neither. On the chance creation, I don't think it's probably been enough, and it's always going to kind of caught up with the Rangers based on the expected numbers they're creating. I think at the start of the season, you could see what Van Bronckhorst had tried to implement, and the perfect example of that is for me PSV away and at home. Rangers on the road to Seville, for me, they got there through a lot of clever tactical decisions by the manager. Dortmund's a perfect example where they were doing something really specific, playing narrow, trying to pressure really intensely. And if you remember the away game in Dortmund, Rangers were brilliant at playing through that quickly and eating up the space. And I think that happened in all the rounds. You had obviously fantastic performances, but you also had Van Bronckhorst making these clever little game plans. Leipzig at home, you remember the first goal. How do Rangers get over the press? They play into Glenn Kamara's feet instead of playing through the midfield. So I think the challenge for him was, okay, so can we develop a playing style that then means we can go and outplay these opponents? And I thought PSV, they were able to do that home and away. They played through the midfields, away from home. They did that as well. You saw a player in James Sands at the back who maybe isn't the most natural defender, but can kind of play through opposition pressure, and a goalkeeper in John McLaughlin who's far more comfortable with his feet. But again, that kind of gets ripped up after the Old Firm game where it doesn't work, and then you're almost back to square one. And now again, speaking after that, three games against St Mirren, Livingston and St Johnstone, the issue isn't only that Rangers didn't win those games, but they didn't deserve to. Yes, maybe a little bit the numbers suggest that they should have had a couple more goals in there, but anyone watching those games will have seen it. It's not entertaining playing against that low block, but also it doesn't look like over time this team have learned to be able to break that down a year after Van Bronckhorst arrived. And for all the European achievement and for all the other discussion, that is the bread and butter, I think, of what you need to be as a Rangers manager now, is constantly breaking down defences and having your team coached to just constantly be able to do that. So maybe the chopping and changing means that they don't have that kind of set style to always fall back upon, where as with the Gerrard team, you knew what was going to happen, which had its benefits and its positives. Maybe didn't allow them to progress to the further stages in Europe quite as much. So that's why I think the style of play, there is a style of play for me for Van Bronckhorst as what he's introduced at Rangers. I just don't think it's worked very well domestically. And the things that people do recognise, I don't think they really like or enjoy. So that's what has went against them in that respect for me. And in the final third, I do think largely it's too reliant on kind of individualism and wingers getting the better of their men. And Kent's a perfect example of that for me. I think over the last few weeks, you've just seen how a Rangers going to get through a defence. The only real way is Ryan Kent. So yeah, that's kind of hopefully a bit of a summary of my thoughts that made a little bit of sense.
No, they do. I get slaughtered quite a lot, mate, for defending Ryan Kent, because I feel like he gets a tough time of it because it's hard for him, and he must know at times as soon as he gets the ball, there's three guys on him, and it's difficult to have any real end product on a consistent level when you're just kind of marked out the game like that. And Rangers don't ever try and do something different. That might be due to there's no right-sided player that's nailed down a position or a starting position. I'd say that obviously you've got Sakala, Wright, Matondo. Neither have really done very much to convince me that they should be starting. Sakala maybe the only one, and I've never said that. I've never been the biggest fan of him. However, I do think he's the best of not a bad bunch. That's not the right term, but you can get where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Matondo. I honestly, I'm not. The first game against Real Madrid, I thought, oh my goodness, what have we got? What have we signed here? And ever since then, I've just not been a fan of. But people that watch this podcast will know me that I am not a fan of him. Just quickly on something you touched there. See, after the Old Firm, do you think Gio lost confidence in what he was trying to implement? And that's maybe why we've seen the kind of slump, I suppose, in the kind of style of play that we have. And I get what you're saying, that there is something he's trying to implement. But as a layman's fan, as I kind of term myself as, really, it's never really going to be entertaining to watch. And a lot, it's not working now. I think that's the nicest way, in my opinion.
Yeah. On the confidence thing, when this group of players have, and there's a whole other discussion to have around the fact that, getting to Seville was probably this team, the core of this team's, the furthest they could go, and maybe to try and build on that was the wrong decision. They should have refreshed that. Now, again, that's so easy to say in November, but that obviously we're giving our opinion now on that. When you then go and set a record for the worst ever Champions League group, I mean, I don't know what you thought about that home game at Ajax, the final game of the Champions League, but it felt like a friendly game, and it felt like the players just wanted to keep the score down, and you could just see visibly the confidence was shot. Again, after going and conceding those 4 goals in an Old Firm game and getting caught in the headlights, so to speak, again, I think that must have an impact on confidence. And then when you've played 28 games by this point in the season, there isn't really time to come out of that and maybe reset. So I think confidence absolutely has played a part in it. Obviously, injuries in key areas. I think McLaughlin and the McGregor debate is again a perfect example of an issue that should have been resolved last summer, but hasn't been. So it comes into this summer, much like the right wing debate. Even though obviously Rangers tried to address that with Matondo, who hasn't worked up to this point. McLaughlin, I mean, his numbers alone from that game were terrible. He should have done much better. And Rangers maybe haven't had as many games where they've needed the goalkeeper to be good with the ball at their feet. But I think long term, you do need that. I just think that's where football's going. And you look all around world football, and obviously you need to mirror what's happening at the top level of it. But I think you're absolutely right. People want to enjoy it. People want football to be the football they watch to be fun. And if it's not going to be, then I think they need to see, okay, maybe it's going to be a bit boring to watch, but we know we're always going to get results. We know we're going to be really hard to beat. We've got this style that's going to work, even if it's not always the most entertaining to watch. But what has materialised is Rangers have not had that either. So when you've got neither of those kind of aspects, again, to go back to these games recently, if Rangers went away to St Johnstone and created loads and got hit a couple of times in the break, you could see a real style of play that's taken time to bed in. Then I think you get a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt as the manager, to say this is a style you need to trust in the process. But when people don't see the process, the building blocks going into place, so to speak, then they struggle to see this is why I should buy into this long term. Now, there might be things going on inside the club, and the manager is going to be able to do that we don't know about. But again, you've got to call it as you see it at the moment. And it's not been entertaining, and he's not had performances as well as results over the last month. So I think that's why you have this situation you do at the moment where Rangers have been booed off 4 or 5 times in the last couple of months, and I can't remember that in the last number of years. That goes back to worse days than at the moment. So it's a difficult, I think, moment for the team, and especially when you were so close to immortality in May. But people now want to see, how is there going to be success in the future? How can I buy into a style that is going to mean their success in May? And when they can't see that, I think that's why you get the frustration you do at the moment, as well as obviously the drop points frustration.
It's, as a Rangers fan, it's not what you done about then, it's what you do now, and it will always be like that. It's yourself, mate, Scottish football is a unique beast. It really is. There is not really any other league in the world that's like it, and it's just the way it's always going to be. It really is. And I know Giovanni Van Bronckhorst is a smart man. He's an intelligent man. He'll know himself that something isn't quite right. He can sit in press conferences and say whatever he has to say. He's very, very good with the media. He's very well trained in the media. But he'll know himself that something's not quite correct. Now, just before I let you go, mate, the last thing I'll ask you is I can't remember so many Rangers fans being on one side of this. There is still a few that will say that Gio needs time. It's not been fair with injuries, etc. But I have never, I struggle to remember a time where everyone's like, the board have to act now. It's not worked. It's time to move on. Do you think the board are testing trust right now between fans and fans on the board? Do you think the relationship could be tested here? Because I'm saying, I'm not asking you to say whether he should go or he shouldn't go, but it's clear to see that something's not working, but there's just a kind of radio silence from the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about Van Bronckhorst, firstly, for it to work from here, for him to have a successful managerial career at Rangers, I think it would take a lot of rebuilding of trust. Not only because of the heavy defeats, but if you think about, think into next summer, for example, say Rangers lose 8 of those 10 players that are out of contract, or even 10 or 9, that's going to be a rebuilding process and another very, very crucial summer. So Rangers have to think, well, it's good Van Bronckhorst, the man to do that. And then I think he probably has to earn a bit of the support of fans that he can be the one to win the league title, because obviously lost that, was a 10-point or 12-point swing in the end last season, but he lost
12-point swing.
12-point swing. He lost that lead at the top of the table. And again, as we speak now, it's 9 points. So that's just calling it on the evidence you see. Absolutely. I'm just getting this. When you were speaking there, it reminded me of a quote from a German football director I was reading in a piece the other day. And he said, in football, you can think 5 years ahead just as long as you win the next game. And I think that probably perfectly summarizes the current situation where, people, when the accounts came out last week, for example, which if it was in a better moment, I think would have had a lot more praise. But football is ultimately about winning football games, and that's, I think, what is the frustration at the moment. So for all the discussion about the future and planning for the future and squad cycle, people just Rangers supporters want to go away to St Mirren and be confident that their team's going to be able to win that. So I think that quote probably perfectly sums up the situation at the moment, as to where the relationship is, why there's so much frustration, and what happens next. Obviously, we're speaking in mid-November. Who knows what will happen by the time it's March or April. But certainly, if you look at the trends domestically and where Rangers are, you'd have to be, I think, very optimistic or know stuff that other people don't, or have a real insight into the process to see that this is going to be a successful season, speaking here and now. There's people that are paid above our pay grade to make those decisions, and that's why they're obviously get the good and the bad of that as well. But yeah, that quote probably sums up, I think, the situation at the moment. It's not the trust. I think is a lot of frustration, and you being at the games, me being at the games, you really sense that frustration at the moment, after games and at halftime as well.
I've got no doubt that the board have done some amount of good for this club, for my club. I have got no doubt in that. I really do. But it's sometimes I think, and it's probably Rangers fans' fault at the same time, is that you love all the background stuff. You love the fact that we're trying to build something, we're trying to build a business, we're trying to get the commercial value up, etc., etc. But if you stop winning football games, none of that matters. None of it matters. Personally speaking, for me, it just doesn't matter. You can build 5 Edmondson houses if you like. It doesn't make a difference to me if we're not winning football matches. But that's always the way it's going to be. As I say, It's always the way it's going to be. All right, Joshua, I don't want to take up too much of your time, mate. I cannot thank you enough for coming on to do this, and also you've gave me a wee bit of a break during this marathon, because I've probably just run off, mate, quickly went to the toilet, whatever, had something to eat, and I'm right back sitting in my chair ready to go again. But no, look, mate, I really appreciate you coming on, mate. I really can't thank you enough.
No, of course, pleasure. Thanks very much for having me. Hope everyone kind of enjoys the whole evening. Obviously a very worthy cause, so more than happy to help, and just hope it will be a successful evening, as I'm sure it will be.
Magic. Cheers, mate. I was so tempted, Scotia, just to leave you sit, like, not come back to my chair and just leave you sitting there, like.
I'd be phoning you like mad, mate.
I was very tempted. Again, thank you for Joshua for giving up his time to come on and do this. Very good dog. He gives a very different perspective on things, if that makes sense, Scotia.
Yeah, no, I like reading the stuff that Joshua does, and obviously the Rangers Review do quite an awful lot of sort of wee live shows throughout the week, don't they? And when I can, I sort of listen to them because they give a pretty good, fairly good balanced view, I would say. You know, it's maybe a wee not detached from the emotion. That's the wrong thing to say, but it's a bit more balanced than you get from us at times when we come on screaming and raving, particularly after like the post matches.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, just while we were watching that, we have went through now 2,500 for the British Heart Foundation, which is absolutely incredible. Genuinely, honestly, I'm not kidding. I thought if we got 400 quid, we'd be doing amazing. So to get this Rangers family truly is like nothing. And there has been Celtic fans that have come on and donated as well. So I have to give everybody their credit. It's been tremendous. The response has been kind of mind blowing, really, really mind blowing. Or Ross, mate, it's like, did you just wait till I was having that, mate? That's absolutely fantastic, mate. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you so much. Ross will be on a wee bit later on. So yeah, mate. Thank you so much.
Comic relief to shame.
Yeah, I know.
Children in need, whatever it is.
I was going to say it's not. It's
children in need, isn't it?
No. Children in need, but yeah, no. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. That's brilliant. Right, Scotia, we've got a wee 10 minutes here of just us, mate. The OGs, mate. The OGs. So I'm going to trouble you now for your actual five-a-side Rangers team of your lifetime. So not your made-up rule one that you done. Your actual one.
See, during the break, I was actually scribbling down all the goalkeepers and then getting the team with the close players the same surname, writing on the actual one. I'm struggling with the G one, to be honest. No, the actual one, Gorham and goals. I would have Moles, definitely have Moles in there. Defender, probably Bugera, I would say. Durant. And who am I? And one more. Gaza. Can't believe I'm leaving out McCoist, but I would have. I think Moles, just the way that he could control the ball before before name escapes me. That German goalkeeper crocked him.
Olivier Kahn, yeah.
Yeah, Kahn, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I think the way that Moles controls it, and you watch those legend games when they're on, and Moles is still incredible to watch at times. Still playing our team at times when you see him.
Yeah, he probably could, mate. Yes, he probably could. Mine, yeah, Gorham, for sure. It's hard to look past Boogie because he was so good with the ball at his feet. Yeah, I'll go with Boogie as well. Gaza, Laudrup, and I don't know who my striker is. It's tough. That's a tough one, my striker. You're kind of your instinct is just to go with McCoist. I can get your argument for Moles. I mean, I'll play against Lord Frist. A player like Chris Boyd in a five-a-side team, I reckon he would do pretty well. I reckon he would get his goals. He was quite strong.
Maybe run a bit more than that, the smaller pitch.
Aye, no, as long as it's not a hot day. He'd be fine. I'll go with McCoist. I think he was tremendous. His record speaks for itself. But I mean, Full Flight Buffalo as well has got a shout. And I know before anybody comes in and says anything about him now, yes, I know. I'm well aware.
See Ryan in the comments there with Negri. Needs to be that 6 month spell before Christmas, doesn't it?
I'll never forget that. Honestly, that's what when I think about all the podcasts we do, I always remember when he sent me through that team, and I was like, for all the people you could have picked. Look, we've spoken about Negri before, man. his goal scoring record was unbelievable. It was, but he just fell off the face of the earth. I know
those games of squash.
I know he's saying that Potato Man saying him having a laugh with Boyd. I know, but I mean, he was a poacher goal scorer, wasn't he? I know 5-a-sides is a wee bit different, but that's quite a good one. John Lammy's, Goro, Mamaruso, Fergie, Gaza, and Moles. That's a good team. It's a good team. But Barry Ferguson in a 5-a-side team. I don't know.
I've seen him a few of the fives tournaments that they have on Sky a few times, because Rangers were really good at that for a period. We were always winning it because we had so many good ex-players. I think I've seen someone earlier when Mason was on, maybe that picked out Mark Walters as a shout, which is another really good one.
That's another shout, yeah, definitely. I mean, even a Rebo in a 5-a-side team would be pretty good, because he was pretty good with the ball at his feet. His close control was superb, so a Rebo would be another one.
I think you're with the fives team. You're kind of what you tend to do is look at players from the past rather than players currently, players that are still playing. Yeah,
you do. Right, quickly, who was your Mr. Jamie Lowe's in the chat? Has he been in the chat all night?
He was in earlier. I seen him when I was watching.
Club at 22 admins in the chat.
I've even seen another. Mind when I seen David in the comments earlier, but mind he done a podcast. It was way back in the early days.
So he did.
Christmas 2020. He was on
Skype, probably still days, mate. I think. Yeah, David was.
Skype,
yeah. Aye. Rod Wallace as well. See, that's a shout and all. He's a bit of a cult hero. He was underrated. Rod Wallace was tremendous for Rangers.
Wallace was in my team with either Vateris or Woodzingalls.
He's just a W team. Oh, for God's sake, man! How many have you done? Have you done the whole alphabet?
I've done K, I've done W, and I'm struggling with G. So my W team's Woods, Weir, Wallace, Weiss, and Wallace. So Lee Wallace and Rod Wallace. My K team's Kloss, Kyriakos, Kishinesvili, Kanchelskis, and the only other K I could think of was Kevin Kyle.
God's sake. Kevin Kyle's not going to go in a 5-a-side team. Not a chance of that.
My G team was Gorham, Goff, Gascoigne, Gattuso, but I was struggling for another. I couldn't think of another G to put in as a striker or attacking player. If anyone in the comments wants to help out, because I've probably missed someone really obvious.
Someday will. Yeah, someday will have something, mate. Just brace yourself. RFG72 has put Baxter and Cooper. I didn't see them. That's the thing. I just missed David Cooper by not very long at all. I just missed Cooper. But I mean David Cooper, of course, but I'm talking about our lifetime.
There's Walter Zenga, Givash. There's my GT man, Givash up top. I was forgetting something like this, but it was rotten for Rangers.
He was. I thought he was going to be tremendous when we signed him as well. I remember getting quite excited when we signed him.
I think he just didn't. Who was it he played for? Was it Marseille? It wasn't Marseille. It was.
I don't know.
So whatever French team he played for, I think he just wanted to play for them rather than anyone else.
Yeah, didn't really want to play for us. He didn't want to come here. Right, quickly, Scotia, your cult hero, mate, that you liked that nobody else did. Nobody else did, even. Right,
but no, we done this earlier.
So I did.
Chris was on. So do you want? I'll try and pick another. Give me a minute.
What did you say?
Amato and Hendry.
Oh, aye, so you did. Sorry, mate. Apologies, everybody. Oh, Charlie. Thank you so much.
Charlie.
That's much appreciated. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Somebody else has said, see what I did used to get called Big Darcyville as well.
Here's one for you. It's not so much a cult hero, but maybe gets underrated and maybe gets slagged off too often. Alex Cleland. He was actually fairly decent for us.
But I mean, come on. No, I mean, no, I'm not having that. I'm not having Alex Cleland. I don't know. I did love Sibo, right? But it is only because I used to get called him. But that also is because I was terrible at football. So I would get called Sibo because I used to run about like a madman up front and just never score. So I do get that was a bit of a joke. I did love him. But who was my cult hero that I loved that nobody else did? It's a tough one. You know who I really liked? I liked Jonathan Johansson.
No.
I really liked him. I don't know why. I think it was because he was quite fast. I remember him being quite quick. So I'll say probably Yeah, probably Jonathan Jackson.
Annie brought his Morelos as well, so he's got that in his bag.
That's true. That's also true. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, right. Our next guest has arrived, everybody. Our next guest is here. So I'd like to welcome to the podcast Paul from the Battle Fever Network. Are you called now? Battle Fever Network? Is that what you call you now?
Evening, Paul.
Yeah, we are, yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I was actually watching in a different browser, a different page. That's why I was getting all confused. I was like, what's going on? I was watching that there. I came in and suddenly went, oh Christ, because I've been messaging Scott. As you know, he's taken his bed. He's not very well, so I'm here flying solo, as they say. So yeah, so I do apologise. That's where the look of mass confusion was in my face. I had various voices going on. I usually have voices in my head, but this was for different reasons.
So yeah, no, it's a pleasure to meet you, Paul. Paul Scotia, Paul.
Paul. Good. It's good to meet you guys, and I'm very happy to be here, very honoured to be here for such a fantastic cause. And obviously, condolences to yourself, Scott, and deepest sympathy. But you're doing a great thing, and I'm glad to hear you're raising lots and lots of money.
Yeah, mate, it's been pretty mind-blowing, to be honest, mate, how much we have managed to raise. It's well surpassed my expectations, genuinely. I wasn't expecting to get anywhere even close to where we've managed to get to. But even before we came on tonight to start, we were already about £970. So now we're over $2,500 now, which
That's
is just
phenomenal. I did notice the supporters of other clubs tuning in for a little bit and donating as well. That's absolutely magnificent, and fair play to them. And it's for a worthy cause. I mean, I know there's another thing going on this evening nationally on national television, but this seems to draw people in, and it's fantastic. And I've just noticed all the chats this week off my right hand side, so I can't really see who's slagging me off. So that's absolutely I don't mind.
In my arrogance, mate, I didn't even know Children Aid was on tonight. I honestly, mate, I'm like the most useless. See, like anything up to date outside of Rangers, I genuinely don't know what's
really. I've got front. I'll be honest here. About an hour ago, I tuned in and I was setting things up, and I put this on and I put the chat. I put my bow tie, my dinner jacket, and all that on, and I went and looked it out, and I've not worn it in a couple of years, and I've put on a wee bit of weight since then. I don't mean I'll get fat or anything. I've just for some reason I've hit my 50s and I've gone, okay. God's went, okay, time to be a man, and giving me a chest, and I was like, it's no closing. No closing. It closes at the waist, but not at the chest. I thought, bollocks to that. I was genuinely going to put on a shirt, the bow tie, and my dinner jacket properly and sit here. Because it's a charity event, you've got to get dressed up for these things.
That would have been much appreciated, mate. I don't think I could have took sitting here for, I don't know how many hours I'm sitting here for, but sitting in like a suit and all that. I got a welcome wee break there, which was good. We put up an interview I pre-recorded with Joshua Barry, so that was welcome, because the legs were going a wee bit numb.
I'm not surprised.
For doing a podcast as well, like I've not got a very comfortable chair, and I'm like, now's the time I've started to go to myself, why have I never invested in a comfortable chair?
It's a rookie error.
It is, mate. It really is. It genuinely is.
Buy a gaming chair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go to IKEA. That's nice. My wife got this one from IKEA. So because I used to have a big sort of wing back thing that was phenomenal, but it began to fall to pieces. So we had to hoof it. My wife went and got this. I came back one day. I was like, "Where's my chair going?" She's like, this sits better than here. Oh, does it? Okay, fair enough. So
This is the only corner of the house that's mine. This little couple of square foot.
See, I call this the man cave. This used to be a garage in the house. We converted it, so we put windows in and all that sort of stuff into the garage door, and we've done all of this with it. So it's TV and it's got computers here, and it's got cycling machines. And I can't really show you because it's all but I call it the man cave. My wife calls it the hobbies room, because this is all bookcases behind us here. It's lined with books. So for her, it's the hobbies room. For me, it's the man cave, because I watch football in here and drink beer.
Good on you. I thought about drinking beer tonight, but I thought if I'm on here for like 4 hours, that's probably not a very good idea.
I don't know. Did you see our title-winning podcast?
I think you had I think you'd had a few. Yeah.
Do you know what? It was. It's not my fault. I'm a very easygoing person. I very rarely drink, as anybody who knows me will tell you. My real boy. My neighbour Craig, a big Rangers fan, the pair of us sank 2.5 bottles of Prosecco in just over half an hour.
Nice.
and that was from match finishing, and we barely had any lunch because I was so nervous about what was going to happen that day. And of course we drank this outside, and it began to rain. So the two of us are standing under an umbrella, trying to keep social distance at the time, drinking bottles of Peroni and then Miller. Things get pretty desperate at that point. But I then cracked open the cans of the We Are the People pint cans, and each can is 8.9%. I drank 2 of them, promptly came inside Leonard's, tried to order dinner on Just Eat. It turned up. I said to the wife, this isn't what we ordered. We ordered Chinese. So she vehemently argued with me. No, it was definitely Indian, and got my phone out and showed me. So I done that. I then came on the podcast and drank some more of that We Are the People and some more gin and some more beer. And I think I was kicked off at one point. I don't really know. I think I was totally
I know that feeling, Paul. I know that.
I've watched 5 minutes of that, and I can't watch it. Like, I mean, I had a meeting at 8:30 the next morning. I got up and I was sitting there dying because I work from home, just in audio. And I was just listening to what's going on. I was scrolling through Twitter, and somebody says, "I'm watching this just now, Paul. This is brilliant." And then it was like, "I'm 45 minutes in. You played the guitar," and I closed my phone down and went, "Oh no, I'm watching that."
Well, you're talking to the man that Scotia has been in some questionable states, I will say, on this podcast. I mean, we all have. There's a fair few back at the start where we used to. We'd record after the game, but sometimes we would delay how long it would be until we actually recorded if we were at the pub or whatever, and then you do one on your phone and you put it all up when you're there, and then you wake up the next morning, you watch it back and you go, why did I put that up?
I mean, you're woken up not with your phone alarm going off. It's the fear that awakens you.
It's the fear.
Yeah. Do you know, I know this is a Rangers podcast, but I'm going to tell you this little story now because I've told this so many times. Obviously, my Twitter handle's policies. I'm ex-merchant Navy. I spent 20 odd years and going around the world in big tankers and stuff like that. And I used to work for a company called the Royal Fleet Auxiliary Service, which is naval support, so Royal Navy, but manned by civilians, so the big tankers and stuff like that. And we'd been out the Gulf and we came back. And it was a Saturday. We tied up the Saturday morning. My hair was quite long, because you hadn't so long at sea, you hadn't had a chance to cut it. And you're looking forward to getting some Haribo and reading a paper. So I said, that's it. Saturday morning, we tied the ship up, and showered and changed. And I went straight down the gangway up into Portsmouth, and I went to get my hair cut, and I got some toiletries, and I thought, I bought a pad of paper, and I'll sit in the pub and have a couple of pints, and I'll walk back and I'll have some dinner on board and maybe a couple of beers in the bar that night because there's duty officer the next day, and that'll be it. The thing is, I ended up getting kicked out the pub when it closed in Portsmouth at the time. It was about 20 to 12, kind of early closing. I've been in there all day drinking, and I staggered back to the ship up the gangway, found my cabin, dropped my bag, and just get my shoes off and just climbed under the duvet cover and fell asleep. And I was woken up an hour later by a guy saying, "Get out of my bunk." And I'm saying, "Huh? He's get out of my bunk." And I'm saying, "This is my bunk." He says, "No, this is my bunk. It's my cabin. What are you doing?" And I suddenly got a moment of clarity. And I looked just to the side of the pillow, and I saw a picture of a wife and children that weren't mine. And so I got whoa. So I picked my shoes up, I forgot my bag. I got out in the alleyway, and he closed the door, slammed it, and I'm looking about me going, this is definitely my cabin because there's a fire extinguisher there. There's a set of feed hose reel down there for fighting fire. This is definitely my cabin. So up a deck, down a deck. I wasn't only in the wrong bunk in the wrong cabin. I was on the wrong fucking ship. For God's sake! I'd staggered back, and unbeknownst to me, And our sister ship had come in afterwards, about an hour afterwards, after I'd gone ashore and tied up a stern office. And because I came through the gates at Portsmouth Dockyard, and went, oh, there's my ship there. The first one you come to, up the gangway and into bed. And it wasn't mine. This guy been in the bar himself. found me sleeping in his bunk. But the thing is, I was duty, so I couldn't go back the next day to pick my bag up. So all my toiletries, all my nutty, or they call sweeties now, are still sitting in his cabin. So 2 days later, I had to go back. Very meek. Can I have my bag back, please, pal? So that's so you wake up with the fear. That was it for me. Oh my God, what have I done? Yeah, that's quite embarrassing.
That's superb. Scotia, do you want to share any of your stories?
No, I'm all right.
That's about to say, Scotia.
People have seen enough.
You've got many. Oh, right, Paul. That was. I need to lie down now, mate. To be honest.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I've just hijacked the podcast.
Not at all, mate. No, absolute pleasure. Let's talk a wee bit about Rangers, mate, shall we? Now,
I have to. Carry on.
I know, mate. We've been kind of round about the houses tonight, to be fair, mate. What I'll start with, what the kind of main talking point I think we've all kind of came to have tonight is, it looks Gio's not going anywhere just now. We all know that he's not going anywhere just now. The Sky Sports interview as well today kind of reconfirms that to us, that he's not going to be going anywhere. Hypothetically speaking, I know, but if Gio was to go, a lot are in agreement that Ross Wilson should go also. If that was to be the case, mate, would you like to see Rangers continue on with the director of football role or scrap it?
Well, I mean, it's a kind of new position for us, and it's been, I think, if I'm being fair and honest and kind, it's been a very mixed bag. But I think it's a model an awful lot of big clubs use, because it does lift an awful lot of weight away from the manager, because he basically says, this is the players I want, go make it happen. And it also removes the contracting element of dealing with the players from the manager as well. It means he can go on and he can coach and do what he's supposed to do. So I would say it's a tough one, because, as I say, it's been very hit and miss, but mixed bag. I would persevere with it, purely because it seems from the model that most of the big clubs are going down. The position is only as good as the person who fills it. And that's the same with any walk of life in any job. So I personally would persevere on. To back to Vision's point on about if Gio goes, Ross Wilson goes, I would certainly. I do have a modicum of sympathy for Giovanni Van Bronckhorst. The injury crisis is horrific. I mean, it's almost unprecedented in recent history with regard to playing squad, a first team playing squad at Rangers. He's been incredibly unlucky, but his style of play isn't brilliant. It's very, very insipid. It's easy to defend against. It's constant crosses into the box. Just head them away, get the ball back, recycle, play the horseshoe, wing back to wing back across, back across, and then hit down the sides and try and cross. And we're better when we go through the centre. We're proving that time and time again. And I think that's what we're kind of missing Tom Lawrence. But to go back, I would certainly, Ross Wilson has to go for me. He has been an unmitigated disaster. I saw a stat, and I used it on one of our podcasts a few weeks ago, saying that I think how in his tenure he's recruited 26 players, only 4 of which during his spell that he's been with us have played more than 50% of the matches that they have been recruited in, and Antonio Cholak is one of them, and that gives you a degree of how bad he's been. And only 4, in fact, including the 2 directors of football, including Mark Allen, 98 players brought in. Only 4 sold for any kind of money out of 98 recruited. That is an absolutely horrific stat, and that cannot continue. So I think Ross Wilson has to fall on his sword. It doesn't matter how good he is or he was at Southampton. The very fact is he's been terrible for us. Now, whether that's down to the board not giving him the resources available, he has to come out and say that, because right now he's in the crosshairs of most of the supporters, along with Van Bronckhorst. If the pair of them are being let down badly by the board, in my opinion. Van Bronckhorst has been hung out to dry by the board and by Ross Wilson.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that at points. Stevie T, thank you very much, mate, for the £50. That's tremendous, mate.
That's amazing. Well done.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Really do appreciate that. Scotia, Paul brought up a point there about the recruitment, and when you see the stats on paper, mate, there isn't really. I mean, if you were to go for a job review in any job and you're sitting down with that kind of percentage return, they would be asking serious questions about you.
Yeah, I mean that stat that Paul read out about the 98 and only 4 sold. That's a shocking. That's that. I didn't think it was as bad as that, but that's ridiculous. But no, in terms of, I mean this window, or the window in the summer there, I still think it's probably too early to judge. But if we were to sit down and judge it right now, you would say Cholak's been the major success out of it, and then you'd probably put your likes of Tillman and Lawrence in the kind of good and potential kind of ones for his, and Davies as well. For that. Yeah, Davies as well. Yeah. But the other ones like Suter, is he going to stay injury free? The answer's probably not. Matondo has been woeful, really, really bad. I think he played well against West. I mean, keep on our podcast, Paul. We keep on going back to the fact that he played really well against West Ham.
There was nothing in the line there. It's a friendly. That's the point. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? You have to shop the big matches. I mean, that West Ham match, he kind of flattered to deceive. I watched that and thought, we've got a gem in our hands here. And then he's just failed to reproduce that in any way, shape, or form. There's been wee flashes now and again, but that's simply not good enough at a club like Rangers. I know that people like Malik Tillman take an awful lot of criticism, but I will be a big defender of him because once again, go back to stats here. I'm not a stats person. He played 164 minutes of football before joining us, first team football. Yeah. He joins us, and then Van Bronckhorst sticks him on the right wing, and he becomes the main man in that position. It's not his natural position, and he's not had really any first team football. So I will defend the boy that way. If somebody if I think someone's been unfairly treated for any weird reason, I will stand up and say, look, I think it's wrong. Has he been great? He's once again pretty much hit and miss. But Matondo is slightly different. He's a Welsh international. He's played at Schalke. Lots and lots of games.
What about the Welsh ball?
No, he's apologies.
That's a wee in joke from Club at 22, the Welsh.
Scotia hates the Welsh.
Do you? That's
not really, no. Just not a fan of their national football team.
Scotia's a big Scotland fan as well. Wales broke his heart. Yeah.
Did Di from Port Talbot run off with your wife or something? I mean, just come on.
Robbie Savage absolutely embarrassed us down in Cardiff.
I was going to say, this is a safe place. You can share here. It's okay. Nobody's watching. No, but I mean, things like go back to the point. Is Matondo, he went to Schalke for almost £12 million. Played a couple of seasons there, had a couple of good games, and then sell him for $3 million. Now you think to yourself, brilliant, we got a bargain here, but Schalke are taking a massive hit. Excuse me, and I put that down to the fact they have financial troubles themselves. But clearly, they just wanted to offload him because there was obviously a massive salary there. Mm-hmm. So they would take anything to get off the books. And once again, I think he's a young player, and I think coming to Rangers is completely different. I'm always willing to give players a bit of time to settle and stuff like that, especially foreign players. So if they're UK players, it's slightly different. You're like, come on, guys, put your socks up a little bit. But I watched that interview with John Lundstrom, and he did say he was. Remember, the first 6 months he was terrible. The first few months he was terrible. He said it took him until Christmas to realise exactly what playing for Rangers was, and that's why he was so good in the latter part of the season. God knows what's happened. This the start of this season. I know he's carrying an injury, and I think that's I'll attribute two things to John Lundstrom at the start of the season. Number one, he's carrying an injury. He's admitted that he's got an ankle injury, but he's been told he's okay to play through it. So, but the problem is, we all know, if you've had any kind of injury, you are super cautious and you are everything. I mean, I'm not going to mess about me, but I done my back. I had to change jobs because I sustained a serious back injury. And there's certain things in life I can't do now. And whenever I go to do something, I am very cautious and very conscious of what doing could lead to further damage. So it's always in the back of your mind. So subconsciously, you can't do what the things you want to do, and you sort of take a wee step back, or you're a little bit super cautious. So I imagine that's on his mind as well. On his mind. also he's just become a father for the first time. So his home life is in turmoil. He'd probably be up most of the night with a crying baby and stuff like that. So those two things can have massive impact on your performances. No matter what we say, no matter what we do. I'm just playing devil's advocate and saying that he hasn't been great. Even by his own admission, he's not been great. So, but my point is, John Lundstram took time to settle. So players do take time to settle, even UK ones, because of their size and stature of the club, it catches them off guard. But I'm always willing to give foreign players just that wee bit extra because shifting culture, etc. Red Van Yilmaz, he's come in and he's not really had a chance to get going yet. That's a combination of the fact that it's a new culture, doesn't speak the language, he's struggling to settle in, he's by himself, he's not married, he's no girlfriend, his family are all back in Turkey. Plus, the minute he arrived, Borna Barisic went, oh, hang on a minute, I've got competition for my place, I don't have to slack anymore. I better get my finger out my fat ass and do something. And that's exactly what he's done. And that's fair play to Borna Barisic for that, because he's been one of our most consistent players. And I can't believe I'm actually saying that, because he's been pretty dreadful recently, as in half of last season. But he's fair play to him. He stepped up to the plate and he's taken that on. So yeah, to go back to that, I would always give players a wee bit of time to settle and things like that.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. Obviously, Scottish football as a whole is a unique beast, because no other team will you go to and you play against a low block, if you like, for the majority of the football that you play. So I do get that. And I think right now, the way things are, it's very easy for players to come under criticism because we're not happy. So we're not happy with what we're seeing on the pitch and the way things are going. So you're constantly looking for things to pick apart. Do you know what I mean? You're constantly looking for things to pick apart. So some players might be falling probably harshly under the microscope. Because I have openly said on this podcast, I don't understand it with Matondo. I don't. I say we did see a flash, but
I'll see. You're not a biggest fan, really, are you?
No, right. I have to just quickly add somebody to the stream because he has made his way to us, and I think he's in the Rangers press room. I think I'm pretty sure everybody will know who this man is. Wilf, how are you, mate? In the press room, I see.
I am indeed, Scott. How are you? Nice to see you
good,
still
mate.
going strong. Nice to see you still going strong.
Oh. Yeah, still going strong, mate. We're smashing it, mate. The money is, the donations have been ridiculous, really ridiculous. For people that don't know, Wilf, where are you and what are you doing?
I'm currently in the Ibrox press room, just getting ready for the first night of the big Ibrox sleep out for this year. We've just had the traditional pub quiz, which was a bit of a disaster. We said that they're just having their soup and sandwiches before we go trackside and try and settle down for the night. I'm glad to say that it's not too windy and the rain stopped, so we're actually getting to sleep trackside, I think. So
forecast
should be quite good.
The forecast is for 50 mile an hour winds and a monsoon. Well, you'll be absolutely fine. Just use that tent I gave you.
I'm happy. Paul, I'm happy with that.
Aye.
I'm happy with that. That'll do me.
No, that's brilliant.
As you know, Scott, I managed to catch the first hour on my way down on the bus, and then I had to log out. So I logged out halfway through David Edgar. But I mean, you were doing sterling job when I was on earlier. The money coming in was fantastic. The effort you're doing in memory of your sister, it's just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I really appreciate that, mate. I do. I really do appreciate it. We're over $2,500 now, Wilf, which is absolutely incredible, to be completely honest, mate. It's kind of blown my mind at how well we've done. I didn't expect it to be like this, but I'm very happy about it, mate. Very happy. I'm kind of overwhelmed by it all. And yeah, I'm looking forward to sitting down with my feet up tonight and enjoying my beer before I go to my bed. That's for sure. I shouldn't be saying that to you. You're about to sleep outside, mate.
Yeah, I'll get you bed. No, the fluff to put
Never is.
Is there a good turnout for it?
Tonight, but that's okay.
Yeah, is there a good turnout?
Sorry, what was that?
Is there a good turnout?
I think it's 80 folk tonight and 80 folk tomorrow night, I think. The incredible thing is there's quite a lot of first timers tonight. There's I would say probably at least a third of the people here tonight have never done it before, which is good.
Brilliant.
So they're in for a bit of an experience.
Yeah, as I said, I've picked carry on, Wilf.
It seems to be I think just stealing your thunder. I think it seems to be a night for charity because you've got your British Heart Foundation. We've got the Sleep Out at Ibrox, and it's children in need as well. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's.
I was saying to Paul before you come on, Wilf, that I'm so bad at like current affairs of things that are happening outside of the Rangers world, and like somebody was like, "It's children in need tonight." I'm like, "Is it?" And then you were like, you said to me, "I'm at the Sleep Out tonight." I was like, "Oh my god, I've really not thought this through or checked what else is happening in the world." That's amazing. But I know, Wilf, that's incredible, man, that you've managed to get yourself on. I mean, talk about a quality podcast. The guy's sitting in the press room, man. I mean, come on.
Well, I was trying to think where can I go that's going to be nice and quiet, and I thought we get to when you go to the Sleep Out, the girls get to use the away dressing room. That's where they get changed before, because obviously you come down with all your stuff and before you go out you get changed. So this place will be busy in about 20 minutes with everybody getting changed. So the guys always get the press room, right, and the lassies get to sit the away dressing room. So I thought, where's going to be quiet? So the fucking press room will be quiet. So we'll just go to the press room. So why not?
Oh man. You know what I mean? Absolutely brilliant, mate. That is absolutely superb. I can't thank you enough, mate, for making the effort to come see us.
Well, thank you. I mean, it was a bit cheeky, mate, to ask you, can I come on? But I just thought, you know something, I'm not going to give us a bit.
No problem at all. Wilf, do you know something? Wilf's actually really upset that I'm not there doing this with him this evening, and I'm here because he did say to me, "Come on, Paul, come on the Friday night, you and I can spoon together." And that's what really threw me off. I thought, no, I'm not doing that. No, he's a lovely man, but I'm not going that far. There's many things to do for charity, but Spoon and Wilf isn't one of them.
Right, well, while you're on, I'll ask you a quick one of the fun questions we've been asking people, or the more light-hearted Rangers questions we've been asking. Who's your cult hero for Rangers that you liked that nobody else did?
I wouldn't say that I liked him but nobody else did, but back in the day I really, really rated Stuart Monroe. I was a huge, I know the Overlord David Edgar always sings the praises of Stuart Monroe. I was always a massive fan of Stuart Monroe. And I mean, he was here when Souness took over. And he was still here. Souness just couldn't get rid of him. He signed guys like Jan Bartram to replace him. Stuart Monroe was still hanging about. I just thought he was a tremendous player. Absolutely tremendous. So I would say if you go for cult heroes, it would probably be him.
That's fair enough. I can't pass comment, and I'm not saying that because I'm younger. So I never seen him play. Paul, I don't want to be disrespectful to you, mate. I don't know what age you are. Did you see him?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was my first match at Ibrox was 1974. There you go.
Oh man, mine was 1994. I think it was my first. Yeah, 1994. 1994 was my first time at Ibrox.
How old do I look?
Hang on, whoa! I'm glad
still younger than me, Paul.
I'm glad you got me on after watershed because I can swear now. What the fuck is that laugh about?
Mate, I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. I'm going delirious, mate.
That's supposed to, yeah.
Scott, my biggest surprise is you're still sober.
Mate, I thought about it, mate. I did. I thought I can't sit here and drink for like 4 odd hours, mate. I'll end up sloshed, man. Like Scotia would end up kicking me off the pod instead of usually the other way about. So I was like, I better not. I was like, I will. Don't get me wrong, mate. When I finish, I will sit down and I will have a beer. There's no doubt about it.
You deserve it as well. Let me tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'll agree with Wilf. Now you do deserve it, Scott. Most definitely.
Right, well, I'll let you go because you've got enough on your plate, mate. But I cannot thank you.
I'm quite happy to stay if you want me to stay. I'm quite happy to stay. I'm an absolute. You want rid of me? I'll let you go. But I'm an absolute.
Not at all. No, not at all. As long as there's no guys coming in getting changed behind you, that mate. Then that's all I was.
No, they'll all get changed. They come in. I'll switch the camera
off. Wilf will give you a running commentary of who's getting changed and stuff like that. What they're wearing. Yeah. So don't worry.
Well, we've actually got three. We've actually got 3 of the B team here as well sleeping out tonight. By the way, so and by the way, John Lefecco is absolutely massive.
Huge.
I wanted him to play in that St Mirren game, Carney, mind?
Yes, you did, mate.
We picked our teams.
I stood beside him to get my photo taken. I was asked somebody for a box. He's absolutely massive.
Oh, that's brilliant. Right, Paul, I'll come to you. Who's your cult hero?
I see. I know it's not one who was hated, but I absolutely adored Ted McMinn. I thought he was brilliant. The Tin Man was brilliant. I mean, he could do things with the football that only, aside from Super Cooper, my T-shirt I've got on, or Loudrop, the Rangers players, only three of them could really do things. I said, most people were meant a bad memory, but it's beating about 8 men, getting to the byline, going to cross, completely missing the ball and flagging landing his arse. The ball goes out for a big kick. But no, I loved Ted McMahon. And when I was really younger, I liked Ali Dawson as well, believe it or not, right back. And he actually given one of my earliest football memories of people of abuse, actually, from the stands. He lost control of the ball, and there's some boy behind with a flat cap shouted, "Dawson, you couldn't control your own piss, you useless bastard." So but no, so that's
that's great. My dad loved Ted McMahon. My dad always speaks about him. My dad's 70. Was he 72, my dad? So every time my dad starts talking about where are the players like Baxter and this and that and McMahon, and I'm like, Dad, they just don't exist anymore. Unfortunately, it's not the same game.
It's not, unfortunately. No.
No, it's not. Right, well, be a wee bit more serious in terms of the way things stand just now, and I understand where you are, mate, but I'm pretty sure he's not there, so you'll be all right. We've been talking about the director of football role. Is that
the time I really have to go?
He's standing next to you with a gun, mate. Like, you better watch what you're saying.
He's like that.
Give me a Ross.
Get on. We know now that Gio's not going anywhere, not anytime soon anyway, mate. So, hypothetically speaking, if Gio was to go, I think a lot are in agreement that Ross Wilson should go. My question to you is, mate, should Rangers continue with the director of football role? Should that happen?
I don't think it doesn't seem to work for Rangers. When you're looking at what we've got, it doesn't appear to be working. If we are to continue with the director of football role, the man at the helm in Gio's position, for me, can't be called the manager, because managers manage. Well, the director of football manages. So, to me, if you've got a director of football, the guy fronting it up should be a head coach. It's the same job, but it's just a different job title. And at the moment, all the shite that's flowing downhill is stopping at the manager because he's a manager. But he's not really managing anything, because that's what the director of football does. So to me, under our current structure, Giovanni Van Bronckhorst should be the head coach, not the manager. So if we're carrying on with that role, it's a head coach we need to bring in. And that's a totally different skill set to being a manager, for me.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. What I found interesting about asking different people about that question is some are saying yes, some are saying no. Do you know what I mean? So some are saying, oh yeah, we should continue on with it, and some are saying no, we should definitely get rid of it. I'm as I say, I've said earlier on, I'm of the belief that I don't think it's worked, and I don't think it's particularly required at Rangers. I'm not saying we, of course, are a massive club, but it's the league that we're playing in. I just don't think it's required for the league that we play in, and unfortunately, that's the way it is with Scottish football. I don't think it's ever going to change. Scotia, I realise I'm just talking, mate, and you need to stop me because I'm on autopilot. Right. So, do you have anything you want to ask the two lads, mate, or have I put you in the spot there? You're going to panic.
Now you've put me in the spot. Go back to you. Let me think, and I'll do it. You've put me completely in the spot.
Well, I've been asking as well, and Paul, I can come to you after this as well. Who's most critical for Rangers to get back into this team that are currently on the injured list?
Tom Lawrence, 100%.
Yeah,
without question.
Yeah. I don't think you can really disagree with that. Paul, are you getting any disagreements with that? Do you think Tom Lawrence is probably the most critical to get back?
I would say there's two, believe it or not. I would say Tom Lawrence, definitely 100%. And I would also say Connor Goldson, because although he's got his massive critics, he marshals the back line incredibly well. You saw what happened when it off against Liverpool. We collapsed. The first half, him and Davis had Nuno Gomez and all that. They had them completely nullified. Darwin Nunes, sorry, not Gomez. Had them completely nullified. In fact, he had Darwin in his back pocket. Then he went down with a thigh injury, had to be replaced, saw the half out, and then after that, the second half, we just completely capitulated. And that's no disrespect against young King who came on. He was well at his depth there. It's an 18-year-old boy, against Mo Salah and Darwin Nunes and all that sort of stuff. What do you expect? The rest of them through they basically chucked it as well, which didn't really help. But no, I would say definitely Tom Lawrence, because he offers that bit of creativity, he offers a bit of drive going forward. He's something we've not had in a long time. I was when I saw him playing for the first few matches, I thought we've got a bit of a gem in our hands here. This guy could really, really be the difference in a lot of matches. Then we lost him, and then I say Goldson, because I say although he has his critics, including me, I've been very critical of him last season. For various things, for pointing at things, blaming others for mistakes that he's clearly made. But you can see how well he controls that back line, and that's why we're losing so many goals recently. It's because we don't have that towering presence and that marshalling of the defence. For all Tavernier as a captain on the park, certainly controlling that back line is Conor Goldson.
Yeah, I think Goldson was a prime example of you don't know what you've got until it's gone. It really was.
Exactly, yeah.
Goldson, okay, a lot of people maybe had a sour taste in their mouth the way Goldson managed his rundown of his contract, if you like, and obviously people put their conspiracy theories in that. If there's a vacuum there, people will fill it with whatever their opinion may be, but I don't think you can underestimate the strength and the leadership that Conor Goldson brings to that team, and especially as mentioned earlier as well, with the kind of such poor form of James Tavernier. When Tav isn't playing very well, he's not the best of leaders. When he's flying, he is, and I've seen this literally with my own eyes. But just now, he's not been particularly great.
Carney.
Yes, mate, go. You get Scotia's got a question. Brace yourself.
It wasn't his question. It was more of a point, like talking about Goldson there. See, if Goldson's in the team, I think it means that Tav can go out of the team more. I don't know what Wilf and Paul think, but I think Tav's getting played there because he needs to play there at the minute, when really he could do with a wee rest. Don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Scotia. I mean, I think it was the Ajax game when Tav got injured towards the end, and he stayed on because there was nobody else. There was no other leaders on the pitch. I mean, I was screaming to get him off because he could hardly walk. I mean, we're throwing the guy into the ground. I mean, this World Cup break's come probably just at the right time for him, because both him and the manager said he's not injured. He's clearly injured because his running style's completely changed. And then that Ajax game, he took a real sore one, but he carried on. And you're right, probably because there was no other leadership on the pitch. If Goldson had been there, he may very well have taken him off. But
he would have, yeah. I mean, I was actually at the match, and I know that Tavernier was screaming to come off the park. He said, "I can barely run, but he was kept on, and that's for two reasons. Well, number one, there was no leader in the park, because the vice captain is injured, and number two, there's nobody else to replace Tavernier right now. Young Adam Devine's there, but he's not been given any game time. So Gio can't trust him in that position. We did have a backup, Zakowski, who joined in January, but promptly sold him again in the summer back to Poland. I understand he had family issues and he was homesickness, but they never recruited into that position. So this goes back to what I was saying about Bonner Barisic, having no competition for space. You could do what you want, guaranteed a start. All of a sudden, Yilmaz comes in, I'll up my game. Right now, that's not happening with Tavernier. He's the captain and he's right back, and he's the only one we've really got. You have to have strength and depth and pushing for every position. The guys that are playing in the first 11 have to feel breath on the back of their neck from somebody wanting that shirt. It doesn't matter if you're the goalkeeper or a centre forward or the captain. You have to have strength and depth, and you have to have somebody wanting that shirt from your back and making themselves the starter, making themselves number one, making themselves the hero. Right now, we don't have that at the club.
100%, Paul. I mean, if you remember when Steven Gerrard came in, he said he wanted 2 starters for every position, so that there was always competition right through the team.
Yep.
And we just simply don't have that.
No.
As Paul says, we don't have that. I mean, the Zakowski thing's ridiculous. I mean, we brought him in. It obviously didn't work for the lad. But again, he never got a chance. What did he play? He played a cup tie at Annan. That was it. It's the only game he started, I think.
I think he was really unlucky because when he came in, Tab was at absolute peak form, and right now he's not, because he's carrying that injury, and and confidence is gone. The team's confidence is gone. Massive load of injuries going through the squad. So we are really weakened. We're low on confidence. We're shipping goals left, right, and centre. Players playing through injury. Players playing with lack of confidence. And it's almost like it's the perfect storm right now at Ibrox, and everything's circling in, and it's not good. Everything's been sucked into it, and it's assumed, and it's a pretty nasty place to be just now.
Yeah, it is. On that note, Paul, I realise that I've took up quite a bit of your time, mate, probably longer than I should have. I want to thank you and the Battle Fever Network podcast for coming on and for taking part in this tonight, mate. I really cannot thank you enough from the bottom of my heart, mate. I really appreciate it.
No, it's been an absolute honour and pleasure to be here, and good luck for the rest of the evening. And all I can say to everybody else is keep donating. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. And good luck.
Thank you very much, Paul. Cheers, mate. All the best.
Thanks, guys.
Paul. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye.
Scott, while Paul goes away, I'm going to go for a wee walk. Somebody just came in here that wants to say hello. I'm going to take this laptop for a walk, see if this works. If you think back to the start of your podcast tonight, when you were talking before Scotia came on, you said you should have dressed them up.
Should have dressed two up. Oh, Broxy Bears in.
There's Broxy.
There you go.
That's brilliant.
Scotia, he said if he thought about it, he'd have dressed you up as Broxy. So there's Broxy saying hello.
No, that's brilliant. Well,
just not throw that in.
That's superb. Well, for you, Broxy Bear, I'm pretty sure. Well, you must
absolutely
be
not.
Bear. I'm pretty sure.
If I was Broxy Bear, I'd last about 30 seconds the next time we played Celtic.
World Football Manager used to be Broxy.
Really?
Because he was a groundsman at Ibrox in the 90s, and it would be one of the groundsmen that would get dressed up as Broxy at one point and during the 90s. So I'm sure he was, or at least he told us that. If he was pulling my leg or not, I don't know. But
get him on, mate. For him, give him a call. See if he'll come on and do this with us. Go on, give him a call. The old Broxy. So, what's in store now for the rest of the night? Do you just go out and kind of settle down?
Basically, as I say, I came down. We come in and we get a welcome and we get a wee talk from the women from the Glasgow City Mission, who half the money raised tonight goes to help them with their work. Then we had a pub quiz, which is always a good laugh. Split into wee teams and do a wee pub quiz. Then they wheel out the soup and sandwiches, which everybody's upstairs having just now. I grabbed a couple of sandwiges when I came down to log in, and then everybody will just come downstairs shortly. They'll all get into their pajamas and their house coats and whatever it is they wear, grab their sleeping bags, and out onto the trackside. There's blue tarpaulin basically down in the technical area, and you just go down and grab a spot, throw down a mat and a sleeping bag, and if you sleep, you sleep. If you watch videos, you watch videos. If you listen to music, just do whatever it is. Having done these a few times, you find that some people do take it seriously and actually try to sleep. Some folk just sit and have a chat with their mates. I usually end up sitting in the dugout about 2 a.m. because I can't sleep. So it's just what it is. You know, it's all a good cause, you know. So
of course, the amount of travelling you do to watch Rangers, though, I very much doubt you're a fan of sleep or you get much sleep. Well, let's be honest.
I can fall asleep no problem, but I can't stay asleep. I've got this thing. If I'm really tired and I go to bed early, maybe like 10 o'clock or whatever, I guarantee 1 a.m. I'm wide awake. It's just the way my body is. But I put that down to the fact for about 25 years I had a full-time job and a part-time job in a nightclub. So I was getting like 3 hours sleep a night most nights.
Yeah.
So, and up till 4 or 5 years ago I did that regularly, so my body's just not used to it.
So that's superb. I just need to bring somebody else in. Alistair's back with me. Hello, Alistair. Did you watch I'm a Celebrity? Is that why you're back?
I actually didn't. I recorded it, Carney, and I was watching yourself. So, yes. Dedication.
Scotia, you can go, but if you want to stay, you can stay. It's completely up to you, mate.
Scotia,
I'll pop off for like 10-15 minutes. I'll come back on in about, 5 past? 25
whenever, mate. No worries. No problem. Not a problem, mate.
Right, cheers, guys. If you're off away before I see you, have a good night tonight, Wilf.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Excellent. Cheers. See you in a bit.
Cheers, Gosh. Ali, you met Wilf before?
I don't think I've met Wilf before.
No, I haven't. No, I've heard your voice on more than one occasion. Ali, how are you?
Not too bad yourself.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Were you watching Ali? Do you know what Wilf is and what he's doing?
Yeah, he's doing the big sleep out. He's at Ibrox.
Yeah.
Did we not talk about doing that one time, Carney, as a podcast?
Well, yeah, we're planning to do it this time.
Been an
though,
arse it, basically.
Things have got obviously I don't look at planning things properly.
Yeah.
So no, this is obviously fail. Like obviously there's been circumstances in my life that I've had to deal with, but
No, we'll do it next year.
You should do it next year. It's fabulous. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
I mean, even for the very fact they opened the trophy room, walk upstairs. First place I went to was the trophy room. You know what I mean?
That's brilliant.
It's worth a night of sleeping outside just to get access to that.
Yeah, just to get access to that. Definitely.
Use Scotia's hair to keep me warm, Carney.
Oh God, you David share a sleeping bag, wouldn't you?
Probably.
Right. Well, is there people coming in? Do you want me to let you go?
That's all right. They came in and walked out again. It was only the guy. It's only the guy doing all the video for the charity foundation. So he just walked out again. So
walked out again. Aye, that's fair enough. Right. Well, before I let you go, I want you to pick me your all-time range, your lifetime, should I say, five-a-side team.
Knew you were going to ask me this. I heard you when you asked Ross earlier on, and I'm not going to pick Ian Black.
I don't know, Ian Black, man. What was he thinking?
That's just Ross Clark all over them. You know what I mean? I'm actually just surprised he didn't pick his brother as a goalkeeper, although he's never played with Rangers. But anyway,
aye, I know.
All-time five-a-side team. It's got to be Andy Gorham in goal. Has to be for me. Although I didn't see him play for Rangers, I'll pick Sandy Jardine because it's in my lifetime when I saw him play for Hearts. So I'll go Sandy Jardine at the back. Alongside Sandy, go for Big Boogie because he liked the beer on at the park. Big Boogie at the park. Need to go for Gaza because if it's not going right, at least he'll entertain us. And up front, I know it's boring, but it's got to be Super Ali, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Has to be. You know?
Yeah. Has to be.
But you can ask me that again in an hour, I'll give you 5 different players. You know what I mean? It's
always the same, isn't it? It's always the same.
You know,
there's only two mainstays that would be in my team, and it's Gaza and Laudrup. It would always be Gaza and Laudrup. They were everything.
No Brandon Barker, Carney, no?
Not Brandon bloody Barker. I honestly, I've been on this nearly 4 hours. I've been on this pod, and somebody hasn't said Brandon Barker until now. No, definitely not Brandon Barker. Well, I'd
love to be Davy. I'd love to be Davy Cooper on a five-a-side team. I just couldn't think where to put him because you need somebody that does more than that can do a bit of defending as well. Coops was never great at that, but he's my all-time hero. So I mean, I'd have him. What I was actually thinking on the way down when you asked that question to Ross was, if Scott asked me, I'm going to start singing, but I can't sing. But my team was going to be, number 1 was going to be Davy Weir. And number 2 was Davy Weir. And number 3 was Davy Weir. I decided against it, but we'll throw that in anyway. So.
Yeah. Right, well, I'm going to let you go because I've got the boys from This Is Ibrox waiting in the wings, mate.
Thanks again for having me on.
No, you've went an extra mile, mate, to come on tonight with us for the press room, mate.
Yeah, what you're doing is absolutely fantastic. I mean, the money you're raising for the Heart Foundation, absolutely brilliant. And I can only echo what Paul said before he went, and to go back to that wee tramp Bob Geldof during Live Aid. Give us your fucking money.
We could all sing Band-Aid, Carney. You should bring everyone back on. We'll sing a wee chorus of Band-Aid.
We definitely won't. Well, good luck for the rest of tonight, mate.
And I'll see you, Scott.
Very, very soon, mate.
Enjoy
Cheers, mate.
When you get it, because you deserve it.
I will, mate. Cheers,
good
mate.
To meet you, Ali.
Cheers, Will.
Cheers, lads.
Cheers, Will. Bye. So yes, as I mentioned, I will do this seamlessly. I'd like to welcome Kyle and Ross from This Is Ibrox. Gentlemen, thank you very much for giving up your time tonight as I reshuffle myself and try and get some feeling back in my legs. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I really, really do appreciate it. I've just seen that you've donated to This Is Ibrox. Ross, I've seen you donated as well, mate. I cannot thank you enough for doing that. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kyle. First off, mate, how are you?
Fantastic. It's what a show you've put on, man. As you said, you must have some sort of numb arse by now. But like, geez, oh man, that's some shift. But yeah,
I've got sweat, like, see behind my knees, which was weird. Behind my knees are sweating. And I'm like, this has never happened to me before.
Get on NHS 24111, mate. That doesn't sound good.
No, not at all.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having us on. And as everybody said so far, what a shift, what a cause. And yeah, it's fantastic, like the money you've raised for it so far. So hats off to you from everybody. This is Ibrox.
I really appreciate it, mate. Ross, nice to meet you, mate. We've spoke on Twitter, not actually spoke. It's not. Is this face to face? No, it probably isn't. But thanks, mate. Thanks for being here.
No problem, mate. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's been good. I've been tuning in all night. To be honest, it's been good. I've enjoyed the discussion. And just that 5-a-side question there that Wolf was asking, I'm racking my brains now what my answer would be. So no, it's been really good. And again, I echo everything Kale said. It's a great cause you're doing this for, and of course my condolences to you. That's awful. So yeah, it's really good to see, and I'm privileged to be involved. To be honest, we all are from This Is Ibrox. It's great to be involved.
Yeah, that's brilliant, mate. Thank you for the kind words. To be honest, mate, look, as you say, we aren't approaching 4 hours now, and it hasn't felt like it. I'm not going to lie, it hasn't really felt like it. It's been brilliant. The people have been keeping me going. Ali's managed to get his time watching I'm a Celebrity, so he's chuffed. He doesn't need to worry about anything. Yeah, obviously, I know this is Ali. Obviously, Ali's the head of the B team. Is that what I should call you? Head of the B team.
I'm your Michael Beale. You're Stephen Gerrard. I'm the Michael Beale.
Yeah.
Let's not get into that discussion. I know.
I was going to say, you're probably opening that should go down.
You used the wrong one there. You're Walter and I'm Archie. There we go.
Aye, I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. Yeah, you can be my Archie Knox, mate, for sure. So yeah, aye, as I say, it's been brilliant. To be honest, where we're at now, I've not even checked. Actually, sorry, I'll be rude and check now and see whereabouts we're sitting. Sitting wise,
it's quite a lot, Scott. It's quite a lot when I seen it on the Just Given.
Yeah, we're over 2.8 thousand now, so we're pushing towards 3,000 now, which is incredible. If we manage to get there, that would be amazing. But I'm more than chuffed with how things have went tonight. It's been absolutely fantastic. It really has been. So, gentlemen, we have had this. We did this. Who was it? Was it Graham? I don't think Graham works for you. That does stuff for you now, does he? Sure, so. Graham, the English guy, who was a Geordie, wasn't he? Ali, who did he support? Sunderland? When it was Sunderland?
Yeah, Graham Falk. That's a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, so that was a while ago. Now, it shows you how long we've been doing this. It was a while ago. I think we'd done a preview with him, like a season preview many moons ago. But no, always good to have you on. You are fairly new to This Is Ibrox, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I've been on it for about a year and a half, something like that. So, and finally got promoted to host eventually through. I don't know how that happened, but there we go.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm relative. When did I join? I actually can't remember now. So just before the season started, I think.
Summer transfer window, Ross. We got you in a Tasman.
I think I came in the day that Aribo had just agreed that deal with Southampton, so I was brought on to discuss that, and yeah, I've been here ever since. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's good.
Yeah, it is good. It's one of the. We started this through lockdown. With the first lockdown, we started this. I'd done various bits of work on different pods, and we decided to start our own. And I didn't give Ali a choice, to be honest. Ali was told that he was starting a podcast with me, and to where we've got now, it's a bit bonkers. And I was saying earlier on as well, like at one point I had Stevie Clifford, David Edgar on my screen, and I'm going, what's happened? Why am I in an alternative universe? It was just a very strange thing, surreal moment, but it just shows like how much the Rangers family are all there for each other, and that's what's kind of blown me away tonight. And look, there's, as I say, there has been Celtic fans and probably people that don't even like football that have joined in, friends and family and whatever else that have come on the tonight. So it's the response has been overwhelming. Right, gentlemen, unfortunately we need to talk about Rangers. Where do we start? So you've both seen, I would imagine, the Sky Sports interview today with Giovanni Van Bronckhorst. Kyle, did you take anything away from it apart from this is the board pretty much announcing that he's not leaving?
Yeah, I mean, what can you take away from it? I mean, I'll give Gio his credit. I think he spoke very, very well about Jimmy Bell on it. I think but it's just as you said, he's here for the long run. That is what that signified. That doesn't get sanctioned by anybody at Sky if he's not here. So we're stuck with him. I fear certainly until the summer. What do we do? How do we get out of this rut at the moment? I don't know. Is the World Cup a good break for us? I'm not a massive fan of international football. I'll throw that out there straight at the front.
You're in the correct company because me
the
and
right
Ali-
podcast.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And
Kevin Standard.
I know, and I'll watch a couple of games here and there, but we've got to be using this as a chance to regroup. I know you've had the chat before about the players coming back from injury. It's not shouldn't gloss over the fact that 5 of those are centre halves. It's like every time I feel like I'm on a podcast talking about this, I wish I had the answer. I don't know. I'll say I'm a bit annoyed that the players are away in a 2-3 week break at the moment. What is it, 2 or 3 weeks? I can't actually remember.
2 weeks. They got
2 weeks. And you see teams like Aberdeen are away doing a pre-match or a pre-season sort of training regime before they go back, and it's annoying me, to be honest with you. We should be in, all the players should be in working hard, and I don't really know where we go from here.
And then you get the picture of Morelos standing on a beach with his best impression of being RoboCop. You're like, sorry, what's going on here? Tell you what, he looked all right though. To be fair, like shape wise, a lot of people gave him criticism for the size he is. He looked pretty in shape to me, but yeah, it is a bit frustrating considering how slack we look in terms of fitness. Ali, I'll come to you, mate. What's your thoughts on that? We've not spoke about that yet, Ross. I will come to you, I promise. What's your thoughts on that? I know, I get lost, mate. I see the amount of time I've asked Osha the same question about 4 times when he was on. What's your take on that? Did the players really, maybe a week possibly to get a bit of time with their family and whatever else, but we should really be working on our fitness, should we not?
I kind of a kettle there. It's frustrating when you see teams at Aberdeen are away in America. I know they've got a link to Atlanta, and obviously Celtic are away doing their Sydney tour that we were supposed to be on before we pulled the plug on it. So, I would have liked to see us out there, but obviously we're trying to get players back, etc. So we've got the Leverkusen game coming up on the 10th with everyone can't wait to go and see. The emails have been out already. They want our money, Rangers, straight away. So, when you see things like Morelos on a beach, it's not good. He should be told, in fact, the whole of the Rangers players should be told, look, if you're going away for 2 weeks, if you're going on holiday, do not post anything on social media because it's fuel to the fire. Morelos has probably been told this, but you know what Morelos is like, Carney. He will do what he likes, Morelos.
Yes,
it was like the time when we were at Seville and he was out mingling amongst the fans. He was probably told not to do that, but he'll do it at once. But it is frustrating seeing it because you see these other teams training properly and you see us, the mess we're in at the moment, and our players are on holiday. But they've been on holiday all season, so does it really matter? Sorry to bring the negativity back to the podcast.
Gloves are off, Alistair. The gloves are off. Ross, what's your take on it?
I can probably be accused sometimes of being a wee bit too positive about the club. To be honest with you, I'm not really bothered by the holiday for the players. I think 2 weeks off is reasonable for the schedule that they've been under. You know, it has been a compacted schedule this year. I think we all forget that. And I take the Aberdeen point, been away in a training camp, but they've been playing 1 game a week. So I can understand why the players are off. As for Morelos, I totally agree. I mean, that should be nailed at the club. Okay, you've got 2 weeks off, but please do not post anything on social media, or they should be told. So, you know, that is a guy that, listen, it probably shows by his performances this year. Morelos is in it for himself now. You know, this is a guy who's been trying to engineer a move for a long time, and he's not really going to be bothered with the image that he portrays of himself at the club anymore. So you can maybe take him out of it. But as for the holiday itself, I'm not too bothered, honestly. I think there's more for us to be irritated about right now, to be honest with you, with performances and things like that. So the break doesn't bother me too much. But of course, they need to come back, and they need to come back roaring and ready to go, because the performances lately have just been so lackluster. It's just really difficult to buy anything. You know, with this team, there's no identity, there's no style, and it just looks like a team to me with no belief. You know, I've heard a lot of people talking about fitness levels, and I don't really disagree, but to me, it just looks like a team not willing to do the hard yards, not that they can't. I think that's the difference for me. We all have different interpretations of that, but Yeah, we just needed to come back flying, and I'm not convinced we're going to see that. And I think that's probably what frustrates people with the break, because it's like, well, why are they getting a break if they're not showing up this season, so they shouldn't get it. But I've got more things to be irritated about with Rangers right now, to be honest. I can't get too bothered about that.
But we're Rangers fans, mate, and these things will irritate us.
Yeah, I know.
It's what it's all about.
I know.
It is one of the things with Morelos. It's just like, why are you doing that? Like, there's just no need for you to be doing it. Do you know what I mean? Just because not only that is there will be people waiting for the team to come back that are not fit to immediately fling this picture about and go, look, they were doing this, they were doing that, and it's just, do you know what I mean? It's just one of those. It's unnecessary. It really is unnecessary. Kyle, come back to you, mate. We had a discussion, I'm not sure if you've heard, we've been discussing now the director of football role, and obviously the success or failings, whatever way you want to look at it. If Ross might say Ross Wilson was a success because he's got the same name as him, I don't know. We're soon about to find out. But if, hypothetically speaking, yes, if Gio was to go, a lot of people believe Wilson should follow. Do Rangers continue with the director of football role should that happen?
This is, I struggled with this question when I seen you asking it earlier on, and again, I'm not sure. I think as much as bringing players in, my greatest criticism of Ross Wilson is us not letting players go at the correct time. Especially, you're looking at guys like Morelos that we've already touched on. And by the way, going back to Ross and Ali's point about the picture, are you saying that we should maybe bring back a director of communications role or something like that to keep this all under wraps? But but in terms of Ross Wilson, I think his failures largely lie in players like Morelos and Kamara. It's easy to say with hindsight, but this season we should have sold Morelos when he was getting touted about it. Whatever it was, 15, 20 million. Kamara the same. Even that Nisov for what was it rumoured to be about 11, 12 million quid, something like that. That looks like you would have absolutely bitten your hand off for that. Like loads of players, they're just shadows of their former selves. You look at the players that he's brought in. How many successes really can you say from that? But I don't know. Something needs to change at the football club, and I would argue I wouldn't maybe get rid of the director of football role. I would maybe bring somebody else in. Who that is, I have no idea. But we are Rangers. We're a massive club. We've got to have contacts in the books, and there's got to be somebody out there that will be willing to come and do it. We just need a shake-up from top to bottom for me.
Yeah, Ali, I asked you that earlier, didn't I?
You've asked me that question, yes.
That's fine.
Ross, I let you off, Cardi.
Yeah, I know, mate. I'm sure I did. I was like, I'm sure I've asked that. Ross, what's your thoughts? If I know it's all hypothetical, but would you continue on with director of football role should Wilson and Gio go, or Wilson anyway?
I hate this question, to be honest, Scott, because I always stand up for Ross Wilson and I think I just get pelters for it constantly. So I'm glad I'm on this platform to do it again. I always think about Ross Wilson, right? And I think back to about a year ago, and I don't remember his recruitment being questioned. I don't remember that. I may be wrong in that, by the way. People can come back and say it definitely was. We were making poor signs, whatever. That's fine. I just don't really remember it, and it's just all came round now because the team aren't performing on the pitch, and that's completely fair. It's viable, and I understand it. I don't really agree with ripping everything up because they've got the management call wrong. I think the whole idea of a director of football is to put things in place for the whole club. And it looks like Ross Wilson is one spearheading that. And he did work alongside Gerrard a lot to bring the standard of Rangers back up to what it was in terms of relaying the pitch when they should have invested in Auchen Howie. I think he's been a big part of that. I think we can all say that he has got the Van Bronckhorst management call wrong. I can't see any way back for Van Bronckhorst now. I think it is just kicking the can down the road. And I just find that it's just difficult for me sometimes that he gets criticism for the performances right now, but he doesn't get any credit for that Europa League run last year because Ross Wilson is a big part of building that squad. So we can't really have a go at him for the performances being poor and say his recruitment's poor, but not give him the credit when it's all going well. So I think he's done things wrong, absolutely, and I think things have to be looked at. I'm just not a massive fan of ripping everything up that the club have tried to put in place. Have they made decisions that have ultimately backfired? Yes, but I'm just not convinced getting rid of everything that we've put in place is the right way to go. I think we just need a new, fresh approach from the management side. You know, I think we can all say, looking at that squad that we have now, even with all of the injuries, I truly believe another manager could get more out of these players. You know, I'm not looking at this 11 when we're playing St Johnstone, St Mirren and Livingston and thinking, we just don't have enough today. You know, I'm looking at that side and thinking we should be going and winning this game comfortably. So I can see the criticism for Ross Wilson, absolutely, but I'm the other side. I don't think it's the time to rip everything up, but I realise I'm in the minority for that, so I'll probably get pelters for this. So I'm just being honest, though. That's just the way I feel about it.
Well, that's fair enough, mate. I think your argument's quite valid, mate, to be honest. I can see where you're coming from. I do disagree, because the only reason that I disagree is things have went too quiet for me, and he's quite happy to take the plaudits when things are going great. Like mentioned earlier, standing behind Aaron Ramsey like he just signed Santa Claus. Do you know what I mean? And then he disappears into the shadow realm when when things go bad. Do you know what I mean? So I do get where you're coming from, though. I do. I 100% agree with Gio. I think it's already gone too far. I don't see how it can. It only ends one way, in my opinion. It would need to be one hell of a turnaround this season for it to change, for it to change my opinion, even. Yeah, Ali, are the board losing more and more touch, if it was possible, with the fans with this silence? I mean, we heard from Stevie Clifford earlier on, and he was saying he doesn't directly criticise Douglas Park because the guy's into the club for X amount of millions, and I get that, I do understand that, but we don't really have a voice in the terms of a chairman right now, and it doesn't really seem like anybody's steering us through this.
Yeah, the only time they talked to us, Carney, is when they had to talk to us because there was too much noise, and three of them came out pretty much at the same time. Bisgrove,
and also, if you want a frame print of us getting beat off Liverpool 7-1 for 50 quid.
I know.
What,
see some of the things they do, right? I mean, we had a laugh and a joke about earlier on when I says that fourth tops get 60% off it now. You'll get your emails today. Break the lines. I mean, that was another PR disaster. I mean, what were they thinking at the time? Break the lines. You've got nobody that can break the lines. The only guy that can do it is Lawrence, and he's injured. So, I mean,
I think it was John Lundstrom that was pictured in the strip as well, and it's like that's just not the kind of player that John Lundstrom is. Why is he wearing that strip? I know, it's just a PR nightmare.
Yeah, I think there is somebody behind the scenes just trying to take a piss out of us all the time.
Yeah.
But, sorry, your question, Carney, about the board and that. Yeah, they're very distant to us at the moment. I don't know what they do. Do they come out and back Gio? Because the noise at the moment is incredible in terms of. You alluded to it earlier on with David Edgar, I think, when you were going on about you've never known such a support in terms of the fans at the moment that really don't want Gio there at the moment. They've kind of made their mind up now. I think if Gio went on and won the 2 cups this season and cut that gap with Celtic, they still would want rid of him. I just think the fans have made their mind up with him. So do the board come out and give him he's our man, we're going to back him at the end of the season and that's it? I don't even know if they would come out and say that, the board. It's the deafening silence. But you've come to kind of... That's what the board have been like until they had to come out at the beginning of the season, Carney. So I'm not overly surprised that there is a kind of silence behind the scenes at the moment.
No, to be honest, I'm not really shocked about it either. I'm not going to lie, but I just feel like if they have decided that they are going to back him, then I just don't understand what's wrong with releasing a statement. Look, it's going to upset people either way, like no matter what happens, so they might as well do something. It's one of those frustrations with this board that I feel. And I think it was Chris earlier in Major on Tour made the point that the board are probably looking at it going, on paper, it doesn't look like 9 points is terrible, right? There's no getting away from it. At this stage of the season, it's terrible. However, the actual results on paper aren't the worst, but it's what we can see with our eyes. You cannot tell me what I'm seeing with my eyes is wrong, because I've seen it and I am witnessing it and I've been there, and it's horrific to watch. It really is. It's so turgid football. It's hard to get motivated. We walked to Ibrox one night, mate, when we were both going, we should have stayed in the pub, and we've never done that. Like, me and you would never ever do that, mate. Like, genuinely never do that. So,
but Carney, what are the board more happy with? Are they more happy with financial gain in terms of where we are at the moment? We are in a very good position financially from where we were years ago, or results on the pitch, performances on the pitch? It looks the other way. I get there needs to be a balance. There has to be a balance. But as football fans, you said earlier on, Carney, it's the results. It's a result, especially being a Rangers fan. I mean, you need to win every single game. But it just seems that they are more happy at the moment in terms of the accounts look good. So that's where they're at, basically, rather than on the field.
I think people would, sorry to cut you off, I think people would support the board more if there was, I don't think, I know as a football club, Rangers, we have the expectation is to win every game, right? And that will always be the case. But we're in a league where right now, obviously, we're up against a good Celtic side and they just look better than us right now. So you can accept, it's difficult to say, but sometimes you can accept losing to them because it is what it is. They're better than us right now. No, you know what I'm trying to say, though. You know what I'm trying to say, right? In terms of
I'm going to the comments back when you said that, by the way.
Let me finish, right? Because we had poor results under Gerrard. What I'm trying to say is, right, there was something you could buy into with Gerrard. You could see, you bought into him as a person, and you bought into what he was doing in the football part. You could see a real identity and a style with his team. And of course, we struggled sometimes with that. We played against kind of low blocks and we couldn't break them down. It was really turgid sometimes to watch that as well. But I don't have anything with this manager that I can buy into. There's nothing that I can sit back and go, well, I can see the process. I'm willing to give him some more time. At least with Gerrard, I felt that, he didn't get everything right, but I could buy into what he was trying to do. And I think that's the problem we have right now. And I think you're right. I think, Ali, you said that. I don't think there's a way back for the manager because no one can see it. I can't tell you how he plays and how he sets his team up. I don't think any Rangers fan could tell you that. And I think that's a problem. I don't think you need to be some sort of tactical genius. There's nothing. There's no style of play. There's nothing. His whole philosophy is give the ball to Ryan Kent, see if he can beat three men and score. That honestly, and obviously Ryan Kent can't score right now the way he's playing. But that is it. That's all I can see from this team. And with the quality that we have in that squad, it's really disappointing because we do have good players. It's really difficult to stand up for them right now, of course, but we do have good players and they've just all fell off a cliff under this manager.
You're getting slaughtered in the comments.
I know.
I just noticed a few. I was like, "Oh God, look, mate! Everybody's entitled to their own opinion."
You got to let me finish. It was because I know it sounded bad. You know what I was trying to say.
We as a podcast, mate, we always will be honest, right? And no matter what, I've always said that it's always going to be the same. So everybody's entitled to their opinion. Some of the things guys say I don't agree with, and vice versa. But Ali was making me twitch there, like my right eye started to go. I was like, I'd made it like 4 hours, 10 minutes, and I was about to go on a full rant because I'll try not be ranty. I'm a fond believer of a standard in terms of a football club, right? And our standard is the highest that it can possibly be in terms of on the pitch, representation of the club, everything like that has to be at the highest standard. With this board, I feel like mediocre is becoming a standard that could be deemed acceptable, and I can't stand that. And maybe I'm old school, and maybe that's where I'm going to be in, but I don't like the context of where we've been. Talk either because we're no there anymore. I know we're still gradually recovering from it. There's still certain elements we've still not quite got there yet, but in my opinion, that needs to stop because we are no longer there. We got to a European final. You can't say that we are still in that place. Does that make sense? So yeah, I'll stop because I could just literally go on and on and on. Kyle, I'll come back to you, mate. What's your thoughts on the remainder of this season? Do you see any way for Gio surviving this, or do you believe Gio's going to be managed at the end of the season by hook or by crook?
Yeah, it's the latter for me. Like I cannot see anything but Gio staying to the end of the season, and I think I'm very much at the acceptance stage of my grief in that now. I don't know what to like. Just to go back to a wee point about the board and all that stuff. It's the communication from them is atrocious. See that sort of tranche of the three of them we had when it was Bisgrove and Stuart Robertson and Bennett all coming out. Like it's just, see Bennett, the best in class. What a load of pish. Like, we can all see it with our own eyes that, like, you cannot say that is the best Rangers team you've seen in years. Like, I get the injury point, but you can't say that. The Stuart Robertson interview, I think at times came across as a bit sort of, you thought we had this money, but we don't, a bit finger wagging. And then in Bisgrove, well, I'll leave that as it is. But yeah, in terms of Gio, like I've just totally accepted that he's going to be there. I don't know. I think he will have cash in January. How much of it, I've no idea. What he brings in, haven't a clue. Do we bring in a goalkeeper? Do we bring in a right winger? Are we going to sit and wait? I could see Ross's face talking about the goalkeeper there. Leave that for later on. But do we bring in a right winger? I don't know. We've just got to ride it out. I think. I don't want to say the league's done, but 9 points is an almighty gap. And I mean, I'm not quite going to praise or not praise our rivals, but go talk about our rivals like Ross there. But I don't see us quite catching them up with 9 points is a massive gap at the moment. The best we can hope for is I think two cups this year, and do I see us getting that? I'm not convinced at the moment.
Yes. Ross, I'll come back to you, mate. Your thoughts on what's ahead for the rest of the season? I'm intrigued to hear this, mate. I'm pretty sure you're going to say that Ross Wilson will be playing up front for Rangers this season.
If it was my choice, that's where I'd play him. No, I'm very much the same as Kel. I don't have a lot of hope for the rest of the season. I think if they were going to remove the manager, he would have been gone by now. The time was probably Sunday, Monday after that game. So it looks like we're going to back him. I wonder if the board have just, which is unacceptable, but it looks like they've clearly just written off this season. We've been knocked out of Europe already. We've been humiliated in that competition, to be honest. So it looks like the board have just written it off, and they're going to give Van Bronckhorst the rest of the season and see if he can potentially grab one of those domestic cups. I don't think, I keep hearing this, that he's a cup manager, and okay, but I don't know if he's got enough to see this squad over the line anymore. So yeah, I think it could be a pretty miserable end of this season, to be honest. It's difficult to be positive about this Rangers team right now, and unless we make a change. So yeah, I wish I could be more positive, guys, but yeah, I think it's going to be a difficult rest of the season for us.
Yeah, no doubt. Ali, I've asked you that tonight, or I've asked you that in a previous pod? Probably a previous pod.
Nah, you've asked me, aye.
That's
previous pod.
You get anything else to ask the lads, mate, before we move on to a light-hearted topic, maybe, before we finish? Lads, using a rush to get off, I'll keep you for another 5 minutes or so.
No,
all good, mate. All good.
That's cool. Yeah, I just don't want to finish it on that. Do you know what I mean? Another we had a wee bit up.
Right. Kind of what I said to David Edgar. In January, you've got 2 signings and 2 positions to strengthen. What is it? Kyle first.
I think I've already alluded to this. A goalkeeper, 100% for me. I think we need somebody as good as Alan McGregor is. Fantastic servant to the club. And I know Ross is quite keen on this point. It's about we've discussed it on our pod about McGregor and McLaughlin, and McLaughlin's good in the attack in terms of releasing the ball, getting us forward. I think there was a couple of the goals. Was it St Johnson game, Ross, that was highlighted that we got goals from his quick play. But yeah, I would get a goalkeeper, and I'll go right winger. I'll go right winger.
You're not happy with Matondo, no?
What? No, you're right. It's not Matondo. It's Scott Wright. He's my man. I've been playing him week in, week out. But no, a right winger. I've seen Raskin's name punted a lot about on Twitter again today. That might be somebody we might look at. But yeah, it's for me, it's a goalkeeper and a right winger at the moment.
Ross?
This is a tough one, actually, because I agree with everything Kyle said regarding the goalkeeper. I think we do need a goalkeeper, especially with domestic football. I think don't get me wrong, McGregor's shot stopping is just unbelievable. I mean, that performance at Anfield was just ridiculous, you know, the saves he was making that night. But domestic football, I think he doesn't help us because his ability on the ball is just not great at all. I don't know if I would choose a goalkeeper in the January window, though. Do you know that? I would probably just ride out for the rest of the season. I would play McLaughlin. I'm one of those guys that would play McLaughlin. But I know.
Tonight, Ross, you're just
listen. Just being honest, I would play McLaughlin over Alan McGregor, man. That's it. I would probably go a right winger. That's the easy one because I just don't think Matondo's settled at all. Looks like a left winger to me. I know Sakala's done well, but I think we can all say that Sakala's probably not at the level to be starting most games for Rangers. He's definitely an option and a good option of that. I would probably say a right winger and probably a number 8, probably an attacking minded midfielder because we've obviously lacked it this season. Lawrence being out injured, Hadji, Lowry's not been able to get in. So we've relied on Arfield and Tillman, which I think you can still see Tillman's a 20-year-old boy and his form's going to go up and down. So, I would probably go for a number 8, an attacking midfielder and a right winger if it was me.
That's fair enough. Right, fun time.
Yes, thank God.
I know. Well,
we don't have fun in this podcast, Carney. What are you doing?
No, we don't. This is the negative podcast. What age are you, Kyle?
31, believe it or not.
Good paper round. What is going on, man? Like, honestly, Ross, where'd you?
28.
Right, that's not too bad. That's fine. Right, Kyle, your 5-a-side team of your lifetime.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. I like this.
This is we did something like this, and it was like my Rangers 11. And the thing was, you had to have seen the players, and I've just missed out on your McCoists and your Loudrups and your Goffs and all that stuff. So my 11 was a bit all over the place, but if it's 5-a-side, you've got to have McGregor in goal, no question about it. Do you know, I would, just for the banter, I would have Bagheera at centre half. I think he'd be a cracking 5-a-side player with his skills and all that. I'd probably pick Kevin Thompson in there as well. I think he'd be a cracking 5-a-side player just with his tenacity and his tackles. Who would I have up front? I'd probably put Jelavic up front as well. I love Big Nikica Jelavic. Some of the goals, especially that in that cup final, that Celtic goal, you always remember that one. I know, last player, I'm not too sure. Who would you pick? Can I pick Rabbi Matondo in it?
Pick Rabbi Matondo if you want, yeah.
No. Scott's saying he's bad.
I was taking a slight dislike into Ross, mate, but with that one comment alone, mate, I'm like,
he's bad.
It's a difficult one. I'm not too sure who I'd put my last one. Probably Lovenkrantz. There you go. Put a wee bit of pace in the team. I think I would have that.
Lovenkrantz was... I'll never forget that Lovenkrantz goal. I don't think any of us will ever forget that Lovenkrantz goal, the header. That was one of them ones that will live with you forever, I think. Right, Ross, your 5-a-side team, mate.
Oh, it's a tough one. I reckon I'm going to get slaughtered for my answers here, just because of my age. I'm
Ross Wilson.
I know.
Ross Wilson.
So I would definitely go McGregor in goals. Do you know what? My defender was between Carlos Cuellar and David Weir, just when he came to us at that age and he was just phenomenal. So I'll go David Weir. Don't know if he'll be getting a 5-a-side team, mind you, but I'll go David Weir. Midfield got to be Barry Ferguson. Barry Ferguson was my hero as a wee boy. I loved everything about him. I always remember going to Ibrox and my dad would always slaughter him because he used to do that Cruyff turn in the middle of the park all the time, and my dad used to go nuts with it. He's like, he's not going anywhere, and I just don't know what it was. I just loved that about him. You know, that's what I would try when I was a wee boy at football every night. So Barry Ferguson, Chris Boyd up front, got to be for a 5-a-side. And this one's controversial, but I'm just thinking if you were playing against him at 5-a-side, it would be just, you wouldn't be able to get the ball off him. It'd have to be Glenn Kamara. I've never, under pressure, I've not seen a player like him play for us. So I'm just thinking about if I was playing against him, it would be an absolute nightmare. So yeah, Glenn Kamara next to Barry Ferguson, that would be mine.
Look, there's nothing taken away from when we saw the best of Glenn Kamara. I thought this man is unbelievable. Couldn't believe what we'd signed him for. The way he can drop his shoulder and turn a player is like something I've never seen at Ibrox. It's tremendous to watch. When he was in his form, he was brilliant. Unfortunately, he looks like he doesn't want to be here right now, and it's hard to. Again, it's typical Rangers fan mentality, isn't it? Is you see what's happening right now, you don't think about what happened then. Do you know what I mean? So you're immediately just like, no. But no, they're interesting choices, to be fair. Right, gents, I realise that it's reaching 11 o'clock. Again, I can't thank you enough for giving up your time tonight to come on and do this. Whereas I honestly appreciate it so much. Hopefully we can do something again in the future. I would absolutely love that. Kyle, thank you so much for your time tonight, mate.
No, Scott, Ali, it's been an absolute pleasure, and again, hats off to you, Scott. You've done your sister proud, and what a phenomenal sum of money you've raised so far. That's going to go up.
I think if my calculations are correct, I think we're about 40 quid shy of $3,000. Yeah, of $3,000, which is bonkers, man. When I say it, I'm just like, what the fuck? Yeah. Right, okay. Ross, next time in Club Deck, mate, and you see me, make sure you say hello.
Funnily enough, we all sit close by because Kyle's just up from me as well. So yeah, we'll definitely come and say hello.
Use on the Club Deck. I never use.
We are, yeah. So I'll come and say hello next time we're there. Hopefully it's a Rangers win. But yeah, thanks so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. I realise I've come on and just absolutely embarrassed myself with some of the comments, but listen, that's what it's all about. I couldn't get my words out at some points. I've said the wrong thing, but anyway, it was an absolute pleasure. Thanks so much, and everything you've done. It's really great to see. So yeah, I was watching from afar all night, and it's great to be a part of it. So thank you, appreciate it.
Absolute pleasure, a genuine pleasure, and the donations were very kind from Ross, yourself, and Mrs. Ibrox as a whole. I can't thank you enough. Genuinely, I can't thank you enough. So, lads, until we meet again, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your night, boys.
Thanks, lads.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
And to finish off,
is it time to bring two other guests in? To
finish off tonight, we'll with the OGs. We'll have everybody here.
Scotia's dad's cycling for Ryan's Wi-Fi.
I know.
I've been chapping doors. I've just been chapping doors to see who's got a decent Wi-Fi. So I've managed to find this guy's house. He seems alright.
That's it for the external guests, everybody. Not that I want you to leave or nothing, because we're over now. We chat between us, lads. Even though I am fading like a 70s haircut, I'm not going to lie. But
unbelievable, Carney. I have to say before you go on, by the way, from all I know, the lads will say the exact same. Absolutely unbelievable tonight by yourself to put that lineup together as well. I was actually saying to my mum today. Actually, my mum sat and watched this all night as well. She's not into football, as you know, but. To get that lineup, you should be proud of yourself, mate, because I was talking to Scotia earlier on. I was like, in terms of podcasts, has this ever happened in terms of all the major podcasts have been together in one? I don't think it has, to be fair. And hats off to getting that organised the way you have, and the money you've raised as well. Honestly, mate, your sister would be dead proud of you. That's absolutely phenomenal, and I know your dad will be proud too.
Yeah, it's.
Well, I don't want to turn this into a cry zone here, because you might be like beside each other off.
No, I actually thought earlier on that I would have, mate, but I don't feel like that just now. I'm kind of overwhelmed, I think, by the donations. Yeah. It's kind of my adrenaline's like through the roof at the same time as coming down, if that makes sense. But the response has been, I mean, how do you put into terms what we've done tonight, lads? Like it's incredible. It generally is incredible. It's kind of blown my mind how well that this has went. I couldn't have dreamt it to go any better. And all the lads that decided to come on, all the podcasts that have gave up their time, even Joshua, because he couldn't make tonight, he was like, please let's pre-record something, because I don't want to miss out on this and that for such a good cause. I can't ask for much more of what everybody's offered me tonight. It's been superb. It really has been superb. It's been class, man. Absolutely class. And yeah, it's a stupid amount of money, man.
I think you should be super proud of yourself, mate. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but I think you should be really proud of yourself. I'm the same. My mum and dad have watched the full thing tonight. Children Need got bollocked out to the side, mate. It didn't even get put on in the telly. They have been on YouTube all night, my mum and dad, and it's been a great lineup, and everybody in the comments, the support you've got, so many donations coming in, and it's amazing, mate. I really, honestly, I'm just so proud of you and proud of the pod and everybody that's donated. It's been a great night, mate, and you should be so proud of yourself. Your family will be.
Yeah, no, I am, mate. I genuinely am. I think probably tomorrow, I think I'll probably reflect on it a wee bit more. Maybe even tonight after I finish this and have a beer, because I'm definitely going to have a beer. I'm definitely going to have a beer. But yeah, no, it's been superb, and I know I kind of dump these kind of things on you lads, been like, look lads, I'm doing a marathon, and you're going to have to join me from time to time. But
Scotia thought it was a real marathon.
You're on mute, honestly. Honestly, man.
What, Scotia?
You can't get through a podcast without a Scotia blooper.
Always leave it to the end. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I know, but yeah, Carney, just echo what those guys have said. What you've put on tonight's been incredible. I think 10 incredible guests that you've had on from the Rangers podcast family, and I've been sat glued to it when I've not been on, sat glued listening away to it. It's been really enjoyable, and as well, what makes all these pods and things is all the listeners that have been. And I see, like, I've been following the group chat as it's been going on, and there's some folk that have sat like 4.5 hours with this on tonight. It's unbelievable the support that they guys sort of show the podcast, and particularly for this cause for your sister. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. I know there's going to be loads of people that have been here the full hog, which is just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Honestly, I couldn't have asked any more from anyone. And even now, we're sitting there like there's still 290 odd people sitting watching this just now. I mean, it's 11 o'clock at night, man. Why is watching us, four clowns? But it genuinely means the world to me. And it was something that had never really been done before. And it was, when I thought about it, I thought if I can get the people that I wanted to, not that I wanted to get, it wasn't really about that. It was to see who was available. Stephen, thank you very much. I mean, donations are still coming in. It's just incredible.
So close to that 3K, aren't you?
So close, man. Like so close. And even like I think at Jim and everybody's like, there's been people donating more. I think Stephen, you've donated more than once as well. I mean, I can't ask for any more than that. Generally can't. And the list of people, honestly, on the Just Giving page that I've seen, it's been mental. The people that are coming in, there's so many people that have come in and donated. Even my mum's been on, she's donated.
Do you know you've managed to get all those donations without having to put up like a signed pair of Manscaped boxers for Scotia? Like, that's without auction, anything like that. You've managed to get those donations. So just imagine if Scotia agrees to signing a pair of boxers, how much you could get with that.
There is not enough money in the world, mate, that would buy them. I don't think there's not enough money in the world. I still think we should have got Scotia to dress up as Broxy Bell, though.
We kind of had Broxy there on, because when Wilf was on, he kind of brought him in. That was bizarre, by the way. See Wilf coming all the way for Ibrox in the press room.
What a man.
Brilliant.
What a man.
I know, brilliant.
See what he said, I've got somebody for you. I thought, see if this is Ross Wilson in the background, this is going to be...
I thought it was Madondo coming in.
I thought it was Brandon Barker. I was like, oh no. I didn't actually know what he was going to do at that point. I was like, well, who have you actually got? Like, who is it? And he said something about dressing Scotia up. I went, oh, it's Broxy. I thought it was going to be the real Broxy main too, but...
Carney, see when you mentioned it, was it Ali? Was it you that mentioned the Broxy? Or was it Ryan? I can't remember. There's been that many people on. But when you mentioned it, the only thing I've got is that bloody shark head thing, and I don't think with the way Rangers are playing right now, that's the most suitable thing in the world to wear.
Just hold on to that, mate. Might need it.
Wait till Thursday when we're back.
But I think that'll do us tonight, gentlemen. I think we'll leave it there. As again, I can't. There's no point in me sitting here trying to say words that are going to mean anything, really, because all I can say is thank you, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. This is something that's really personal to me, and you have responded. So, thank you. I thought I was going to make it to.
Well done, mate. Well done. You've been brilliant. Well done.
Going to set me off here. No, you've done yourself proud. You've done yourself proud, Scott, and everyone in the comments I can see has been fantastic. Folk watching the show from 6:30 tonight. The guests you've had in the show, like I say, your sister and your dad, your mum, all be extremely proud of you, mate. And us boys are proud of you as well. So well done.
We can get us a beer, kiss and message, man. That's
I know. That's enough of that.
Yeah, definitely. That'll do us. We'll be back next week. It'll be the usual live pod. I won't be doing 4.5 hours again anyway. But no, again, just thank you from the bottom of my heart. As I say, we are a stone's throw away for $3,000. The link is going to stay active, by the way, until next Friday. I'll stop it next Friday and I'll make an announcement of the total that we've raised. But I'll put it up on the socials on that again, so people know. But the link will stay active for another week, just to try and get as much as I possibly can. Generally, as much as I possibly can. But the response tonight has blown my mind, absolutely blown my mind. So yeah, until next week, thank you again from the bottom of my heart, and I'll speak to you all next time. Cheers, everyone.